Eye for an Eye, Blades of Grass, Book 5. Written by Austin Chambers. Narrated by Stephen Floyd. Chapter 1. Carterton, Oxfordshire, England. U.S. Air Force Colonel Freeman Lewis Caldwell strolled through the Old English Cemetery, the plush grass and long rows of headstones and grave markers still damp with overnight dew. Despite being clean of moss and bird droppings, most of the stone markers bore an ancient, weathered look. Like I feel, Lou thought. The graveyard of the 800-year-old church, a literal stone's throw to the north, was silent, other than the rumble of military jets taking off at the Royal Air Force Base less than a mile away. He read names and dates, but had somehow found himself in the oldest section, staring at the eternal bodily homes of subjects from King Edward III's reign. The shuffling of old feet on a groomed gravel path interrupted Lou's morning quiet time. "Oh, so sorry," he heard a friendly voice say, nearly as old as the tombstones it seemed. "Are you one of the chaps from next door?" Lou turned. "Did my funny accent give it away?" he joked, a mild smirk on his face. The sun was rising, the white puffy clouds drifting. Lou pulled his sunglasses from their parking spot on the collar of his uniform undershirt. Decked in his flight suit and brown bomber coat, he'd left his flight cap with his luggage in the parking lot of the hotel, if that's what it could be called. He and the rest of the Americans on this new, unique team were staying at a couple of cottage-style bed-and-breakfast hotels in the small village near the UK's largest airbase. The older gentleman with thin white hair and piercing gray eyes laughed. "You Yanks always go with an accent joke first." His black shirt was covered by an old tan sweater, but it did nothing to hide the white square just under his Adam's apple. "Sorry, Vicar," Lou said. "I'll be out of your way now." He moved from grass to path to pass the man. The roar of two F-35Bs interrupted them, the fighter jet's wide arc after finishing takeoff, pulling them south by southeast to London, 70 miles away. They both paused their leisurely walks and looked up, waiting for the roar to die down. "I don't normally see that kind flying out of here," the vicar said. Lou smiled politely. Now that they were both stopped and facing each other, it felt rude not to make small talk. Both he and the local knew the base was occupied by the big birds, that the fighter's presence meant something special was afoot. He changed the subject. "You have plots here in the garden that are more than twice as old as my country." It was the English pastor's turn to give a knowing twinkle. "And that is pride that your magnificent country continues through these trials." His expression became concerned. "I fear these days might not be so unlike the Second World War." He paused. "I cannot begin to tell you how many villagers have been driven to prayer by what's happening, particularly after Albuquerque. Hard to believe it has been nearly 3 months since that horrible day." Lou nodded and studied the older man, figuring he was probably born within a decade of World War II's end. "I suppose you had relatives that survived the Blitz." The day would come when those who endured Hitler's daily airstrikes would be gone, as would their first descendants. The vicar nodded. "Oh, yes. Oh, yes." His expression changed when he pointed. "If it's inspiration you're looking for, there are some lads from those days resting over in the section near the lane, corner of the stone walls." "Is it that obvious?" Lou asked. "My boy, you slump as if the weight of the world rests on your shoulders." Another compassionate smile. Lou pulled his coat sleeve up to look at his watch. "I have a few minutes before they pick us up. Thanks." "Good luck, Lieutenant." Lou walked away, not caring to correct the man on his rank. "Always wondered where they found an F in that word," he mused to himself. He picked up his pace a bit. He was supposed to assign his plane a unique and random identifier or call sign for the coming operation. He was having a hard time with such a symbolic detail, thinking instead of many worries back home. His brother Foster and his family were first and foremost. Lou hoped they wouldn't starve or succumb to violence. He had given up nearly all thought of Julia, who would be his ex-wife and not his current wife if the world still worried about things like divorce court. And then there was his new best friend, Rusty the German Shepherd, who was on loan to Hope MacDonald. She was the wife of his young former protege, Marine Captain Brandon MacDonald, who was preparing for an amphibious landing. The young family had a dog, but it came down to logistics. She and her parents were in a better spot, so feeding Rusty wouldn't be a literal life-and-death chore as America continued to fall apart. Brandon would sit and talk Bible with the vicar if he were here, he suddenly thought, grinning in a way that only the birds and the ghosts saw. Lou found the section the vicar mentioned. He scanned the newer headstones, seeing that some were even inscribed with the names of military units, valor awards, or specific battles. It didn't feel right to him, pulling the name of some man who'd been dead for 80 or more years to use in battle. He heard a horn honk and turned to look past the church's front lawn. Both of the homes just past the church were housing him and his team, who were gathering in the small gravel lot for their last trip to the base in the nearly 9 days they'd been there. He gave a final glance at the graves, neatly nestled in the intersection of the two walls. One paralleled the road, and the other ran along the boundary of the property. Both, about 4 feet tall, looked as old as time. The vicar strode back up to Lou, a small leather-bound New Testament in his hand. "I think you should have this." "Oh, no thanks, Padre. I have a friend who would take you up on it. It's not my thing." The man seemed insistent. "I hear you, old boy, but you should take this one with you, for guidance in the trying times to come." He gave it to Lou, who noticed a little corner of paper sticking out of the pages. He decided not to argue about it. "Thank you," he said as he watched the man depart for the second time. He left the cemetery devoid of inspiration and longing for home, but he'd found his team's call sign just in the nick of time. In a few short hours, they and their British counterparts would be boarding the RAF C-17 Globemaster being donated by the UK. "I wonder what the vicar will think if we succeed in doing what we're supposed to." That C-17 would be called Stonewall. It would be their flying home for a venture around the world. And chances were great that it would also become their coffin. Fargo, Georgia. The dog's barking made Hope Victoria McDonald look up from her prayer. They weren't reacting to danger. The dogs were simply being dogs, chomping at the odd shapes in the air with giant smiles on their faces. "Mommy, look!" 3-year-old Sarah screamed in delight. She was blowing soap bubbles with a small plastic wand, as directly at the 4 dogs as she could. Hope was resting on the Rambler's back patio, still recovering from a complicated postpartum period after the birth of her son. She was grateful beyond words that her husband Brandon had been home for it. Months earlier, when Marine Captain Brandon McDonald and his Air Force Colonel boss had come home from their first assignment, her husband moved them from Virginia back to her parents' small bee and honey farm in southeast Georgia. Hearing that they'd been involved in the dust-up with Mexico, including Lou getting shot, was enough to convince her not to argue with Brandon. He knew he was at the mercy of a rapidly devolving military situation, and once she'd been diagnosed with preeclampsia, he'd become as insistent as she'd ever seen. In the months since the birth, she'd been prescribed medication and rest in response to her post-delivery progression to eclampsia. Hope and Sarah, now 3 years of age, and Samson, the horse-sized boerboel, were a welcome sight at her folks' farm. They were in their early 60s and were doubly happy when one of her 2 sisters also moved back to their town of Fargo with her kids in tow. Their 5-acre patch was on the west side of the tiny city, which was the unofficial western gateway to the Okefenokee Swamp. They had dozens of beehives and supplemented their income with a sizable honey business. The area itself contained many thousands of acres of crops, mostly soy, but plenty of timber, corn, and blueberry too. The town wasn't big, smaller than most Amazon distribution centers. It rested on the west side of the winding Suwannee River, and the area was known for excellent bass fishing and feral hog hunting. One main bridge led southward toward the swamp, though there was also a railroad trestle a bit to its north. The tracks paralleled the road and moved right next to it a couple of miles out of the tiny city. Clinch County was nearly 2/3 white and 1/3 black. Like the county, Fargo was diversified by people who had learned to get along. There was a commonality when most people were as poor and hard-working as their neighbors, despite any familial heritage differences. Neighbors helped neighbors, mostly. "I see," she said. Hope swung her leg over the outdoor chaise and stood. She closed and laid her Bible on the short table and took a sip of her tea before heading out barefoot into the long grass. The shade of longleaf pines and pecan trees cast a shadow straight down under the lunchtime sun. She watched the dogs as they played and barked, Rusty finally feeling like he belonged in the pack. "I guess Sarah's about as safe as she ever could be," the young mother thought. A screen door opened at the back of the house. "Thomas wants lunch," Muriel Fields called outside, "and I warmed up the leftover soup." "Okay, Mama," Hope called back, her Georgia twang finding itself a place in her life once more. She'd learned to dial it down back in college, which was where she met Brandon. After marriage, they moved to California for several years. Later, moving to Virginia and the heavy population density in the D.C. metro area had nearly eradicated the dialect. "Be in a minute." Running and jumping in circles around the delighted, squealing toddler were 4 dogs. Samson was from a line of South African Mastiffs originally bred for fighting leopards. He was 180 pounds and was a walking muscle. His neck was as thick as both of Brandon's thighs combined. Tan with brown ears, he was loving, playful, and protective. Her parents' dogs, George and Gracie, were both rescues from the closest humane society. Both mutts mostly resembled Labradors. They were older, the first to go lap a gallon of water and lie down once playtime wore them out. Then there was the mostly black German Shepherd they were babysitting. Lou assured her that he would give his life to protect her children. Rusty had been with them for almost 2 months, and it took him a bit of time to become comfortable. He and Samson got along right from the start. Lou had explained that Rusty and he had both done quite a bit of flying, and the dog had witnessed and heard war. It wasn't until the 3rd and final day of his short visit that he confessed the truth about Rusty's history. Lou apologized for not explaining it earlier. He would have left Rusty with his brother to guard his niece Kyla, but they were having issues with thieves and were having a hard time just feeding themselves, even with the foreign aid coming in from England and most of the EU. He told Hope all about Rusty helping him rescue Kyla from her abductor, and the gruesome nature with which he ripped the murderer's throat out like a canine battle axe. Hope's father kept Rusty on a cable run during the day for a few days afterward. At night, he slept in the detached shop. Over time, the family grew to trust the dog, and he slowly became part of the tribe. Rusty continued to sleep in the shop, which was where most of the bounty from 3 decades of canning vegetables and pecans was stored. The family had always been thrifty, stockpiling canned chicken, soups, stews, and smoked pork from the several hog hunts Stephen Fields went on each year. Additionally, there were countless jars of honey. Just because the war had nearly killed all businesses didn't mean the bees weren't working. Rusty had grown used to the isolated nights, and the family felt much better, because even in their low-population countryside, crime was increasing. After she fed her infant and Sarah ate her soup and toast, the 3 would make their daily afternoon trip 2 blocks over to their church. The congregation started having a prayer dinner every night after Albuquerque. Anyone from the local area was welcome to come and eat, and it would only last if folks chipped in with donated food. Hope had found comfort in the nightly ritual, a sense that her community could support and help each other through the trying times. She volunteered to serve meals while the older ladies doted on her children, and she yearned to find her brother in the line someday. Their oldest sister Stephanie had moved home. Divorced with 2 prepubescent kids, it was the only logical choice in the decaying world. The next oldest sister, Nicole, lived in South Carolina with her family. But then there was Junior. Stephen Fields Jr. was much younger than his sister, an oops baby. Now 23, he hadn't been seen since before the invasion, and usually months apart before that. He ran with meth dealers long enough to become one himself. Every time he came by for the last 5 or 6 years, things would go missing. Muriel started hiding her jewelry under the edge of the carpet along a bedroom wall just to protect it. Despite that, Hope wanted to see him come home. She would do whatever it took to rehab him. Everyone deserves a second chance, she thought as she eyed Rusty wrestling with Samson. Okay, Sarah, time to put it away and come inside for lunch. West of Miami, Texas. Granger Madison was lying on his worn and tested sniper mat. Security forces, he thought. I don't think that's a fairground. Must just be a cattle merchant's place. He was barely breaking the horizon of the slight hill in the Texas Panhandle, using his binoculars to scout the route ahead. He was mostly covered in a filthy green military poncho, which had a mylar blanket layer sewn to the inner side with paracord fibers. In actuality, it was two blankets glued together for more durability, their purpose being to block his heat signature from thermal imaging gear. His legs stuck out, but it was the best they could do when they'd finally started their eastward journey 6 weeks earlier. The area wasn't as flat as it felt. Small desert canyons of brown and red dirt broke through the short grass plains all around. The sound of a semi-truck jake brake reverberated through the air. He saw a Kenworth towing a cattle carrier slow down on the north-south highway he'd crossed earlier and turn left onto the road that led past the cattle yard and into the tiny town. It turned again into the facility. "Must be rounding up the cattle from all the nearby ranches," Granger guessed. "Easier to guard one spot." He watched Mexican troops unload the herd, realizing that the Chinese were simply feeding their army at the expense of the American civilians caught behind enemy lines. One thought kept him focused, kept him from shooting: the need to get home and find his daughters. He couldn't do that if he was dead. The preceding 11 weeks had been horrible for everyone in the Southwest states, regardless of their nationality. The destruction of Albuquerque was even more horrifying than the pictures of the mushroom cloud over it would indicate. True to what Buff Corey had said, the radiation was nearly nil. The microfusion munition generated the destructive energy without needing the traditional nuclear chain reaction that spreads contaminated particles for 100 miles. But photos of the aftermath reminded Granger of pictures of Berlin at the end of World War II. He couldn't think of Albuquerque without thinking of those young teens he'd told to hide in the deep flash-flood culvert. That thought in turn always made him sad and angry and forced him to snap out of whatever funk he was in. To the Chinese advance, it had had a profound effect. The units in Texas had made it to Houston and Dallas at greater cost than they had predicted. But then they were forced to stop, not just because of their supply issues, but because of the gap between them and the elements that had been battered taking Hawthorne and Fallon, Nevada. Their transit over Utah had not gone easily. They had severely underestimated the Mormons' preparedness levels. Over half the state were preppers. They had food, armament, medicine, and the ability to communicate nearly as effectively as any military unit. They were now advancing on Kansas, and the incoming units landing in ships in Los Angeles were being flown to Santa Fe, Amarillo, and Lubbock as rapidly as possible to make up for the entire division that had been vaporized in the Albu blast. The lines were thin and had gaps many dozens of miles wide, and the towns that found themselves behind enemy lines were not making life easy for the Mexican and Venezuelan forces tasked with security and winning hearts and minds. It was quite the opposite. While the security forces were rounding up those with firearms in their homes, there was no viable way for them to find thousands of caches buried in the deserts and prairies. Insurgencies were mounting across the many states. They weren't huge forces, but they didn't have to be. Small cellular teams would recognize patterns of laziness or routine among the rear echelon invaders, and then they would plan an operation of opportunity. OO became the code. Granger and his companions had started to notice the two letters painted as they walked east, on cattle water tanks, buildings, small bridges, large overpasses, even trees. Always swallowed in other symbols or drawings, sometimes as cartoon eyeballs or part of a word. To the foreign armies, it looked like graffiti. To Granger and patriots like him, it was a secret message. Most of a mile to his west, Karen, Hooch, and Petunia were waiting for him in a wadi. Karen accompanied her man on the venture simply because there was nothing left for her back in occupied Arizona. She had nursed him back to a functional state after the last mission killed almost the entire Team Anvil. With that, the loss of Tracy and the others before him, he had simply reached emotional capacity overload. Mentally, he was through. He'd found her and most of those who had bugged out of Camp Longhorn at the large refugee camp at the NRA's Whittington Center. The People's Liberation Army's forward progression had halted in the 3 months since the Albuquerque blast. When it started up again, those at the center had been forced to decide, leave or stay and fight. Granger was torn about leaving Donna, the widow of his deceased best friend, behind. But the remnants of the old Acme Ranch group all vowed to head to Colorado together. They all had too many collective children for the long journey to North Carolina. Only Ryan Hoochmeyer wanted to go with Granger and Karen. The Georgia native had taken the death of Oliver Hewitt hard, and the fact that they'd had to leave him as a KIA in the tank battle which they'd barely escaped even harder. The trio had been gifted an 18-year-old white mare named Petunia. At the far end of middle age, she was still a huge asset for carrying most of the load while she and the three humans walked. For most of the trip, Granger would slip out of the overnight camp on Petunia in the pre-dawn hours. But as they approached the war's front line, it became more apparent to them that even that was a risk. On that evening, he would have to slink back while watching for more cattle trucks. He picked up his sniper rifle after setting down the binoculars. All three lenses had porous, sand-colored, semi-transparent fabric covers on them to break up the sun's glare. He needed the larger magnification it offered over the tiny bargain binocs he carried. "And what might you be?" he wondered. Granger looked past the small town. To its immediate northeast, a camp of some sort was being broken apart. Though a couple of miles away, he recognized the Chinese desert camo uniforms. They were folding up tents and loading trucks and helicopters. He thought he saw a flash of red color for a quick moment. "A field hospital," he realized. "You guys must be moving up to keep up with the advance." He watched for 2 more minutes, looking for signs of armor or artillery, but seeing none. "It might be time to meet some locals," he thought. They had been largely avoiding even the smallest of towns, filtering water right out of the cattle troughs and barely wet creeks and shooting wild hares for food with a suppressed .22 pistol. "Bury our guns, wander in like refugees, find out if anybody knows of an OO that will help us move farther east." Chapter 2. RAF Bryce Norton. The United Kingdom's largest air base wasn't much to gawk at, especially when compared with America's largest Air Force bases like Eglin, Elmendorf, or Wright-Patterson. Home to the UK's forces for air transport, mid-air refueling, and parachute training, the greatest percentage of it was simply housing and other support facilities. It had 1 runway, 2 major taxiways, and a handful of large hangars and repair shops spread out, most clustered around 1 large tarmac. Lou and most of his odd squad were inside one of those, going through the final mission briefing while a few other things happened. The loadmaster and the co-pilot were both Brits. Try as they might to keep Lou out of the pilot's seat, the British folded under General Juno Montgomery's far-reaching influence, and was, after all, an American intelligence team and protection force guarding the special payload, at least part of it. The UK was also contributing a unique piece to the cargo. The Allied team was in the thick of it, and it wasn't just a one-and-done operation. There were segments to it, places to go, people to talk to, top-secret orders to deliver. It wasn't Lou's first time at the base. He'd once flown the presidential limousine there for an official visit by President Jeremiah Allen's predecessor, but on that trip he had brought his own Globemaster. On this trip, Lou and his American peers and their precious cargo had been transported to Great Britain by HMS Ambush, an Astute-class nuclear-powered attack submarine. It had been Lou's first time on a sub, and he decided that if God truly existed, it would be his last. They were being granted a plane for the likely one-way trip by the Royal Air Force. In the hangar conference room, Lou pretended to read a tattered copy of Casino Royale he had found near the coffee and tea station. The Americans had been there long enough that the peacocking and service bashing that reared on day 2 had finally subsided. The two nations' flyers were beginning to gel as a team. The gravity of hitting the air soon was starting to make bravado unimportant. He watched Wing Commander Hugh Greenbaum, call sign Cornetto, after his favorite dessert, exit the latrine, knowing the man had just finished a tense phone call with his wife. The 40-year-old co-pilot was one of 6 Brits on the team. The other 5 allies from across the pond were all out in the hangar, which was shut up tight to the tarmac, lest any Chinese or Russian satellites that survived the space warfare might still be lurking 300 miles up. They were supervising the loading of both precious cargoes, one American and one British, so that the rest of the embarkation process could begin. Flight Sergeant Isabella Jones, in her mid-30s, was the ultimate authority on securing the cargo bay. She also calculated fuel and weight distribution, though the very first leg was going to require more than they could carry. There were 2 other British C-17 pilots. They would fly the first half of the extra-long leg, then debark after Lou and Cornetto landed at their first destination. It was a simple step to keep Lou and Cornetto from being dangerously exhausted. The last 2 Brits weren't in the military, but rather MI6. Unlike the one CIA operative on the mission, they weren't tagging along to issue top-secret briefings. They were technicians in charge of a very unique and somewhat ironic piece of spy hardware. Rounding out the American piece of the crew were the 1 CIA spook, 2 Navy explosive ordnance disposal technicians, 8 Army Rangers, and 1 Delta Force operator. Sergeant Major Joshua Silver was in charge of the security of the flight and its contents. He insisted on suspending military pleasantries and being called Honker, a nickname bestowed upon him by his comrades when he joined the elite operations unit 21 years earlier. The worst-kept secret was that soldiers being soldiers, they'd shunned all political correctness and assigned him a nickname based on his large nose and Jewish heritage. He jokingly told everyone Honker was short for Honkerberg. Sergeant Jones, known as Izzy, entered the day room, and the open door revealed the noise of moving equipment and maintenance technicians in the hangar bay. "Stonewall, Colonel?" Lou looked up from his book. "Not after the Confederate general, Izzy," he said. Out in the bay, a team was putting the finishing touches on painting their name on one side of the plane, like the old-school bombers used to do. More like a reflection of our resolve, I guess. "Very good, sir," she said. "The packages are secure." She looked around the room, seeing most of the team gathered around a big TV playing video games. "You Yanks and spies can go load your gear and set up your slings in the front end of the hold." Most stood, though 2 of the Rangers were trying their best to finish their video game race. "Now, Rangers," Honker said with the perfect blend of calm and don't make me say it again. Izzy exited the head of the cluster of men and spooks hauling their gear and weapons bags out to the hangar bay. The hardened soldier in charge of the rest moved over to the table where Cornetto had plopped himself after a stressful phone call. "Commander, you want me to grab your gear?" He looked at Lou. "Colonel?" "No thanks, Honker," Lou said. "The 2 of us only need to bring some skivvies and a toothbrush." The other pair of pilots had already checked themselves on board to begin pre-flight checks. He looked at his watch. "Let's muster everyone in here in a half hour." He stood up from the lounge chair and walked toward the long table with chairs on both sides. "Roger that." Honker grabbed his own bags and moved outside. Lou sat at the table across from his co-pilot. "Everything all right, Hugh? The last thing I need is a depressed, angry co-pilot on this op to end all ops," Lou thought. "Nothing to bother you with, sir." The man's face was as glum as his tone, hidden beneath the English's well-known politeness. "I'm sort of surprised your superiors didn't require you to pick an unmarried man," Lou said. He was all too familiar with what wife issues looked like. Or woman. Cornetto smiled with an added layer of cultural niceties. "I suppose that's because I wouldn't let them. Seriously, Colonel, I'm fine." Lou corrected. "And I'll be honest, if your head isn't in the game, I don't want you going." "It is, Colonel Lou. I'm 100%. Lou scanned the man's expression for an awkward amount of time before speaking again. "Then I suggest you convince yourself, Corn. Go drop your phone in the treasure chest," he suggested. Every member of the team was tossing their last personal effects into a box, from wallets to phones to wedding rings. Cornetto took a last look at the phone screen setting on the table between them. "I'll admit she doesn't want me to go, but she understands why I have to." "Because you're the wing commander," Lou said. "I get it. And I bet she does too. If you can't make peace with that before we start the final briefing, then now's your chance to pick someone else." Cornetto picked up the phone as he stood. He walked over to an olive drab metal box on the counter near the room's refrigerator and placed it inside. He then walked over to the thick window that looked out into the hangar bay. Lou stood and walked over to join him. "Is that a photographer?" Cornetto asked in disbelief. "He's with your base," Lou said. "We're going to do a group photo in front of stone wall, and those mechanics are going to paint over their hard work." His counterpart looked toward him, confused. Begging your pardon, Colonel. Why? Posterity, Commander. This one will be for the history books. The man laughed. You still think they'll be able to record history after all this? What was it that Einstein said about the Fourth World War being fought with sticks and stones? With our best effort and a couple of kisses of luck, I do. Begging your pardon, Lou, I haven't found luck to be all that reliable. Whereas I have had so much luck that only God's grace could explain it, Lou thought. Regardless, while we're briefing, they'll be out there painting every tail number and mark on that plane the same shade of gray the rest of it is. Lou turned from his pier and went to grab his pack. Come on, Corn, let's go take a picture. We have a long week ahead of us. Smith Rock State Park, Bivouac Area, Oregon. The two men had never met before and likely never would again. The visitor had been on his way for 2 days before retired Army sniper Nick Williams had received the decoded message at his base of operations near Prineville. A ham radio operator received it on HF. The message was in a book cipher. Both the sender and receiver needed the same book. From there, it was as simple as looking up a specific letter on an exact line on a particular page. It was archaic, but as long as the book was kept secret, even the Chinese AI was finding it nearly impossible to crack. One of the self-published authors in the organization had written nearly 40 novels in her career, and she had dozens of copies of each book for vending at fairs and such. Millions of novels had been printed just in the decade before the invasion. 3 times a day, the book changed to a different one on the list, and that list was the best-kept secret in Oregon. Nick and the other man, who he knew almost immediately was some sort of retired infantry officer, walked the dirt trail. Nick had brought 3 people with him who were waiting in the visitor center parking lot. The man who said he would go by Jeff in the meeting had 5 trailing them up the hill, guarding the pair. All looked well-trained to Nick's eye. They stopped at what should have been a breathtaking vista. Smith Rock and the surrounding crags shot skyward all around the various horseshoe bends of the Crooked River. Under the blue sky, the firs and lush green fields between water and cliff almost looked like they had been airbrushed by an artist. The men had a quick meet-and-greet down below, and then hiked more than a mile, about as secluded as 2 men could be in the lower 48. Jeff took off his backpack and handed Nick a 15-inch padded bubble mailer envelope. Scan these photos and maps real quick, Jeff said. Then I'll tell you what this is all about. The mysterious Jeff was claiming to be one of the organizers of the Oregon Resistance. Though they hadn't had things as bad as those in the Puget Sound area, the Rainier Impact Zone, or RIZ, had still done major damage to the infrastructure in North Oregon. The population centers of the state had vastly different ideologies from the less dense areas. For months before the Chinese invasion, they had been at war with themselves. The coming enemy had exacerbated the strife and the sometimes violent struggles between the Marxists and the Patriots. Where one side was training and arming to fight the invaders, the other was trying to take control of the cities to welcome the communists with open arms. Nick tore it open. Everything was printed on normal, cheap printer paper, conducive to burning quickly should the need arise. A few pictures were drone shots, and the rest were taken with long-lens cameras from somewhere elevated. Where'd they take these? Nick asked. He was looking at the main shipping port in Portland. The initial wave of Chinese forces from Northern California had brought in the equipment and personnel to get the piers functional again. Even in Portland, the 9.0 earthquake off Washington's coast had wrecked piers, dropped bridges, and toppled some of the offload cranes. But not all of them. The area was filled with more equipment, some of it tanks and other armor, and some of it more construction gear. Nick thought he saw the prefabricated pieces to make new bridges. There were thousands of Connex boxes. The next pictures were of the rail yard on the Willamette River to the south. Like the pier on the Columbia River, it was filled with Chinese apparatus of a variety of uses. The last photos and maps were of train tracks and bridges that he didn't recognize. I can't tell you, man, Jeff said. He looked to be in his early 60s. Decked out in a blue long-sleeve button-up and a cowboy hat, his thick mustache and weathered stature reminded Nick of the Marlboro Man. We have to use that surveillance site until we can't, if you get my drift. He cleared his scratchy throat and continued.
The Charlies have managed to get that port open. That's a big deal, because any military that was up here was wiped out by the earthquake.
Nick guffawed. You don't got to tell me about that.
Look, man, I don't even know your name, and I don't want to know. We just heard there was a retired light infantry guy spearheading stuff here in the central part of the state, that you trained up and sent out a few effective squads already.
All that's true. What you hadn't heard was that I was at the Battle of Seattle. The thought of the critical failure still haunted him. I'm done sniping. I'm done playing Overwatch or Assassin. For every one of me, 10 good hunters can do the same job. He tried to hand the papers back to Jeff.
That's not what we need. Word has it that the squads you trained up haven't had a clear role. What are they doing?
I think one went up to Salem. I know at least one of the other two had been trying to ambush the Charlies along I-5 near Eugene. In between, they're coming back to Prineville. I met a colonel who set us up with a supply drop twice a month.
Good,
Jeff said.
See those maps of the railroads?
Nick scanned the last pictures he'd come to a little more thoroughly.
Yeah?
Jeff continued.
They can't get their equipment across the river in Portland.
Why would they want to? Nick was confused about the tactics.
We think they want to get the Port of Seattle operational, Jeff said. Word is that the tide has washed out Puget Sound of enough landslides to get ships through again. They can dredge the rest like they did to get the Columbia opened back up. A lot of that is construction equipment. They'll start repairing bridges, too, to get stuff flowing out of Portland again. Hell, they've still got about 4 million soldiers back in Chaney to get over here. They make that happen, they can roll right into the missile fields in Montana and the Midwest.
Nick scanned the pictures again. So, how are they getting stuff over there now?
The Dalles, Jeff said.
From his journey to Oregon with his girlfriend, Nick recalled it was about 100 miles farther upriver.
They don't trust the Ottawa rail crossings between here and there. Too much quake damage for the weight of all this stuff. We will be taking out a long section of track along the river by collapsing the hill in 3 places. There's a vehicle bridge in the Dales that can handle just a few pieces of gear at a time, and an intact railroad trestle.
It was starting to click for Nick. You want a couple of squads to go up and handle that. I can try to get a coded message to my guy, get some extra explosives on the next drop.
Jeff chuckled. I guess I didn't explain it good enough yet. I'm an ex-flag officer. Getting stuff is the easy part. When we blow that line, they'll just take this other one, here. He pointed to the map. See?
Nick did fully see it. The Union Pacific line went south to Chemult in the central part of the state. It continued south, but there was a switchyard too, where it connected with the Burlington Northern Line, which ran north to the massive trestle over the Columbia and the Dalles. I guess the landslide idea for your river line is to make it too huge a project to fix.
That's the thought. They could fix a section of rail that gets blown up in a matter of hours. What we need from you is to take out the entire switchyard. It has to be coordinated. They already have security there, holding the switches and patrolling the lines for dozens of miles in each direction. But if we blow hours before you're ready to destroy Chemult, they'll lock down the entire area with a couple of companies.
Do they use the southern lines too?
They can, the man said. But our contacts down along the state line say the trains heading south typically are taking soft goods, not war machinery.
Sounds like stopping the flow north is the major priority, Nick said. Because you and I both know a plan never survives first contact with the enemy. Chapter 3. West of Ensign, Kansas. Morris Dugan sat on the ground eating his MRE, growing more and more tired of Chili Mac on an hourly basis. His battle buddy and former airsoft partner from college, Jordan Croft, was trying to nap just behind him. The cheap blue tarp crinkled every time she sighed and rolled in search of comfort.
"B," Morris said. "Grab a bite. Mason and Ada are almost back."
He and Jordan were the last two of his old Milsim team. The others dead or long ago destined for their respective homes. Since the day they'd made the mistake of trying to take on a cartel crew, neither had been the same. Their relationship was much like an annoyed big brother and a snotty little sister.
In college, the team called her Super Bee for her entitled attitude, which it evolved to be once the joke wore thin. They were in a field that looked just like the 10,000 fields in every direction, wheat. Some of the large square parcels were green with corn or sorghum, but the lack of electricity caused by Chinese hackers and war meant that the long rolling watering systems weren't doing their jobs. And while farming was on the very short list of things that warranted fuel, there wasn't much to use fuel on when the crops were barely getting by on what the weather provided. Part of the overall Kansas militia, they were one of 3 small squads from the small town of Chanute. Their squad had 6 people, which was average for the militia teams, basically about 2/3 the size of a regular army squad. Morris's brother Marvin was leading Chanute 2 about 5 miles south. There was a massive operation underway about 200 meters west, just on the other side of U.S. Highway 83, which ran north and south. A massive trench that ran from the border of Oklahoma for hundreds of miles was being dug. About halfway up Nebraska, it turned and ran northwest to the intersection of Nebraska, Wyoming, and South Dakota. Enormous Caterpillar earth movers had been procured from all over America under the National Defense Authorization Act. Most of their owners were the operators, too. There just weren't enough Seabees or other military construction workers to handle the tasks. In rockier pieces of earth, holes were being drilled, and TNT was doing the job. The trenches weren't square, but more of a ramp down to a hard 15-foot-high vertical wall of clay and earth. Where the dirt was soft, concrete walls were being poured. The operation was weeks into the effort, worked by thousands. The more they accomplished, the more refugees moving from the west were relying on the few removable bridges. M-1074 joint assault bridges from Fort Hood were being used along the major eastbound roads and highways. Normally, the hydraulic structures, which were mounted to the chassis of an Abrams tank, were deployed as an army was moving forward, something the U.S. military hadn't done since the war started. The trench was about 50 feet wide, but there just wasn't time to make it 15 feet deep on the far side. China did have some bridging equipment, but 70% of their stock on the continent was lost in the Albu blast. Morris and Jordan were on their break. He chewed on the calories, knowing they'd both be dragging on the coming patrol. "B, get up and eat something," he said sternly. She grumbled and sat up, reaching for the same brown plastic pouch he had taken the entree from, grabbing the packets of crackers and peanut butter. "You don't have to be such a boomer," she mumbled. Morris ignored her. He was watching 2 huge dozers push dirt out of the trench nearly due west of them. Farther north, evacuees on horseback were navigating around the operation, where a trench didn't exist yet. The pair were under a poncho provided by their A-team trainers. It was a rudimentary shelter, staked to the ground on the very low edge and tied to walking poles on the open side, making a basic lean-to for shade. It was early afternoon in late May. They were about to finish the shift walking in the Kansas sun. Militia teams were assigned sectors to watch the trench, or more to the point, the fuel digging it. Navy Seabees and Army Corps of Engineers were both in charge of the construction, but the level of effort was so massive that it was ripe for the taking. Those fleeing from the west were pilfering anything of value at night to either use or trade in the black market. Fuel was the most targeted commodity, but if the military left food, water, or weapons unguarded, they were just as likely to grow feet. The squads moved where the work was. The number of them doubled at night, and the 3 from Chanute were attached to several others on the project, collectively known as the Dodge City Irregulars. There was a base camp for longer rest periods set up in the small community of Ensign a few miles away. "What's for chow?" high school math teacher Mason McBride joked. His grin was outshined by his sweaty scalp and thin, glistening hair. Morris saw the man's ball cap in his hand, soaked with sweat. Mason pulled an already soaked bandana out of his filthy jeans and futilely wiped his head. "Never gets old, Coach," Jordan choked out smugly through a sticky mouth. "Let's go, B," Morris said. He was the squad's leader, the only such rank assigned to the civilians. "But I just started." "Eat it on the way," he said. Morris learned long ago not to try logical arguments with those who thought in terms of, "but that's not fair."
He moved from his butt to squatting in front of his patrol bag and stuffed the various MRE components inside. Jordan dragged her feet as she joined him in moving their bags around to the spot behind the lean-to where everyone else's belongings were piled. "Nothing south to mention," Ada Barlow said. She was Mason's patrol buddy, a strategic choice through which the A-team sergeants had guided Morris. She had a decade-old on-and-off relationship with one of the men in the last pair, who were still on the far side of the line, walking the entire length. Morris nodded. He was never one much for small talk to begin with, but ever since the loss of his best bud to the cartel, he'd gone out of his way not to get too fond of anyone else. "Ms. Croft," Mason said with a tone that invoked his powers as a football coach, "I'd remind you that I'm a millennial and not a very old one at that." He and Ada both doffed their rifles and water bladders, which revealed big sweat stains on their shirts when they did. A small breeze flitted in the air. "Hey, that feels kind of nice." Jordan made her trademark, nearly indescribable grunt like she always did when old people talked to her. It was as if she had an IV drip made of an essence stolen from a combination of puberty and a tortured prisoner. She followed her friend's lead and got her hat, water, and rifle, catching up to him as he started north. "You want to talk to those people on the horses?" "Yeah," Morris said. "Let's find out why they're not taking Highway 56. Squad 3's patrol sector was based 3 miles south of the highway that led east toward Ensign and ultimately back to Dodge City. Though not clogged, it had a steady stream of those fleeing east on it at any given time. The flow slowed the dump trucks, fuel tankers, and occasional cement mixers whenever they tried to get to Highway 83 for their approach to their site on the trench. Though he hated small talk, Morris had found the conversations sometimes revealed useful nuggets. And something he had started piecing together in the last week or so was that more and more people were leaving the highway to travel the fields. It just wasn't safe to stay with the herd anymore. Fargo, Georgia. The 2 churches in Fargo had been blending their congregations over the previous several months. The Church of God was in town and slightly bigger than the one out on Edith Road, which was across the river a few hundred yards and right next to the railroad tracks. But the 300 city residents in a county that only had 6,000 were pragmatic. The members were still going to their respective churches for services and daily prayers, but the Edith Road members were also combining their outreach mission to feed the community with the church directly in town. The result was an above-average amount of interaction among all neighbors, regardless of race or culture. The evening was typical of Georgia in late May, hot and sticky. The food line was set up on a few tables immediately behind the main building on its north side and in the shade. The chapel wasn't much larger than the average home in the area, which, except for some mobile homes, were mostly in the 80 to 100-year-old range. The old detached garage had been converted into the Reverend's tiny dwelling, and the whole property was a half-acre lawn on the intersection of the local highway that led west and the appropriately named Church Street. In the grass, a rock fire ring had been built, large piles of donated firewood being not too far away. In addition to directly cooking stews and Dutch oven meals, there were racks of meat and fish suspended along the edge and long slivers of hog being smoked or salted for preservation. In the shade of a pecan tree was a drink stand where water from the river was cooled after being boiled earlier in the day. Being served was the water that had been sanitized the previous day. It had gone through the additional process of being turned into sun tea and allowed to cool and breathe. It was a 2-day process that kept the youth busy carrying large volumes of water and learning to be contributors. "Good evening, Mrs. Brown," Hope said, her toothy grin as vibrant as always. She ladled the elderly woman's bowl with chili and a piece of crust from the cornbread, all cooked over the fire as one dish in a Dutch oven. She had truly come to appreciate the small silver linings in the new dangerous world. More than once, she reminded herself of 4 years at college, not taking the time to truly know the many black people she met. Now her community was learning to accept cultural divides in the name of building trust in a suspicious era. "Evening, dear," the woman said. Hope had never asked, but she pegged Mrs. Brown and her husband to be in their late 70s or early 80s. She hoped she could be half as vigorous when she was that age. "'Twas a hot one today," the woman exclaimed, waving a folding fan from a time gone by to cool herself.
"As always, young lady," Henry Brown said from next to his wife. "Thanks so much for serving supper."
"You're always welcome, Mr. Brown," Hope said.
"How many times do I got to tell you? Call me Hank."
"Mr. Brown," Hope said, pointing toward the fire pit, "my daddy's right over there serving pork bellies. He'd whip my behind if he heard me use your first name." The couple both laughed and slowly moved down the line to get themselves some cheap silverware and a tattered washcloth to act as a napkin. The community had run out of disposable goods for dining weeks earlier, which had increased the need for both water and fire. Out of all the community, meeting the Browns had been the most enjoyable for Hope McDonald. They owned a small blueberry farm north of the church on Edith Road, across the train tracks. Over the weeks, she'd learned the couple had buried at least 2 of their children over the years. She knew the pair of adults following them were their daughter and son-in-law, followed by their grandchildren, though some of the grandchildren were from other offspring not present. The Southern tradition of gossip was still around, though many folks who used to judge such things now found themselves in similar blended family situations, including Hope. "Evening," Joyce Lewis said with a smile, though tired and less enthusiastic than her parents. She and her husband Trey, both solidly in middle age, had inherited the lion's share of work trying to bring in the blueberries. Some of their kids had come to the country with them from Atlanta, but it wasn't enough. Without a solar system and batteries to help pump water, they were being forced to write off several acres to nurture a couple of acres closest to the house. Trey handed a sack of potatoes and 2 jars of green beans to the Reverend's wife next to Hope. Behind him, his sons had more food to donate. Most of the community was eating at the church every evening, the buzz of conversation filling the background, sometimes with laughter, often with news of the war or relief efforts hitting Jacksonville's port with goods from Europe. There was no formal system for donated food or supplies. Some gave a bit daily. Others, like the Lewis and Brown family, occasionally brought larger volumes. A train horn filled the air to the east with 4 blasts, distant but approaching. So many people, mostly the older kids and younger adults, had taken to crossing the railroad trestle over the river that the Norfolk Southern Railway, which operated the line, had learned to go much slower hauling freight than they used to. It was a recurring theme near any town, brought on by the decrease in train traffic. A single line, it ran from the coast of Florida to Valdosta to the west before finding a switchyard for rearranging cars to new destinations. What used to be trains 4 or 5 times per day had become one every other day, traveling slowly so as not to kill people. Anything hauled was tied to war, whether military equipment returning from Germany or relief donations. Some items being hauled were simply less usable goods, like new import cars and trucks being cleared from Jacksonville to make room for things arriving. "Hi, y'all," Hope elated with a smile to the couple. "Bet y'all are used to that horn, huh?" "Not really," Joyce playfully complained. "I didn't even notice it as a child, but it scares the devil out of me ever since we moved back from Atlanta. How's the battle?" Joyce had heard of Hope's fight against postpartum blood pressure and eclampsia and donated some medication she'd brought with her when she fled the city. "Better every day." Hope ladled her friend just a bit heavier of a scoop, knowing how hard they were working, and also understanding that Joyce would nevertheless pass it off to her husband or children. "Y'all heard any news lately?" "Heard that the Wilkins place out past us got robbed by a gang in the middle of the night," Joyce said. "Heard the car truck coming and going both ways. Whoever they are, they be using gas like it's free." Hope's face crinkled with worry. "Really?" The decay of society in the cities reaching their small town was something that troubled her. Whether it was less than honorable locals or the scum that floated in to stay with families was of no accord. Violence was violence, and a threat was a threat. These types of stories were becoming frequent and were cause for concern. It made her miss and appreciate Brandon all the more, while also angering her. Her father had done his share of shotgun hunting, but he wasn't a hardened Marine like her husband. And of course there was her brother, just the right age to be a defensive asset, but more bound to befriend the types of people doing the robbing. "I wish people weren't so evil," she added with a hint of exasperation.
"People are just people,"
Trey chimed in as his wife moved over to the dull metal cutlery.
"We're all sinners. It's just that now folks are forced to trust the Lord more, and it scares the ones that didn't to begin with.
The sun lowered into another astounding evening, the sky above sliding towards shades of purple as the sunset radiated behind the trees to the west. Hope retrieved her children from their adopted grandparents, and then she and her family ate. Others volunteered to wash dishes, which were placed to dry in racks built out of PVC pipe along the back wall of the preacher's domicile. The quick walk back to their parents' house was only lengthened to 5 minutes by the stroll that allowed Sarah to practice toddling long distances, but it gave Hope and her older sister Stephanie a chance to gossip in peace. They were 4 steps behind their parents, who were monitoring Sarah and her cousins. Preteen Justin and 10-year-old Brittany adored their younger cousins and were pushing infant Thomas's stroller. "Did you hear about the home invaders?" Stephanie asked. Taller and with blonde hair that was lighter than Hope's, the divorcee was somewhat less religious and a bit feistier than her younger sister, whom she dubbed the Dainty One. "I heard they hit the Wilkins place," Hope exclaimed, "but I don't think I know them." Stephanie gave her a look. No. It was the McKendricks' farm, from what I heard." "I'm pretty sure I heard right," Hope said. "Maybe you're both right," Stephen said over his shoulder with his usual dad logic. The sisters looked at each other. "Can he hear us?" Stephanie mouthed with no sound. "I hear you gossiping back there," her father said, purely on a deduced guess by knowing his children well. The sisters began to giggle like they were teens again. The family moment came to a quick halt when Justin, who should have been finishing 6th grade that month, called out in excitement, "Hey, Uncle Junior!" Stephen and Muriel's shoulders went tense. They sped up a bit, and Muriel assumed pushing the stroller, at the pleading eyes from Brittany, who joined her brother on the run past the old majestic magnolias and oaks to get to the bee farm. Wee Sarah began to sprint, giggling to keep up. "Just what we need," Stephanie grumbled. "Be kind," Hope scolded. "I've been praying for him. You should too," Stephanie replied with flapping lips and a gust of breath. Soon the family was meeting their black sheep on the front lawn. He'd come off of the covered porch, which smelled of the cherry tobacco their father reserved for his weekly Sunday evening puff on his grandfather's pipe. "It's only Saturday," Stephen said calmly. His not-so-subtle dig was ignored by his son, as Junior insisted on hugging everyone. "I brought you guys something," he gloated, showing off the lidless, waxy cardboard box meant for produce. It had a dozen jars of canned vegetables in it. "Great," Muriel said. "We'll donate it to the church." Junior became a bit insulted. "No, Mom. I brought it for you all." "Let me see that," Stephen mumbled. He pulled up a jar of asparagus and looked it over before setting it back into the box. He walked up the old porch stairs that creaked like a wooden ship. Junior ignored his father. "It's for my nephews and nieces, Mama." Okay, Muriel gave in. "Bring it inside." Hope felt her sister groan through something akin to osmosis as she watched Stephanie's face go blank. "Steph," she warned with a murmur. Junior set the box on the porch. "Hey, Junior," Justin hollered from farther away, holding a football. "Want to play catch?" "In a bit, pal." He moved toward his sisters, receiving what he expected, a warm hug from Hope and a cold one from their oldest sibling. "Geez, Steph, at least try to pretend you like me," he half-joked. "I love you, Junior," she said with an air as flat as her facial expression. She left the "but I don't like you" part unspoken. She let go and walked toward the porch. "Hey, sis," Junior said to Hope. They got hit in the legs by a bouncing football as Justin had impatiently begun throwing passes to himself and missed catching one. "How's the big guy?" "He's as good as he can be," she said. "He can't say much in his letters because of security." "I pray he'll be okay," Junior said. He picked up the football and pumped it as he walked farther into the lawn. "Go long!" he yelled to the already running Justin. Grandma had already taken Sarah and Thomas inside the farmhouse. Hope saw the look on her sister's face while she folded up the stroller to take it up to the porch. Stephanie was holding one of the jars from the box. She looked angry as she showed Hope the bottom. There was a pre-printed price sticker with the canning date and the company logo for McKendrick Farms. Chapter 4. Over Africa. The space behind the cockpit on Stonewall had a short set of stairs that led down to the bulkhead, the landing, and the main stairs down to the cargo bay. Above and behind the egress were a pair of curtained bunks and a small lavatory. Each bunk also had a Lexan window that looked out on the bay. Lou scanned it, seeing they were running only on night lights to afford the men and women below swinging in hammocks at least some opportunity to sleep. He pressed the little button to illuminate his watch and saw it was nearly time for him and Cornetto to prepare for their shift. 15 minutes later, both men had woken themselves and handled the food, water, and waste necessities so they could relieve the other pilots. They had flown the C-17 across southern Europe, the Mediterranean Sea, Egypt, and Sudan, and were presently crossing Ethiopia. "Very well, Smythe. I think we're ready to assume command," Cornetto told the team. The pair of men provided a quick verbal report on position and the plane itself. They were in an older model without the extended fuel cells. The weight of the passengers, payload, and equipment had put them nearly 1,000 miles beyond their maximum range. The co-pilot unbuckled his harness and slid out of his place. Cornetto was about to take the seat. I got this, Commander," Lou said. "Sir? I thought I was the co-pilot." "I haven't done a refueling in years," Lou said, "and this isn't the mission to dust off the skill, even with the simulator time back in England. Don't worry, I'll take the left seat on the next leg." "Roger, Colonel." The polite Englishman waved a palm for Lou to take the empty seat. Once he'd strapped himself in and scanned the several displays, Wing Commander Hugh Greenbaum began to relieve his other subordinate. The men parked themselves in the 2 seats behind the pilots for a couple of minutes. Once everything was transitioned, they moved aft and quietly prepared themselves to sleep for the rest of the trip. Several minutes later, Lou was recalculating the waypoint on the map on his leg, which was clipped to a board strapped to his thigh. Every piece of radio and navigation gear had been taken offline at the breaker switches. They were doing it the old way. The mission was too critical to take the chance of an operating satellite pinging them. It would allow the hackers in mainland China to take control and crash them, as had happened to a large percentage of America's newer craft. As one of the few NATO nations trying to honor the mutual response commitment to the United States, the RAF aircraft might very well have caught the attention of Chinese spies when it took off with all identifying marks painted over. Flying over the darkness of North Africa gave them only a few opportunities to check their math. They weren't just flying by compass, they were flying by stopwatch too. The E-tablets in a small stand by each pilot had had their Wi-Fi and Bluetooth transmitters completely removed. The pilots were using the built-in timers and calculators as a backup to their stopwatches and compasses. After a few minutes working by red lantern, Lou finally confirmed the estimation turned over by Smythe. He clicked off his lamp and looked out, catching the city lights of Djibouti off Cornetto's left. "The math all jives," Lou said. "In 4 minutes, turn left to bearing 102. 102, Cornetto repeated. "Here's to hoping the petrol station is open." "They'll be there," Lou said with reassurance. "Lord, you wouldn't bring me through all of it just to die in the ocean, right?" 78 minutes later, and under the light of a brilliant purple eastern sky, Stonewall silently met at the correct station with a circling American KC-135 Stratotanker. The Globemaster was capable of landing with a nearly full load of fuel, so they topped off since there were still 5 hours to fly. Lou watched his partner carefully, helping him adjust trim and power as needed. Once the refueling was done, they picked back up to their cruising speed. Stonewall slowly left the tanker behind, while also forcing Lou to calculate what they'd traveled while at refueling speed. He provided one last course correction to Cornetto. "The sky is magnificent," Cornetto said. "And the Indian Ocean looks like smooth glass," Lou added. "What a gorgeous sky." "Buy you a beer on the beach, Lou.
but watch out for the coconut crabs. They'll take your hand off in a jiff.
Minus a freak event like a wing falling off, the rest of the journey was supposed to be uneventful. There was one piece of tech that could still transmit. It was another CIA tool of the trade. All large aircraft had what was called a transponder, which was a gizmo that could tell air traffic controllers what craft they were seeing on radar by its flight number and type of plane. Their device would allow them to mimic up to 6 different civilian models of aircraft. About an hour out from their island terminus, they would turn on a signal for a Sri Lankan 707.
"I could use a beer," Lou said, "or 5. Next stop, Diego Garcia."
Miami, Texas. Shortly after dawn, Karen Kirkland and Ryan Hoochmeyer approached the tiny town of Miami on Highway 60, squinting as they walked into the rising sun. As much as she lobbied for them and Granger to all go together, he won out with brute stubbornness, together with the logic of his reasoning. Where the idea of them never seeing each other again filled her gut with virtual nerves, for him it was the idea of having no surprise element, no ace in the hole. He had experience. He had a sniper rifle and the knowledge to use it, and they would otherwise need to hide Petunia and their weapons. Ultimately, he'd had to put his foot down, and it was his insistence on staying hidden that filled Karen's mind as Hooch demonstrated his talent for rambling. "Phew-wee," the tall, lanky man said, trying to hide his nerves as they approached the town. A utility vehicle and 2 soldiers from the Mexican army were waiting for their arrival with suspicious glares. Hooch's Georgia drawl was something she had gotten used to over the previous months. His chatter was not. "I'm going to be glad to get a shower one of these days. My pits smell like a Dutch cheese cellar. Did you ever hear the one about the preacher, the taxidermist, and the tick hound? See, the preacher—" "Hooch," Karen said, seeing the guards move off of their jeep and into the center of the road. "Shh." Karen liked Hooch well enough, and Granger vouched that he would be all in if their lives were on the line. She was just learning that people who deal with stress by running their mouths could distract themselves right into the last minute of their lives if they weren't careful. He wasn't wrong about one thing, though. Ripe was way too soft a word to describe how the 2 men smelled to her. She scanned the town. People were milling about, mostly invading soldiers, though more than a couple of Americans. Most were on foot. A couple were on bicycles. Near the enemy vehicle was a propped sign with several warnings, the most prominent of which stated that they would be searched for weapons. "Papers," one soldier demanded, direct but not yelling. Karen and Hooch traded looks. We don't have any," she said quietly. "Where did you come from?" the soldier asked, casting a wary expression. "Our home," she said. "We ran out of food." "Look," Hooch said, his nerves getting the best of him. "We've been walking for days, dude. Can we—" The other soldier cut him off. "Arms up," he said, demonstrating for them to put their arms straight out at shoulder height. They did as they were told, and he proceeded to pat them down thoroughly, even in the crotch. "Purses," he said next. They deduced they were to take off their backpacks. "On ground," he said, his English not quite as good as the sergeant's. They set the bags down, secretly glad they followed Granger's advice to leave anything that wasn't food, water, or clothing back with him. "Especially your driver's licenses," he explained. "They may have us on a list." The water bottles were nearly empty. The food was the last of a few protein bars and bags of almonds. After dumping the contents and searching the bags, the soldier nodded to his NCO. "Take your stuff and follow the red paint," the leader said. After packing up the meager items, they walked past the soldiers, who went back to sitting in their truck. On the asphalt next to the center stripe were 2 obvious paint circles about a foot wide, one red and one blue. They repeated every 30 feet or so, with the blue eventually leading off the main road and toward 2 churches. The red continued and then angled toward a pair of Miami's buildings, the volunteer fire station and the county road detachment office, which was where a giant paint arrow was pointing. "Office of Civilian Grievance and Resolution," another sign said near the front door. It had a bullet list of services, the very first of which was travel documents. There were comings and goings by soldiers and civilians alike, most of whom wore dazed or angry looks on their faces. "When we get prodded," Karen whispered, "you keep 'em talking while I survey the situation." "Okay." They went inside, making a small bell tinkle as if they'd just gone inside a convenience mart. Nearly everybody in the sparse prairie town and surrounding area had already been catalogued. They caught the soldiers running the small open checkpoint off guard as they played a Spanish-language version of a soccer video game. The senior soldier barked at whoever the junior one was. A young man who didn't even look old enough to shave hopped up, an irritated look washing his face. "Papeles," he demanded in Spanish. "We don't have any," Karen said. The young man switched to passable English. "Give me your identification." "We don't have that either," she said. The soldier huffed and reached under the counter. He handed a piece of paper to Karen. She bumped Hooch's foot with hers as she reached for it. "Hey," Hooch said, friendly but loud. It made the senior NCO trying to enjoy his coffee across the room look up, equally as irritated as the young one. Hooch pointed at the big screen TV. "Y'all ever try the game Nipple Flicker?" The young soldier was reaching for some more papers and pens and looked at Hooch, still peeved about the morning interruption. "Huh?" While Hooch made up something mildly distracting, Karen scanned the document for the big words. "Oh, crap," she thought, quickly deducing they would be sent to Amarillo for identification. The little bell tinkled behind them. "Jessica!" an old man practically yelled. "Oh, my word! Is it finally you? William! Praise God! I finally found you!" With a surprised look, Karen turned in time to see a short, frail man of perhaps 70 shuffling toward her with open arms. I'm not..." The man grabbed the taller woman in a tight hug, crying in what should have been an Oscar-winning performance. Karen shut up, stunned, and felt the man let go with his left hand and pull an equally stunned Hooch into the group hug. Hooch responded first. "Praise the Lord!" He yelled and started bawling, worse than he did the first time he'd gotten to fourth base with a girl, which is what they called a home run in his hometown. Karen caught on. "You are related to these people?" the soldier asked in disbelief. The old man broke the facade and set his travel papers on the counter. "Yes," he proclaimed in jubilation. "I'm a local. I will sponsor them." The senior soldier walked over, still holding a coffee mug and scratching the salt and pepper stubble on his chin. He took the old man's papers and looked them over, then said something in Spanish before handing them back and returning to his seat. The young soldier logged the event, including the data from the old man's papers. "You should go." The short old-timer grabbed his documents and kept up the show of a tearful reunion all the way to the road before he finally let them go. "Keep following," he said with a low-volume drawl. "Nipple Flicker?" Karen grilled Hooch with a whisper. "Hey, I don't know jack about video games. It was the first thing I thought of." Near Prineville, Oregon. Nick Williams stood on the second-floor landing inside the gigantic warehouse. It was a set of metal stairs outside a building inside the much larger building, the inner a variety of offices, break rooms, and supply rooms. The larger facility was one of two that used to operate as a distribution center for the nation's second-largest independent tire manufacturer, a company that sold over $1 billion in goods per year. And it wasn't even the most impressive employer in the small city of just over 10,000. Located in nearly the exact center of the state, Prineville was on a high prairie surrounded by 4 different national forests. It had attracted a brand new Facebook data center, which in turn attracted a competing Apple data center. And while the latter had built themselves to be as green as possible, the former had built its coal power plant for its enormous electrical needs. Between the two, the community had access to power from carbon, solar, and hydro sources. Prineville was one of the few cities in the western United States to weather the invasion and restore a massive independent power system that had not been corrupted by Chinese hackers. Nick's Patriot Training Network had reached into the community, finding some veterans and hunters, but many more electrical and mechanical engineers. They kept the lights off at night, of course, but Prineville had turned into a hub for most of eastern Oregon. It had a functioning hospital, thousands of trucks, and millions of tires. Some were new, others were headed toward the retread factory, but all had value. The data centers had been gutted of servers, and hundreds of rows of raised vegetable beds had been built in the massive rooms under the LED lights. All roads leading up to the city were filled with dozens of tire stacks, forcing any vehicle to slowly navigate them or head into the fields. The fields themselves had long walls of tires laid out, which were backed by mounds of dirt. Nothing short of a tank was getting into Prineville without permission. Some of the tire center's semi-trucks had set themselves on a weekly route to the Calumet refinery in Great Falls, Montana. Prineville traded tires, circuit cards filled with precious metals, and copper wiring for fossil fuels and additional ammunition. Add to that the supplies the military was sending, and the city wasn't just surviving, it was thriving. 2 days after Lou Caldwell dropped Nick off at a small private airport, the city received a modest airdrop. The city had the supplies to train and feed some of the locals for guerrilla operations. The military had a promise to send more stuff a few times per month. It had a small number of military-grade weapons like automatic rifles, grenades, C4 explosives, and belt-fed machine guns, and most importantly, it had manuals for improvising weapons out of common civilian items. Nick observed close to 4 dozen men and women milling about the warehouse, some being the very employees who used to earn a good living working there. They were assembling in their teams, a few of which had already traveled west, back to observe and heckle Chinese troop movements. Many had been overlander hobbyists, with SUVs and trucks customized for traveling hundreds of backcountry roads, carrying the parts and tools to get unstuck or even fix themselves. Driving on well-known off-road trails was the slower, safer way to travel. The Chinese drones had largely disappeared in the previous months, their jets and helicopters being the only ones still in the air. The overland routes had been given entirely new names based on the names of famous people. The purpose was to prevent the enemy from simply reading a map and figuring it out should someone say the wrong thing on a radio. "Listen up," he yelled over the buzz of conversations. Most of the volunteer soldiers had been replenishing their rucks and topping off magazines and grenade pouches. A few had been building what Nick dubbed decoy kits, goods that looked good enough to stop for if one was being chased. Broken rifles, missing parts, and empty cans that looked like food just might save a life from an angry mob running after a truck. Runners on horseback had gone out the evening before, spreading the word that anyone who had already made it through militia camp by passing Nick's final 2-day trial was to report equipped by 0800 the next morning. Out of 46 people, he had 9 veterans, though only 3 others had served in traditional combat roles. He didn't want to deplete the teams of that experience, but there was one whom he needed for his specific training. He opted to handpick people from each group for their experience and attributes rather than just pick 1 or 2 teams that had started working together in the previous weeks. Using last names, Nick yelled out a list of 9 people. "All of you, assemble up here with me. The remaining team leaders stay behind for further instruction. Everyone else, go home and stay safe." He turned and opened the door, walking into an old manager's office. The cubicles had been broken down and desks were pushed together in the center of the room. Computers were replaced with maps. On the wall was a dry erase board capturing the team names and their areas of operation using a code of NFL football team standings. He sat down in a shabby rolling office chair and listened to the shuffling of boots and wisps of clothing moving as the room filled. Nobody was making small talk. They settled into their worn-out office chairs, with a couple choosing to lean against the far wall. Nick said nothing after everyone had settled, taking it in as he made eye contact with each one of them. It reminded him all too much of a fateful pre-mission build-up before heading into battle against a cartel horde in Seattle just 7 or 8 months earlier. There were 2 women and 7 men other than Nick, one of whom was naturalized as an American only 3 years earlier. Nick cleared his throat and took a sip of cold coffee from a plain white mug. "We've been given a specific target," Nick said, continuing to look around the room. "I'll be restructuring everyone else into 2 larger teams and giving them assignments farther north, which will hopefully keep the Charlie's attention elsewhere. We leave at noon, taking the highway southwest and then diverting onto Frank Sinatra for most of the way. The target is the train switchyard in Chemult.
so we have to break onto some of the old forestry roads for the last 20 or 30 miles. We'll be taking the high ground to the east of town for some recon. Harlan, Nozzle, how long do you think that trip will take?" Both men were in the ballpark of 40 and owned a good overland rig, which was why Nick had picked them. "Was that about 100 miles in the old days?" Harlan Schulte asked. He looked up and scrunched his crow's feet in thought. "Going slow and maybe needing to clear a few trees from the unused forest roads, probably about 8 hours. Nazario Nozzle Escalante spoke next, his Mexican accent standing out in the crowd. He'd proven his merit many times, always conscious that the country of his birth was allied to the invading Chinese army. "Seems about right." "And could the 10 of us with all of our equipment make it there in 2 rigs?" Nick asked the men next. "It would be cramped," Nas said. His Toyota Tundra had a crew cab, but instead of a camper over the bed, it had a metal rack that served as an organizer. It held jugs of gas, traction boards, shovels, ropes, and tackle, but it also took volume from the short bed. Harlan's Jeep Gladiator was similarly outfitted in the back of the hold, which meant bringing weapons, packs, food, and ammo was always tight. "Yeah," Harlan agreed, "especially if we're bringing explosives to destroy a train station." Nick nodded in thought. "I bet we could borrow a rig." "Do we have any intel?" Burt Riley asked, groaning as he stood. "I'm assuming I'm picked because I was a 12 Bravo." The veteran served 4 years as a combat engineer nearly 3 decades earlier. His job entailed everything from clearing obstacles for the infantry to building fighting positions. In essence, his job was to keep the enemy out and facilitate friendly troop movement. "Pictures of the buildings?" The cyber war had taken the internet completely offline, but it wasn't the only way to get pictures. Nick opened the envelope he had received the afternoon before. "We need to burn this before we leave. Most of this pertains to the why of the operation. Loaded trains and such. Last night I had the ham operators in town reach out. Someone out there was able to cough up some personal photos of the town and email them digitally over the radio." "Wait," Gina Glenn interjected. The 44-year-old retired city engineer from Eugene was the physically slowest member of the new unit, but she was also one of the sharpest critical thinkers Nick had ever met. "Won't the enemy radio guys know we're looking at that now?" "That's what I thought, too," Nick said. "Elmer explained that the ham networks have been emailing hundreds of thousands of photos nonstop, day and night, for months. Every sports arena, bridge, politician, dam, power station, train or bus depot, bird, animal, skyscraper, vehicle, pictures of people's lunches." He sighed from running out of breath. "They have extravagantly long file names arranged in a way that makes it easy for our guys to pick out the ones they want without needing to open all of them. But it is time-sucking and uses a ton of electricity for the other side to look at them, which they have to do manually because their AI has to scan the actual photo for hidden data, not ascertain why it is a tactically useful picture to us. And then there are so many random pictures, we could be talking about anything." "Thank God for nerds," Quinn Hicks mumbled. Not yet 30, he was the youngest person on the hand-picked team, but he'd been outdoors nearly every day of his life, guiding others on eastern Oregon hunting and fishing expeditions. He'd amassed the skills to move undetected in the woods and built the muscles and lung capacity to climb mountains while doing it. Quinn had been one of the students with the most aptitude for guerrilla training. Nick expected to split the team at some point, and when he did, Quinn would be second in command. The other youngster on the team, Drake Lee, spoke next. "What's so important about some rail lines in South Central Oregon?" "Stopping the flow of goods," Nick said. He went into greater detail on China's plans to repair the ports and highways in western Washington and how that would probably end the entire war in their favor. The team continued to ask questions and scan the crude photos, none of which showed the troops or their setup for guarding the place. After a half hour or so, the questions trickled down to his own. "Final questions or ideas?" 2 hands shut up. "Well, if we can take an extra truck or 2, Gina said, "then I have an idea to pursue." She pointed over her shoulder toward the main warehouse. "We'll need as many of those tires as we can bring." "All right," Nick responded, his curiosity piqued. Drake? He said next. He'd chosen him because he remembered something about him going to architectural school at Washington State University a dozen years back before his father's stroke forced him back to the family homestead. What are we going to do if there's too many of them to fight?
Chapter 5. Ensign, Kansas. The sun-baked school bus moved the few blocks from the thin prairie highway to where the temporary camp was set up. Minutes earlier, it had ferried soldiers, equipment operators, engineers, and militia out to the trench for the night duty. Now Morris and the rest of Squad 3 would be getting the 24-hour break that rolled around once every 4 days. The trench was creeping north. He guessed that by the time the next day off rolled around, the base camp might be in Cimarron. It wouldn't be too soon. The front line was a mere 119 miles west. The retreat would be coming across the temp bridges while dirt was still in place in some spots. Morris and the rest, Jordan, Mason, Ada, Edgar Geiss, and Woody Cooper, stood up from their seats and joined the throng. It was always hot and crowded, every window lowered as far as it would go. A buzzer up front sounded like an angry hornet as the rear safety hatch was opened for people to pile out. Patrol bags were tossed and rifles were handed down. The 3 Chinook squads contained 19 people from or somehow connected to Neosho County, where Morris and his family had moved to stay with his aunt months earlier. "Hey," Morris said in a quiet tone to his twin. Marvin was one of only 2 veterans in the Chinook squads. A former supply soldier, he was still more qualified than most to act as a squad leader. "I wrote a letter to Ma today," Marvin said. "Jot something down, and I'll mail it with mine tomorrow." Like any other theater of war, the post was being controlled by the Army, or in this case, the Kansas State Guard. Mail was free, but it was scrutinized for sensitive information and forwarded by others as part of daily communications. The men set their gear down outside a large green tent where it became part of the smelly, dusty mass of dozens of other kits. There were 6 of the GI-GP tents set up on a tiny block with no houses in the small neighborhood. Ensign was on the south side of Highway 56 and had a church, a post office turned command post, and about 20 homes. It was surrounded by fields in every direction. One of the general-purpose tents had propane-heated showers. 1 served meals prepared and served by minimum security prisoners, and 3 had rows of cots in them. The last one acted as a covered storage area for larger bags and trunks that weren't practical out near the trench. They headed for the mess tent. "Nah," Morris shook his head. "What you mean, nah?" Marvin chided. "Bro, you got no idea how important mail is." Though not a combat veteran, he had been stationed in South Korea for most of his stint. "Especially to moms." Marvin led his brother through the tent opening. It was eerily quiet, minus a few specific noises. There was the shuffling of boots and the sound of metal utensils scraping plastic trays. But a shortwave radio filled the air with static and talking. The few in the room already eating who had tried to strike up conversations were being shushed faster than lightning. Somebody had strung up a piece of speaker wire from one tent to the next, which acted as a decent antenna for the receiver. "And from the temporary capital in the Ozarks, the remaining members of Congress and the Supreme Court have finally sworn in the Speaker of the House as president. As the first and only Libertarian president, Jeremiah Allen didn't have the support he needed to withstand the recall effort made popular by both ends of the political spectrum, who objected to his use of martial law and curfews in the East Coast states. With the death of the vice president 6 weeks ago, I guess it's a good thing that Representative Sally Measure of Pennsylvania was home during the attack on Washington. President Measure has promised to fully end the martial law and cede to a proper election cycle as soon as the war is over." Morris shook his head in disgust as he grabbed a tray. "They oust the outsider for abusing power and then keep the same powers intact." Eventually, the Dugan twins found seats and dined on spaghetti for the 4th time in 13 days. The Radio Free Midwest report gave nothing about the Chinese gains for the day, as was expected. It did report extensively on violence in Chicago, Philadelphia, and Raleigh. Those cities, like others, had become rabid in the wake of the invasion, and it was getting worse every day. Few people had cell signals, internet, or power. Relief food and fuel from Europe were disappearing into the world within hours of the ships tying to the piers. Morris and Marvin ate quietly but quickly, not needing to sit in the gloom for nearly as long as some people liked to do. They bumped into Jordan heading from the shower tent back to their cot tent in her only other set of clothes, looking clean and crisp. "Yo," Morris said uncharacteristically loud. "How'd your other set of clothes get so fresh?" "I told you last time we were here," she said with a smile while she pointed. Every 3 days, Morris got to see nice Jordan come out when they were both around his brother, who, despite being a twin, appeared to be the good-looking one. "That house right there across Sheridan Street with all the firewood has a nice old lady who's washing stuff for us. She has some sort of fancy generator that runs on charcoal." "Why didn't you say anything, bro?" Marvin teased before winking at Jordan and walking into the next tent. Morris shook it off with an annoyed smirk and a semi-cold stare at the back of his sibling's head. They followed Marvin into the tent where Ada and her sometimes boyfriend Edgar were arguing in front of everyone. He clenched his teeth, sat on a cot, and went through the tiring process of taking off his field boots. Then he saw Bea rifling through her duffel bag and remembered he hadn't fetched his out of the storage tent. With a heavy sigh, he pulled the boots back on and stood on tired legs. With loose laces flopping around his feet as he walked, he headed back out, wondering why he'd volunteered for the monotonous, frustrating duty as a squad leader. "At least I don't have to listen to the two of them gripe for a couple of minutes." Diego Garcia Atoll, British Indian Ocean Territory. Lou found Hugh Greenbaum in the last place he expected to find him, walking out of the obscure cinder block building that was painted tan and had a nearly flat roof, just like most of the structures on the island's downtown area. "Welcome," the sign above the double glass doors said in big serif letters. "Chapel in the Palms." He stopped at the T intersection of the concrete walk and the longer roadside walk he was occupying. "I looked around for you," Lou said, watching his co-pilot put on his hat as he took the short stroll toward him. "Figured you were already there." He glanced at the small all-denomination religious facility. "Just trying to have a little time to reflect on home," Cornetto said. He wore worry on his face like a rain-soaked blanket. "I'm the last one to judge, Commander," Lou said. "I went on a roller coaster ride of doubt and discovery in the year leading up to all this." As far as he could tell, none of them knew he'd been grounded for depression and drinking. "Find any answers?" Cornetto asked. The men were walking toward the bus stop at the intersection, knowing they wouldn't have to wait long. Most of the day, the base had 4 buses making a half-hour loop in even splits. They stopped in the shade of a coconut tree, standing apart from a few civilians and Navy sailors also waiting. Lou immediately thought back to the moment a stranger was killed trying to protect him from an angry and violent person while he was drunk in a laundromat. "Maybe, but my answers will not be your answers." The squeak of bus brakes hit them as they stopped and turned from the area near the ship's store. "Probably," he gave a small smile. "But too many good people have entered my life at just the right time for it to be a coincidence." The Brit smiled back politely for a quick moment. The pair boarded the bus with the small group and found Honker and their MI6 reps already on board. CIA must already be there, Lou thought as they took a bench on the right side. As they sat, someone bumped Lou when they passed him. Cornetto never saw the man pass Lou a note, which he shoved into his pocket. Diego Garcia was years into the process of no longer being British territory. The United Kingdom had ceded the archipelago to the small nation of Mauritius. It was building settlements on the other 6 islands in the chain. The native Chagosians had been expelled decades earlier by the UK and US governments, simply for the near-perfect tactical and strategic placement of Diego Garcia. However, the military base would remain active and unavailable to their descendants for most of another century. The beautiful atoll bore many nicknames. The most common was the Footprint of Freedom, for its unique shape. Long, mostly skinny, and shaped like a horseshoe, it was filled with a large natural lagoon filled with sea life. It loosely resembled the outline of a right foot, its bunion area at the base of the big toe becoming wide enough for the life-supporting facilities. The area had enough two-story barracks to house a few thousand military and civilian employees, with stores, restaurants, clubs, even a small bowling alley. 14 miles long, it was also called the Unsinkable Aircraft Carrier. The base served many important roles, such as being home to an advanced radar system, a space monitoring detachment, and a supply and weapon replenishment operation that served submarines and surface warships. But its largest and most important asset was related to its runway. At 12,000 feet long, the runway was capable of launching the heaviest, fully laden bombers in the world. It, along with hangars, a fuel farm, and munitions bunkers, squeezed in perfectly between the lagoon and the Indian Ocean to the west at the only other wide area of the island. About halfway between downtown and the airport was the sole naval support facility, which was where Stonewall's crew was headed. 2 of America's original 4 SSGNs were moored at the long concrete facility. The predecessors to the USS James L. Honeycutt in the early part of the century, the oldest of the Ohio-class ballistic missile submarines, were converted to instead carry up to 154 Tomahawk cruise missiles and 8 8-man SEAL teams. As far as Lou knew, they were the only 2 left, both home-ported on the East Coast and not lost in the deadly battles with the Chinese Armada. Lou didn't consider crossing over the USS Georgia and climbing down into the USS Florida as being a violation of his self-pact to never be on a submarine again. In his head, he added a little asterisk to that promise, since it was simply a meeting and not going out to sea in the middle coffin. He noticed that each sub had a small garage structure called a dry deck shelter installed over the first missile tube. He knew the divers used them to house a mini-sub for secretly inserting somewhere for a mission. He smelled the unique submarine odor that permeated every pore of every item, a byproduct of the air-generating and scrubbing systems. Only 5'10" on a great day, he crouched his neck a bit anyway, having learned on his transatlantic journey that simply going up or down the steep ladders or rounding a corner presented some sort of head knocker at every turn. The group was escorted into the main mess deck, followed by the closing of the narrow door into it to keep the ship's crew from inadvertently wandering in. Attending the meeting were his team, the senior leadership of both submarines, and the senior members of 2 SEAL platoons. CIA agent Letty Manson moved quietly around the room, placing one of the many sealed packets she had carried across the Atlantic on a different sub in front of each man or woman. Operation Lex Talionis, Lou read. Letty addressed the submarine crews and SEAL leaders first. The 4 officers represented a total of 32 special warfare operators, 1 platoon assigned to each sub. You all have been handed 2 packets. Do not open the one marked parameters until you're at sea. It will give you your specific orders and targets. Everyone may now open the outer sleeve and pull out the mission packet. The small space was filled with the noise of people tearing open large envelopes which were simply marked Top Secret. Folders with additional markings were removed. Everyone went quiet as they scanned the orders. One of the MI6 agents politely raised his hand a few inches. We'll need a little time to make some adjustments to the balloon. You have time. Stonewall's crew will offload it here, along with a special package. You'll be given a hangar. The Delta Ranger security team will be augmented by the island's Marines. We're leaving today? One of the submarine captains asked. As soon as both subs have a full load of Tomahawks. It will take you a few days to get on station, Commander, Letty said. She changed her focus to Lou and Cornetto. And we need to hop over to Australia to brief one more crew. Fargo, Georgia. The afternoon brought with it a reprieve in the weather, cooler with scattered drizzle. Needing a break from the kids, Hope and Stephanie talked their parents into babysitting so that they could take a longer stroll. The Edith Road Church east of town had a swap meet every Monday, and the sisters wanted to look for anything of value, from batteries to toilet paper. Every building for miles used gravity septic systems, but using anything non-flushable for the sit-down business would wreck the system. When their father regaled them with tales of how his grandfather had grown up using an outhouse, they took that as a hint to find some necessities. They used corn cobs and crinkled Sears catalogs for TP in those days, he told them. But like Sears, catalogs were mostly a product of a bygone time. Let's take the trestle, Stephanie suggested. Both ladies were carrying bags with honey. Some of the jars had been transferred to plastic soda bottles simply for protection from dropping them. It'll be shorter to carry this stuff. You're insane, Hope said. What would you say if your kids suggested that? They ain't here, the older woman said. Why do you think I suggested it? Hope sighed, knowing that this was one of the votes with which the older sister card would get played. The day before, they had talked about the meaning of Junior's gift to the family until they were both blue in the face. Stephanie was sure their father had seen the sticker too, but didn't bring the topic up to him. They concluded that if Muriel had seen it, she might have given her baby boy the benefit of the doubt and assumed it had been acquired in a legit trade of some sort. They avoided their brother as a topic on their walk, until they passed the Dollar General a couple of 100 yards past their church. The building had been boarded up weeks earlier when the goods of any practical value were long gone. The plywood that had been carefully screwed over the windows and door had been somehow ripped off. Fractured laminate wood pieces showed jagged, splintered edges where the screws stayed in the lumber directly mounted to the brick wall. Most of the sheets were left lying on the sidewalk and gutter, with windows broken out. Hope looked in the dark shadows. It looks empty. Who are the owners? Stephanie asked. You're a lot more plugged into this town than I am. I think. Hope looked across the street and down a bit. Yeah, the Gardners, right there. She pointed. A family was busy packing their truck, apparently still possessing enough fuel to flee for some other relative's house. They saw the sisters stopped in front of their store, but were in no mood to have a friendly chat. This must have just happened, Stephanie said. $1 gazillion says Junior was involved. Another 100 feet down, and they turned left at the intersection of two country highways, each in opposing cardinal directions. They headed north just another 100 feet and turned at the railroad tracks, which cut southeast toward the Sewanee River. Though they would only be over the water for a minute, they would be on the tracks for about 5 due to forest on both banks. Look, Stephanie said when she stopped directly over the middle of the river. The body curved like a brown-blue snake winding through the lush green, so they could only see about 50 yards in each direction. People were float tube fishing. I always wanted to do that. I bet Justin would love it. Don't let me forget to ask around at the swap meet. Someone may be willing to run home for one. Suddenly, Hope made the most unladylike sound she'd created in probably years. The gross sound of hawking and snorting of a big spit loogie broke the pristine sound. She spat a huge, sloppy plug of saliva off the edge of the train passage into the water 20 feet below. Stephanie whipped her head and stared at Hope in disgust. Oh, my God. Hope lost it, nearly doubling over in goofy chortling. You should have seen your face. She belly laughed at her sister. I haven't done that since we were kids. That's not very graceful, Miss Dainty One. The sound of a train horn pierced the air from a few miles away. Stephanie started walking. Think you can compose yourself long enough to not die? Hope continued to laugh as they expedited their trek through the east side forest. Stephanie had them speed walking so that they could make it to the church road crossing without having to go through the trees and into one of the Browns' untended blueberry fields. They couldn't quite get to the church on the right when the headlight of the train appeared around the curve less than a mile to the southeast. It started another long, dramatic blast of its horn. We're not going to make it, Stephanie said. The more open and logical choice was to head left. She led her sister down the rocky slope to some trees and followed the line out of the forest and field to a stretch of grass between the tracks and a small dirt road with a few mobile homes on it. Before they could finish walking to Church Road, the train came rumbling by at about 15 miles per hour. 3 engines, Hope said. It'll be a long one. The engines had already passed by the time they got to the road, the orange and white striped arms still pointing toward the gray sky. They stood and watched the cars going by. Some had tanks or other military pieces. Some were the long slitted kinds that held cars and trucks. Yet others held hazardous materials or just standard goods. The clacking of steel wheels against hard rails was suddenly overridden by the sound of a shotgun blast to the north. The ladies hunched as they spun to look. It wasn't loud, but Hope immediately grew concerned. She knew from many conversations that the Brown-Lewis extended family lived on the far end of the blueberry fields past the nearby houses. Are y'all okay? A black man yelled over the repetitive rattle of train wheels. Yeah, Hope yelled. She had met him once or twice at church dinners, but couldn't recall his name. To her sister, she said, "We should go check on the Browns." "Follow me," Stephanie said with the calm of a seasoned parent. She hustled toward the man, who had left his raised beds to step into the house for a split second. He came back out with a shotgun pointed at the ground. "Can we set these down by your porch?" she asked. "We want to go check on the Browns," Hope added. "Suit yourself." The man was about 60 and walked toward the end of his dirt driveway to the 2-lane road. He had concern written on his face and moved as fast as his worn knees would allow. The sisters set their bags down and started jogging, catching up to and passing the gentleman. As the rhythmic train wheels grew more distant, he called out, "Be careful, ladies. Y'all should wait on me." They were still about 200 yards away from the driveway down to the farmhouse, but could see the tops of 2 SUVs screaming toward the road. They slowed and turned right, but within moments the lead car stopped. "Uh-oh," Hope said, huffing from the jog. Her sister caught up to her a second later. "This can't be good," Stephanie said. The man from behind was angrily mumbling something when he walked by the women. He raised the shotgun and pointed it at the car, still too far away for a meaningful shot. "You punks gonna get what you deserve," he hollered. The lead vehicle started gunning the engine. Loud music with a heavy bass beat began to shake its windows. The brakes released and it shot forward. A rifle barrel shot out of the right passenger seat. "Duck!" Stephanie called out in a panic. She and Hope both stumbled into the small rain runoff along the edge of the road, winding up in the grass stretched between it and the farm's fence. They watched in amazed horror as the spry old man hopped out of the way at the last second. Both vehicles shot past him, then the ladies. He got back onto his knees to shoot at them as they sped toward the train, but stopped himself before he swept Hope and Stephanie with his barrel. The cars screeched to another halt about 100 yards away. "Did you see who was in that car?" Hope screamed. "Kids," Stephanie said. "Mixed races. Looked like a bunch of snot-nosed brats." Hope was in shock. The man had pulled himself off the shoulder of the road and was wheezing as he tried to run past the girls back toward the cars and his home. With the end of the train slowly progressing toward the crossing, all the cars needed to do was wait. But the old man had a different idea. He stopped and raised his shotgun again. "Wait!" Hope screamed. "My baby brother is in there." She started to cry from stress. "What?" Stephanie bellowed with disbelief. The old man lowered his shotgun. A young man opened the rear passenger door of the lead SUV and stepped out. White, he was dressed more like a youth from the city than a local. He took off the flat-billed hat that he was wearing backwards for a moment, the sun radiating an evil sneer. His top hair was long, but the sides were shaved. He wiped his hair back to tidy it before placing the hat back on. He pointed at the old man with a finger as if it were a pistol, and dropped his thumb as if it were the pistol's hammer. He shook his head a couple of times while the sneer turned into a villainous grin. Then he got back into the rig. They zipped down the road and passed over the tracks a mere moment after the caboose crossed by. Chapter 6. West of Miami, Texas. Granger had spent 21 hours beating himself up mentally for allowing Karen and Hooch to head into town. The sun had driven him into the subtle shade of a mesquite tree under a low-angle shelter he made with his camo poncho, which he threw dirt onto so it would blend in. Low on water, he took everything off Petunia and sent her north through the short washes and dells toward a desert homestead he had spotted with his rifle scope. The one thing that had kept him calm and from overreacting was using the scope to witness his friends follow an old man home voluntarily. Assuming they would wait until well after dark to return, he rested as best he could, which wasn't but a wink once he learned the scorpions had discovered his man-made shade. He spent the entire night back up on the hill on his sniper pad, plotting out his next move if they didn't return by sunrise. The eastern sky was changing from navy blue to royal blue when he spotted them, with Hooch carrying a 5-gallon bucket labeled flour. He suggested they head north and share their story on the walk, hoping he would find Petunia being watered and sheltered as opposed to providing protein for a starving family. But since they had her tack and the supplies she'd been carrying, he improvised a system to stack the stuff they couldn't carry on his sniper mat, which had a drag handle installed to double as a folding gurney. "I bet you have 1,000 questions," Karen said once they were on their way.
1,001,
Granger grunted, holding a piece of rope he'd tied to his mat over his shoulder so he could lean into the pull.
"But you'll probably answer them all. And I bet this one," he nodded toward Hooch, who was still carrying the heavy bucket by hand, "is just itching to talk."
Karen laughed. "You know him too well."
"I'm standing right here, y'all," the country bumpkin said. "But I appreciate that y'all appreciate my God-given gift for gab. They was going to put us on a bus for Amarillo since we didn't have IDs on us." "How often does that run?" Granger asked.
Anthony said it just changed to once a day when the Mexicans took over securing the town.
Used to be more than that, but things are slowing down now that the front line has moved farther east. "Any idea how far?"
Karen took a turn. "He thinks the enemy field hospital that just left tries to stay about 10 miles back, from what he heard in the rumor mill."
Hooch picked it back up. "He says that the Chinese were pretty tough. They had records of some of the gun owners in town. The very first units to roll through kept on trucking, but the next ones rounded up gun owners within a couple hours."
Granger snickered in doubt.
"Somehow I don't think they got a fraction of the guns out of the Texas Panhandle. I bet the records were gun purchase forms they hacked from our government."
"That's what Anthony said."
"Why'd he come get you two?" was Granger's next question.
"He and 4 or 5 neighbors take turns pretending that refugees are long-lost relatives so that they don't get sent to Amarillo. They heard it's turning into a concentration camp."
"That's mighty nice of them," Granger said, "and risky."
"I don't think they care," Karen said. "Most of them are past retirement age." She locked eyes with Hooch since they'd already discussed their thoughts on the night walk back to Granger. "We get the feeling they're more or less ready to go down swinging. Most of them have guns buried in their crawl spaces or under their stone patios."
"Yeah," Hooch said with a smile. "And this ain't wheat I'm carrying, other than the top couple inches." "What is it?" Granger asked.
"Tannerite."
Granger felt a good chill run up his spine. "Really? Like a lot of it?"
The commercially available explosive was often used by target shooters in small volumes. It was a 2-part system that mixed and reacted when a hot bullet ripped through the containers.
6 jugs. 6, Granger said.
The news made the chore of dragging the mat full of tack and bags seem not so bad for a short moment.
"We could make quite a noise with that. Did he mention any insight on how we might get past the Chinese infantry?"
"Matter of fact, he did," Hooch said. "There's a small ranch in the direction we're headed that has contact with the Oklahoma resistance. They may have some sort of underground railroad thing going on." "There's something else," Karen added. "The Charlies have been dumping Americans in mass graves in every town. People who fight back, the infirm, diabetics." Granger stayed silent, his teeth clenching and his jaw tightening. It drove a pang of guilt through his gut, which was usually abated by concentrating on getting home to his daughters. They continued to tell him what they knew for the next half hour when they crested a small hill and saw a homestead. Petunia was in a circular pen, drinking from a trough with 2 other horses. It was then that Granger saw a stick about 2 feet high poking straight out of the ground. He scanned around and saw another, then another. They were in a line headed straight toward the house a quarter mile ahead.
"Everyone, stop," he yelled suddenly.
"What are they?" Karen asked.
"Markers," Hooch said, figuring it out on Bowhunter's intuition. "Exactly," Granger said. "Right now, somebody knows exactly how many yards it is to where we're standing."
East of Chemult, Oregon. After acquiring a 3rd truck to use, Nick split the team into 3 before their departure. He felt that was too risky as it was, not wanting to attract attention from Chinese high-altitude planes or American sympathizers. They had all heard that people along the I-5 corridor were being bribed with food and other commodities in exchange for information on insurgents, It wasn't safe to assume that the more rural residents wouldn't succumb to the same temptations once they were out of food. Simply needing to adjust his plans around that possibility angered him. They'd traveled in 30-minute gaps to keep attention minimized, setting a rallying point to stop at the odometer's 80-mile point down the Frank Sinatra Trail. After the meetup, a final spot was picked on the map that would put them on the far slope of the mountain directly east of Chemult. By the time they arrived, it was dusk, so they camped and made their final plans. Nick had chosen everyone for a few specific attributes. Despite Bert being an obvious choice to lead one of the mini-teams, he needed the former combat engineer with him looking at the town. Quinn was therefore chosen to lead Gina and Naz to a point of their choosing between 5 and 10 miles north of Chemult to watch for enemy patrols along the train tracks. Harlan took Gerald, Drake, and Zach Glisson to perform the same reconnaissance to the south. Nick and Bert would scout the switchyard with Louise Babineau providing their rear security. They set up camp in the woods, some in hammocks and others directly in their sleeping bags or military-provided bivy sacks. At 02:30, everyone was up and ready to begin their final hikes into place, settling into their spots on the high ground before the early sunrise that came with late spring. "Not much to look at, is it?" Bert whispered. The men were lying in the grass bed around a pair of ponderosa pines, most of a mile east and about 400 to 500 feet higher in elevation. They'd picked the spot because there was a small knoll with a dip behind it, which would serve as a place to make a big potty when that moment finally arrived. In the meantime, the veterans knew better than to move any more than necessary. Nick had the experience, so he removed all pine cones from under his spot while it was still dark. Bert had been feeling one directly under his knee for nearly 2 hours. "The town or the switches?" Nick whispered back. "Yes." Not big enough to incorporate, the census area called Chemult was little more than a mountain gas stop. There were 2 RV parks, a laundromat, a church, a gas station, 4 small diners, a lodge, and a handful of houses. Truly a blink-and-you'll-miss-it town, Nick thought. The single train track coming in from the northwest turned into a pair and passed through town. Along the southern edge of the developed zone, the eastern track had a switch and a track that headed northeast. It did that again, widening to 3 other tracks for several hundred yards before becoming 2 again on the way up the next valley. "This is where it can choose south or north in a new direction. Looks like they can move aside, let other trains pass," Nick said. "That depot is nothing more than a parking lot," Bert said. "I bet the only thing that ever stopped here was Amtrak." The men could see 1 small motel and military trucks parked in the RV parks. Soldiers were moving about the town casually. They had erected a tall and long corral around the entire switch area, with wide gates that could be opened across the tracks. The fence was topped with razor wire and had large black metal fixtures on top of every 3rd post. "You think those boxes are motion sensors?" Nick asked. "Yep," Bert said. He took one hand off his binoculars and flipped it mildly to point. "See how the fence is entrenched along the entire length? Let's call it 600 yards. "Yeah, I noticed. The only place it isn't buried in the ground is on the gates. I bet those are driven up by those contained units near the anchor posts," Bert said. "Swing up versus sliding. I don't see any rails on the fence for them to slide along." "So far, just the 1 pair of guys patrolling inside the fence line, plus the fixed machine gun posts at each corner," Nick said. "I'm guessing, 20 or so in town?" "Probably 4 to 8 man teams on patrol in each direction," Bert added to his conjecture. "Round-the-clock coverage, so probably a platoon-sized element?" "Concur." The men would jot down notes anytime they crawled backward and over the small lip behind them. The plan was for all teams to stay in place until sunset before heading back to their rally point camp. Every member had a set of night vision goggles, something Nick made happen by shortchanging the teams back in Prineville. Flashlights and campfires were deadly and taboo. "Today's the 30th, right?" "Yes." "When do we have to be ready?" "They're taking out that slope along the Columbia River line on June 2nd at 03:15. After that, this place will become as hot and angry as a kicked anthill. So we need to be in place and ready tomorrow night." Captain Cook Graving Dock, Sydney, Australia. The Australian Navy Bell 429 flew the 50-kilometer hop from RAAF base Richmond in minutes, several thousand feet below the two pairs of FA-18 fighter jets circling above. After the near destruction of Guam and Saipan, China expanded its hostilities to the Philippine Islands. The minimum effect would be a new posturing of power that Australia had to at least acknowledge. Most believed that it would be far worse, though, that an invasion was in the not-so-distant future. The Commonwealth nation was America's greatest ally outside of the United Kingdom itself, and millions of Chinese nationals now called the nation-continent home. Though not needed for the briefing, once CIA intelligence officer Letty Manson learned that Lou Caldwell had visited the same ship just months earlier, she invited him along. Lou had been to Sydney once, years before, to deliver the presidential limo to the harbor city before a state visit. He accepted Letty's offer, wanting one last chance to appreciate the simple notion of life and daily living, even if not in America. Lou leaned against the window on his door, looking down at the crisp midnight blue water of the harbor, marveling at the Sydney Harbor Bridge as it passed under them. To his right, the famous Opera House looked like a massive sailboat. They would be at the small shipyard at Garden Island in mere seconds. The helicopter flared and slowed, intending to do the unusual, land directly on the rear deck of a United States Navy destroyer while she was in dry dock. The only other option that wouldn't require a car ride was the football pitch 100 meters west. And what they were carrying was just too important. The shipyard was in its final phase of work. Months earlier, the warship had taken serious damage in the largest naval battle since World War II. Valiant damage control efforts allowed the ship to survive, using her superior stealth technology to escape to a little-used military atoll in the South Pacific. Once they'd transferred to the Chinese POWs they had captured before their battle, the ship received orders to head to Sydney. There were no more American shipyards on the West Coast or in Hawaii that hadn't been destroyed or captured. It was only fitting that they sought shelter and repairs in a dry dock built during the previous World War. The work was nearing completion. Damages to the hull were repaired and painted. Interior systems had to be restored too. Seawater fire suppression pipes, hydraulic lines, communications systems, and countless pieces of electrical conduit had been ripped apart in the blast. The corrosive saltwater had seeped into every nook and cranny in the port forward compartments, saturating insulation and destroying electrical cabinets and machinery that would otherwise have been fine. Stopping the flooding kept the ship out of Davy Jones's locker room, but it was just one step on a long road to being battle-ready once more. Sailors and protective equipment provided hand signals to their allied pilots, who set the bird onto the helicopter deck with grace under the mild blue autumn day in Sydney. There was little dust kicked up, as once word of the special arrival had reached them, the crew had gone to agonizing lengths to clean the area. The thought of being the ship that let a helicopter crash while parked in a dry dock because a loose bolt had been sucked into an engine intake was too much to bear. Even as the pilots shut down the twin turbine engines, sailors rushed under the slowing rotors and knelt to chain down the helicopter. Lou opened the right rear door and stepped out onto the skidding deck. He saw Letty do the same on her side with the briefcase locked to her wrist. A small contingent of officers walked out of the ship's hangar bay and crossed the flight deck. A redhead, who was shorter than the rest by no less than 6 inches, led the way. "Good afternoon, Colonel," Captain Millie Goldberg, commanding officer of USS Lyndon B. Johnson, proclaimed with an infectious smile. "I have to admit, I never thought we would meet again." Lou smiled. "Only God knows why I've survived a handful of terrorizing events for it to happen." He returned the salute. "I brought you something from England," he said, and handed her a small gift box. "Some sort of care box your husband and son wanted forwarded to you." "Thanks, Lou. And that makes 2 of us thinking we'd never cross paths again," she laughed. Lou introduced Letty to Millie and the officers she had with her, including 4 from the Royal Australian Navy. The small huddle moved into and through the ship, taking seats at the wardroom table. Unlike most of the ship, tile floors and off-white bulkheads covered in pipes and placards, this room had plush blue carpet, brown wood paneling, and an immaculate table cover with the ship's logo embroidered on it. A sailor brought in coffee and refreshments. That was one thing that England had brought back for Lou, daily coffee. After going without it for weeks in the war zone, he would never again take liquid life for granted. Millie forced Lou to spill the beans on some of his ventures as part of small talk. He told her about winding up in a ditch in Mexico, fighting with a bunch of rangers, and organizing a gray hair brigade to defend Hawthorne, Nevada with Stinger missiles. All extra personnel were directed to exit, and eventually Lou and Letty were facing just the American and Australian naval officers. Letty handed out packets, and the officers tore them open with trepidation peeking on their expressions. "Operation Lex Talionis," Commander Agwe Bailey read aloud. The muscular Jamaican was Team LPJ's number 2 in command. "Wait," Lieutenant Commander Dennis Bates said as he read the document. He flipped back and forth as he read. He was the head of the operation department and ran the Combat Information Center during combat. "Wait, what? Just what exactly is a microfusion munition?" "And I'm all for taking the fight to the enemy, Agent Manson," Millie said. "But this sounds like suicide. And what good will one C-17 do?" She glanced at Lou. "Just what fool did you—" She went quiet, most of the eyes on the room shifting from her to Letty to Lou and back again. Millie's eyes, though, were locked in a stare-off with Lou. Lou gave the subtlest of smirks. "I believe it was Epicurus who said, 'The misfortune of the wise is better than the prosperity of the fool,' Captain." "The mission is set, Captain Goldberg," Letty said. "This is happening." "This has the potential to stop their advance in its tracks," Lou said. "You all probably saw photos of Albuquerque. I've flown over it. They won't be ready for this." The Australians had been respectfully quiet up to that point. Once the Americans had gone silent, the senior of them took his chance to speak. "Our crew will be there for you, Colonel," Commander Brian Suffolk said. He was the CO of HMAS Brisbane, a guided missile destroyer, one of 2 moored to a pier only a few hundred meters away. "As will the Hobart," Commander Michael Bondi added. "Aussies never back down from a fight." The 2 ships together brought with them nearly 100 surface-to-air missiles. "Seems like the subs will be too engaged in their missions to help with their surface fleet," Millie said. The room went quiet while she and her crew all exchanged glances. They had, after all, faced battle in person. "There's an art to using our long-range kinetic weapons against a close-range armada. They will surely see LBJ coming for them this time." "We know it isn't a perfect plan," Letty said, "and I don't claim to be a naval tactician. This plan was put together with as few assets as possible specifically so they won't see us coming." "Us?" Millie questioned, trying to suppress her objection to the operation. "She's part of my team, Millie," Lou said. "She's going on the one-way ride with me." Chapter 7. West of Ensign, Kansas. "Just hang on," Morris Dugan yelled down into the trench. Though night had fallen, the chasm was filling with civilians of every persuasion. "B," he yelled out to his battle buddy. "Right here, dude," she said calmly. They and the other 4 members of Kansas militia team Chinook 3 were on a patrol that had started at about sunset, scheduled for a 12-hour shift, which usually followed the full-day stand-down they'd just had. "Run back to the checkpoint and have them radio someone to bring ladders." "Tell them to bring a few fire engines," Ada Barlow said. B gave Morris a look. They were only about 50 meters from the Army's mobile bridges that crossed the trench at Highway 56, which meant there was enough residual light from their spotlights for him to catch her irked expression. But he was the one person for whom she would blindly perform what she deemed tasks beneath her. She let out a huff. "Seriously," he followed up with quickly, "just drop your gear and go." "You owe me for this, Thumper," she yelled over her shoulder after turning to run into the black field on an intercept angle with the asphalt road to the south. It wasn't too often anymore that she used his old airsoft call sign. "You guys just hang on," Macy McBride yelled down at the amassing crowd in the dirt pit. "We got some ladders en route." "Coach," Morris called the math teacher, "everyone, gather up." He walked several feet into the dying grass field, still soft with the tire ruts left by the digging equipment over the last few days. Soon he had a circle with the remainder of his team, Mason, Ada, Woody, and Edgar. "Good thinking on the fire trucks," Morris said to Ada. "I've been known to have a good idea or two," she said. They'd met back in Chanute when the ODA team that Colonel Lou Caldwell delivered out of the blue chose her parents' small private airport as the place to conduct guerrilla training. Her on-again, off-again boyfriend Edgar spoke next. "I heard Ted from Chanute 1 say he heard that the Army will be adding bridges tomorrow." The volume of traffic to cross the trench at the major roadway was becoming problematic, and it would only get worse. As the front line continued to push east toward the Sunflower State, the rear Army units were getting priority. The hundreds of soldiers and vehicles of a retreating supply and ammo depot had arrived at the Highway 56 bridges just after their shift began, which forced the tired, starving, angry refugees out of the way. The desperation of people in the trench could practically be smelled. A few had managed to team up into human pyramids and climb out, but Chanute 3 had already seen one person take a bad fall and a few others start to fistfight. People who carried everything they owned in a bag or two were on the verge of despair, of hopelessness. The cries of children and enraged screams of parents were drifting over the lip of the man-made gorge. Morris's brother Marvin and the rest of Chanute 2 approached from the south, barely able to cross the highway between the rumbling of trucks and Humvees headed east. "We got the same issue on the south side of the highway," the Army veteran said. "I spoke to the soldiers," he announced. "Let 'em know I was a 92 Yankee." While stationed in Korea, Marvin's occupation specialty had been as a supply specialist. "Learn anything?" Woody Cooper asked. The former mall security guard was the one person on Morris's team that he always kept a close eye on. He was 42 and hadn't done that job in 15 years, but it was always a piece of his resume that he made sure anyone he met knew. "This bridge was just designated an MSR, which is a main supply route. As they retreat, the forward supply points will be set up about 2 miles east of the trench." "So, between here and Ensign," Coach said. "Right," Marvin continued. "They'll be establishing larger depots about 20 to 30 miles east, outside the range of most artillery. What that means for us," he led off, looking into the night toward the trench full of angry Americans, "is a lot more active Army security on the highway. I'm guessing all the civilians will be pushed off toward the farm roads." "Which means nothing if they don't cough up some more of those mobile bridges," Morris said. He could read his twin brother's tone better than anyone. "I never said the Army did stuff the smart way," Marvin said. Fargo, Georgia. It was the morning after the attack on their friend's blueberry farm, and Hope and Stephanie were now armed with Rusty. Hope had shared Rusty's history with her sister, as told to her by Lou Caldwell, her husband's old boss. The women and Sherman Shepherd were once more crossing the railroad trestle, this time without the playful banter of the days of their youth. She left Samson home for 2 reasons. One was that he was just too darned massive to control if a need should arise. Brandon could physically handle the doorbell. She couldn't. The other was that she wanted the dog to be the lead protector at her family's home while she was absent. Her father was an experienced hunter, but using those skills for home defense wasn't something he'd practiced, and between herself and her oldest sister, there were 4 children to protect. The day before, they sprinted to Hank and Delia Brown's farm after the attempted home invasion. The gang must have been scouting them over time because the attack came on the most opportune day. Joyce and Trey had taken some of the earliest crop yields to a swap market in the towns of Lake Park and Dasher, 40 miles west. The trip was worth the precious fuel only because it was a large weekly event and an excellent chance to expand the family's pantry through trade. But with the state of things, the trip also required all 4 of their kids, who were aged from 17 to 25. Traveling and working swap meets took large numbers of people in any group to simply deter an attack. The sisters and the protective neighbor found Hank and Delia on the ground near their front porch. He was bleeding from his face and the side of his head. 80-year-old Delia was trying to get back up, knocked over by the concussion of their sole 12-gauge shotgun after she fired a warning shot. Steph ran to the nearby church and brought help. The local farmers took charge of the Browns' care, and the sisters returned home under the sudden worry about their families. That night at the other church in town, the tone of the nightly feed had made a shift. Many of the guests from the predominantly black church from Edith Road failed to show up. prayers were made through the clenched teeth of most people. Where the pastor preached for cooler heads to prevail, there was still a vibe of anger radiating off of most people. There were moments when Hope finally understood the phrase tension that could be cut with a knife. More of the attacks were being reported. A multiracial crew of drug users and small-time peddlers from Florida was trying to claim the area as its own. Though worried about their daughters heading out on their own, Muriel and Stephen Fields agreed to keep the grandkids home, thankful they had reared at least some of their kids to be caring people. And while they worried for the safety of their other daughter, Nicole, at least she and her husband were part of their like-minded community in North Carolina. But Junior? When Hope reported seeing Junior in one of the cars, it nearly broke their mother. The ladies had quickly passed the few hundred yards of woods past the trestle and nearly caught up to an older couple on the train tracks, a man and woman they'd seen at the church feeds until the night before. The sound of steps on the rocks between railroad ties made it hard to be quiet, but also hard to hear others. The man turned and his eyes went wide when he saw Rusty pulling on the leash Stephanie was holding. Rusty's ears went straight up when they made eye contact, though he didn't growl. "Oh," the man exclaimed. "Hold up, Mama. Let's let these young girls through." The husband started slowly trying to usher his wife closer to one track. "Sorry," Hope apologized. Rusty chuffed, and his ears went down as his tail started to wag. "Didn't mean to scare you. We just don't want to have to dodge a train like we did yesterday." "The trains is down to a couple times a week," the old woman huffed. "Won't be another one for 2 to 3 days. "Rusty," Stephanie scolded when he started sniffing the large woman's old dress. "It's all right," the woman laughed. "Y'all are from the church in town," the old man stated. Even in the mid-morning hour, he was glistening with sweat. He took out a rag and wiped his face under his straw hat. "We live in town, but we normally go to Edith Church." "Yes, sir," Hope said. "We're going to check on the Browns." Stephanie pulled on Rusty when he started to sniff the man's pants, drawing laughter from him as he petted the dog. "We were there right after the attack," she said, always blunter and less chipper than her younger sister. "We were glad it wasn't worse than it could have been, but to be honest, it pisses me right the hell off." "Steph," Hope gently chastised. "Oh, it's all right, child," the old woman said. She started walking again, tired of waiting for the two women to hurry up and pass. "Your friend's got a right to be mad. The whole world's gone crazy." The small body of strangers moved along. The sisters learned that the couple were Bergie and Franklin Scott, one of the black families that lived within the small city's boundary instead of the more rural area across the river. Franklin advised Hope and Stephanie that the Browns might be at the church, which was where they were headed. The ladies kept their slow pace and accompanied their new friends, intent on doing whatever was necessary to keep the fresh bonds in their community from being fractured by an evil gang. Northwest of Miami, Texas. Granger stood and stretched from his stool near the horse stall door. The longer the previous night had grown, the more confident he felt that they were safe. He shook Hooch for a turn on watch about 0100, then reciprocated at 0430. The men had an unspoken code to let Karen rest if she forgot to check on what time she was to be on watch. To them, it was chivalrous. To her, it was slightly condescending. But she also knew it wasn't a conscious attempt to be sexist. They simply did it because they were raised to be gentlemen by men from a different time and culture. The trio had been cautiously taken in as guests by the occupants of the small ranch house. Not unlike Donna Wolf's old Acme Ranch in Arizona, it turned out to be an outbuilding on a larger property. Before the war, it would have been considered moderate in size at about 1,500 acres. After guns were lowered and conversation commenced, Granger and his tribe had been offered a place in a horse barn on the condition they didn't come back out until morning. To ensure that they didn't, a bucket for dirty business was placed inside, and a guard was placed outside. The deal worked for Granger, since he hadn't been inside at night for so many days that he'd lost count. The thought that the house occupants might have evil intentions couldn't be ignored, though it could be kept in perspective. A lot could be gauged from the subtle, nonverbal cues of the first meeting. The posturing, the facial expressions, where a person looked when they were choosing words to use. the level of eye contact. It all served as a human lie detector to those who knew what to look for, and Granger's vibe was that the people weren't out to kill them. He walked over to where Karen was stirring on her poncho laid out over hay.
"Rise and shine, Sleeping Beauty."
Next, he kicked Hooch's boot to give him his first wake-up call. Karen tried to speak while stretching. "You guys," she yawned with a pause. "You guys didn't wake me up for a shift."
"Sorry," Granger fibbed.
She yawned again. "I guess I needed the sleep. I take it nobody ate us in the middle of the night?" Her talking made a horse in the next stall emit a short neigh of protest. The strange humans had been barely tolerable while they were asleep.
"Not a zombie in sight,"
Hooch groaned. Unlike most of the day, he tended to be quiet for his first few minutes, especially in a life without energy drinks, his preferred source of caffeine. The sound of a barn door opening on the far end was immediately followed by the entry of the early morning sun.
"The ranch owner said if y'all want some eggs to come up to the main house," the man called in. "It's just on the other side of the knoll to the north, past the clump of pecan trees."
He disappeared from view. Granger assumed he was a family member or ranch hand who was on a graveyard-type shift every night. He let his partners get themselves awake and went down to the far end, seeing the wrangler walk toward the small lodge-style home. Those who had greeted them the night before were just coming out.
"I wonder if the Chinese have already taken all their cattle,"
he thought.
"Hey, man,"
he called before the cowboy got too far away. The cowboy spun.
"Look, hombre, I'm just the hired gun. You got questions, save 'em for Trout."
The trio opted to leave all their gear in the barn since they still had to ask, whoever Trout was, to have their horse back. Slinging rifles to their backs reduced their threat profile a hair, and when they reached the larger home, they left them against a porch railing. The doors and windows to the house were all open, the barely cool morning air flushing the house fresh before the rising sun and the day's dusty activities forced the windows shut. A short, pot-bellied man with thick curly hair, silver and black, walked onto the front porch.
"Morning."
His twang was as Texan as his bow legs and dirty boots.
"Y'all come on in and we'll figure out how to get you to where you're headed. Name's Sam. Everybody calls me Trout."
He went back in and shooed a dog outside with a gnarled finger, tired of it getting under his feet.
"Skunk, get on out the back."
Granger led his team by example, running his boots over the bristles of a brush that had been screwed to the deck. He urged Karen to head inside first, knowing that just might be the kind of detail that would keep them respectable in the eyes of a man like Trout. Other people were coming and going, each with a small polite smile, but no introductions. They followed the man to a custom wood dining table, the center hollowed out from end to end and filled with bullets and casings before the whole thing had been enameled over.
"Nice table,"
Hooch said. His Georgia accent, while not native to a North Texan, immediately gave him a level of respect.
"Where you from, son?"
Trout asked. Hooch answered in a way that sounded somewhat like Central Georgia.
"All y'all from the South?"
Trout asked. Granger wiggled a pointer finger.
"Karen and I are headed to North Carolina." "Well, round here, that's practically considered Yankee territory," the man quipped with a straight face. "But I guess it'll work."
The traveling threesome began to feel more at ease after the deadpan joke. They sat with him. Trout apologized for being out of coffee. He offered up some dandelion tea to go with the eggs, which they all took.
"Sorry I can't offer up some bacon. We got a ration now that the commie bastards have taken almost all of our cattle."
Hooch scooped scrambled eggs off the plate in the center. He caught Granger's look and handed the plate to Karen, who silently mouthed thanks before repeating the action for Granger and himself.
"We're not here to be a burden," Granger said. "Just looking for a way through the line to head east." "Y'all didn't head into Miami, I take it?" Trout asked.
Karen choked down a bite and moved a thumb back and forth. "Hooch and I did."
"You're lucky they didn't ship you down to Amarillo. But if you can make it there on your own, I hear the cartel is smuggling people east on Amnesty International flights."
He paused, seeing Granger's face turn sour.
"For the right price." I guess they didn't like their new buddies killing their business with a war, Hooch joked. I'll die of thirst in the desert before I ever see a cartel man and not kill him, Granger grunted. Trout's face turned curious. Uh-huh, he said. The look of deep thought was hard to miss. Why? Killed my best friend. Tried to kill me with an IED. Tried to ambush some of my other brothers in Tucson. He set his fork down, no longer in the mood to eat. You used to be DEA or something? The curious rancher asked. He's up to something, Granger thought as he scanned the man's expression. A little more direct action than that. It kicked up once the Charlies started building on the border for the invasion. Karen and Hooch kept quiet, knowing they were watching some mild game of chess. It didn't stop Hooch from taking seconds. Uh-huh, Trout repeated. You special forces or something? Granger was trying to be polite, if for no other reason than the gifts of peaceful sleep and eggs. Marine Scout sniper, retired firefighter, and I ran a volunteer recon team that hunted human traffickers. Look, all due respect, what's with the 20 questions? Trout shifted in his chair, the prairie under the blue sky shining brilliantly behind him through a giant, dusty wall of windows. You see, he cocked his head, sometimes people pass through here, and you just get the feeling they're working for the Charlies. Hooch had been sipping water, but sprayed it as he coughed and choked. Granger's elbows hit the heavy table with a thud, hands wrangling themselves as he fought an angry outburst. Look, Sam, we fought those Babe! Karen cut him off with a look. Granger looked at her, knowing she was the perfect yin to his yang, his Jiminy Cricket. Sorry. We were part of the I&I in Arizona and New Mexico. We are the last people that had helped the Charlies snoop. Hooch piped up once more, egg and accent almost making it comical. Which tells me that you got something to hide. Trout smiled slyly for the first time. I might have an idea y'all could be interested in. Granger took a deep breath while he recentered his tired temper. It went quiet when all of them thought, the sound of Hooch's fork scraping the plate keeping them from drifting too far into their minds. Granger finally broke the silence. Why do they call you Trout? Trout smiled more broadly. Because my last name is Walleye, he laughed, and cowboys are too dumb to say salmon correctly. Chapter 8. East of Chemult, Oregon. All right, let's have everyone run through their roles one last time, Nick Williams said. Last chance to ask questions. Plus, as usual, the rules of engagement are to shoot only if you're about to be discovered. We are still in recon mode until we set the final stage in motion. The night before, everyone used the cover of darkness to slowly crawl and creep past their emergency rally points into the small base camp. Vehicles were under the double disguise of green tarps under long cedar boughs. There was no fire, simply as a precaution. They'd seen other campfires off in the distance, most likely people camping to survive or hunt for food. The scent of smoldering wood, while pleasant, traveled miles. They couldn't afford to give the patrols on the tracks any thread to investigate. Nick and Bert educated everyone about the situation. The fortified position was too heavily staffed. In traditional battle, an attacker would want at least 3 times the number of forces as the entrenched enemy. And while a special operations team would easily execute the mission with a handful of men, it would be a suicide run for them, no matter their level of intent and commitment. He'd opened it up for brainstorming, which had generated a great idea, albeit one that would chew time and require a lengthy trip. Bert spoke up. Quinn and I lead the Chemult group south, consisting of Gina, Harlan, and Zach. We are to identify the spot where the southern patrols typically turn around. After you all get back from Bend, we will agree on a time to ignite a distraction event with burning tires to draw them south. After that, Quinn said, Bert and I make a speed run back to the post you guys used last night to be ready to detonate. While the 3 of us stay back and snipe the responders just to keep them guessing, Zach added. Who is the best at Morse in the Chemult group? Nick asked.
The idea was to use simple squelches on predetermined radio channels, pressing the transmit key in English Morse to pass one of several words they had already assigned to mean different things. Starting 12 hours after the groups parted, each group would listen to the radio for the squelches for 10 minutes, starting at 15 after the hour. "That'd be me," Gina Glenn said, sticking her finger up for an instant. "Great," Nick said. "Our Morse operator will be Gerald. Bend Group will head into the city to acquire a high-rail car or motorized track car. We will stage it about 10 miles north, make comms with your group, and watch for the next patrol to the north. And as much as I'd love to snipe their commie butts," his voice filled with detest, "we'll let them head back to Shamolt. We'll send the track car down the tracks filled with the explosives and hope to catch them as they're opening the gate for the returning patrol." "I don't know," Zach Glisson said, shaking his head. "Will the C4 do anything besides frag a bunch of them?" "At a minimum, it'll destroy the tracks it's on," Nick said. "With as much as we have, it should crater several tracks and switches." "If they don't shoot it and blow it up first," Louise said skeptically. "That's not how military explosives work," Nick said. "It's stable. When I was in the Army, they always used shock tubing they'd buried to set it off. But the military sent us these IED materials. Quinn and Bert will trigger it with the radio when they think the rail car is in the right spot. After the boom, this camp is the rally point for the Shamolt group. The Bend group will meet you back at Frank Sinatra." "This whole plan sounds a bit iffy," Nazario said. "Is that the right word in English?" "That's one of them," Louise chuckled. Nick took a deep breath, then a slow exhale. "Look, I fought on 3 continents in the Army, then a 4th up in Seattle last fall. This plan won't go smoothly. Hell, they never do. But it gives us the highest chance of survivability. The best ratio of risk versus reward." They were silent, staring at him. Few people in a firefight survive their first mistake. I guess what I'm saying is, don't be in such a hurry to die. Diego Garcia. "The secondary payload will be here in 5 mics, Flight Sergeant," the Stonewall crew heard an American Air Force ordnance specialist say. She never fully entered the room, pulling the door closed as quickly as she'd opened it and leaning in. "I believe you Americans have a phrase?" Izzy Jones asked. She stood and took another swig of cold coffee from a styrofoam cup. "Saved by the bell?" Lou smirked ever so slightly. "Something like that." The well-mannered co-pilot Hugh Greenbaum stood at about the same time as Delta operator Joshua Honker Silver. "Are you ready to crack on, Flight Sergeant?" he asked her. Honker had already rousted 4 Rangers from their power naps and recliners in the break area. "We got it, Commander," he called across the room. Izzy looked at the 4 junior American soldiers shaking themselves awake and walking toward her. "I'll be right as rain, sir," she said with a hint of jest. "The Americans are here." That drew a hearty laugh from Honker, who walked over to the coffee urn. "LOL, Sarge," Lou vocalized, smiling a bit more. The English C-17 loadmaster took her American helpers out into the hangar and angled toward the personnel door which led to the tarmac. Honker filled his disposable cup and took a seat near the flight officers at the meeting table. They were waiting for Letty Manson to return from the encrypted communications center north of the flight line for the final brief before heading to the next phase. "What is this about a secondary payload?" Hugh asked Lou. "Had you already heard about this, Colonel?" Lou nodded his head but looked across the room at the other 4 Rangers. The MI6 balloon specialists and American EOD techs who'd been trained on the MFMs were out in the hangar bay updating software on the spy package, so they were the only other ones in the room. Honker caught the look. "Rangers," he said with a clear voice. "Need you guys to beat feet. Ricky Dick." The 4 soldiers, the senior of the partial squad on the security detail, weren't used to having to jump too as often as the junior ones. They were flipping through old, tattered Sports Illustrated magazines or books which were tossed onto the couch. Within a half-minute, they'd all filed out of the room. Once it was just the 3 of them, Lou looked at Cornetto. "I guess since we're getting a full brief in a few, there's no harm in saying this. After we send up the balloon and the special devices, we're going to take out something with a MOAB." Honker let out a low whistle.
I saw a few of those in Afghanistan in about, he looked up in thought, '05 maybe, '04. I was like 5 miles across the valley and it still rattled my bones. Maybe it was a daisy cutter. Either way, he finished with a shudder. I've seen the videos, Cornetto said. What is it you blokes call them? The mother of all bombs? Will it fit? Honker asked. I mean, with the balloon thing? Both pilots nodded. But it will probably affect our range, Cornetto said. They gotta be heavy, Honker agreed. Not just the weight, Lou explained. Once we lose the balloon weight, it'll make us more nose-heavy than we'd like. We can trim that out enough, but reshaping the control surfaces even just a hair affects fuel efficiency. Lou was about to offer to go out and look at the biggest standard bomb in the American arsenal when Letty walked in. Okay, let's get this briefing done. You all can update the rest of the crew. We'll have a window of time on the ground at the last fuel stop to get some shut-eye, but we need to get going as soon as the payloads have been secured. The intelligence agent took a seat and opened up the locking thumb tabs on a black hard-shell case. She pulled out a set of maps to give to the pilots. The navigation package on the balloon has been updated. Our mission is to refuel and get the final terrain following updates to the plane from the Pakistanis. PAF Base Peshawar, Cornetto read slowly. The map had the approach and runway altitudes already printed on it. Honker, you and the Rangers will guard the plane with your lives. That's the only way to guard anything, the hardened Jewish operator said coolly. The Pakistanis will provide an additional outer perimeter, and they'll fuel the plane. They'll probably try to get a look inside. These C-17s can reverse thrust and back up, right? She asked Lou. Easy as pie, Lou said. There's a part of the tarmac that's supposed to be reserved for us. We back in, and there's the side of a hangar which will block most of the view up the loading ramp. Lou traded glances with Cornetto and nodded. I have an asset in their Air Force. He's the only one allowed on the plane, and I will escort him. If I'm under duress or think he's been compromised, I'll talk about the weather, she said specifically to Honker. And his purpose will be? Cornetto asked. They have accurate terrain following maps through the Karakoram range, which will help us to perform a flight that skims through valleys and barely over mountain peaks straight into the Xinjiang region. He will update our software with theirs. But first, as soon as we get to elevation, we launch the balloon into the jet stream. I know your normal airdrop speed is way too fast. Standard for us is 450 knots, Cornetto said. Same, Lou nodded. Our stall speed is about 115, but at altitude and with a heavy payload, I'd advise we keep it at 150. According to MI6, that will be fine, Letty said. They said the thing will be flying that fast when it gets up to altitude anyway. And its purpose? Cornetto asked. Delivery of 7 special munitions, she said, addressing the rumors that the Stonewall crew had been trying to remain tight-lipped about. Like Albuquerque, Lou said. Yes, she said. What? Cornetto asked, aghast. I thought that was... He cut himself off. That was one of your own? All I know is it was a failsafe, Letty said, and we don't need to know what happened. It doesn't change our mission. Cornetto's face went sour. Lou studied his co-pilot. A stressed phone call back in England, he thought. The soul-searching at the chapel. Do you need a replacement, Wing Commander? His tone had shifted from his normal casual demeanor to that of a superior officer. Because if so, now is the moment. The Englishman's eyes stared down through the table's surface while his mind was elsewhere, but he then looked up. No, of course not, Colonel. Letty watched the exchange cautiously and slowly decided to continue. We will head north and deliver that big frickin' bomb at the altitude of your choosing. The target will be Zhuhai G&G Technology Company, which is a series of companies. The entire western sector of the city is one of China's premier hacking centers. Someday this war will end, and when it does, we'll start up the internet again. And when we do, we want these bastards to be farming rice, she said coldly, not hacking financial databases and planting malware in our electrical and water systems. What is our exit strategy? Honker finally asked. He didn't have any impact on the mission aside from helping Izzy with whatever she said to do. But he did have a keen interest in staying alive. The Russians, Letty said. Honker let out a laugh at the same time Lou and Cornetto made skeptical sound effects. Oy vey, he muttered. We will receive an airborne escort and refueling service once we cross the border, Letty said. Aren't they still more or less without planes? Lou asked. I thought the Chinese hackers destroyed or stole most of their planes. They had units to recall from Syria, Tajikistan, and Armenia. Like us, they've gone back to older technologies that rely much less on digital transmissions. They have several fighters and a refueler based out of Yelizovo, near Petropavlovsk-Kamachki, who are eager to help us, as long as we've issued some payback for them. I think by then the payback will be most obvious, Cornetto said. What with the missile strikes and whatnot, too. Lou could tell there was still something Letty was holding back. Cornetto, would you go check on the payloads, please? He looked at Honker. Sergeant Major? You got it, Honker said. He stood and tossed the coffee cup into the wastebasket, leading the co-pilot out of the room. It went quiet. The intelligence agent just looked at Lou, waiting for him to make the first move. You're holding something back, he said. Someone on this team has made 2 satellite phone calls, she said. I'm 95% sure it isn't you, Colonel. Lou shrugged his eyebrows and feigned excitement. Wow, 95. I'm honored. People in my line of work die when they get certain about things they shouldn't, Lou. He nodded. Yeah, okay. So what does that mean? We have a mole? It could mean nothing, or anything, Letty said. But part of surviving is not believing in coincidences. To me it means yes, we have a leak. Especially considering the phone calls bounced off a server in Africa and another in South America. It means someone is hiding their tracks. How are you certain it wasn't me? Because one of them was made in Australia, and you and I were on a helicopter to Sydney at that moment. How are you getting all this? He asked in disbelief. I thought they destroyed most of our capability with space warfare, kinetic slugs, hacking. Colonel, neither us nor them will ever be able to completely wipe out the intelligence networks, especially when you factor in all the other nations with satellite and AI capabilities. Lou's eyes sank. She didn't have to say the words. It was either Cornetto or Izzy. Everyone else had stayed back in Diego Garcia. I have a feeling it isn't Izzy, he said, sad and depressed to be put in such a position. But he's been acting stressed ever since England. It could be anything, Letty warned. Most people don't turn for money. It could be an ideological issue, but it could also be because he fears for someone's safety. What's that mean for the mission? Lou asked. Shouldn't we just replace him? Find the phone and toss it? Think about it, she said. All that does is scrap the entire plan. But if they don't know, we know. Then we do something completely different, Lou thought, catching up to her. Okay, but as soon as we deviate, he'll know something is up. He might get desperate, do something drastic. That's my problem, Colonel, not yours. What? Lou said, voice raising in disbelief. He could do one of 50 things from the cockpit to compromise us. Like I said, I'm handling it. She stood and walked over to the door. She locked it and closed the blinds on the window looking out to the hangar bay. She went back to her locking case and pulled out an envelope, sliding it to Lou. Memorize this and give it back to me for disposal. Chapter 9. Fargo, Georgia. Other than the obvious shift in worry and mood, the quiet evening meal at the church in town had been normal. The brown thrashers had returned to their nests, and the sky was another beautiful blue that betrayed the storm of a war raging 1,500 miles to the west, until the thumping of music and the sound of tires on gravel slowly broke the still air like nails on a chalkboard. The 2 SUVs pulled into the parking lot of the Fargo Church of God, which hadn't seen many cars in recent weeks. It was full of bicycles, children's wagons, and garden carts, even 2 mules hitched to a wagon. The vehicles shut down in the middle of the lot, killing the music in the process.
Smoke and vape rolled out of the doors when they opened. Between the two rigs, 9 people got out, all but one of them a man. They were mostly black and white, though one was Hispanic. All wore the attire of city youth, loose and modern, stylish, unbuttoned in spots it shouldn't be. Sports team hats were worn in any fashion other than forward. Obnoxious jewelry decorated wrists and necks, while expensive diamonds hung from ears. Hope felt a wallop of despair appear out of nowhere in her gut. "Junior," she thought from her station at the soup table. "Thank goodness Steph stayed home with the kids tonight." What she and her sister didn't tell her folks was that after seeing her brother's friends, they decided one of them would always stay home. If they were all at the church, their home was ripe for the picking. She watched her father take hold of her mother's forearm, doing everything he could to convince her to stay put with him at the table where they were eating. Hope's heart broke at the look on her mother's face. She couldn't believe her eyes. The dying audacity of these people. For a Southern Baptist like her, it was some pretty heavy cussing. She immediately recognized the second man in the long string of presumed gang members. He was white, second only to one of the black ones. It was the man who got out of the car and made a finger gun threat the day before. They were smiling and joking as they took a clean bowl, plate, and silverware while waiting for the line to move. The rest of the crew assembled behind them. Most of the servers had expressions of shock. "Welcome," Pastor O'Kelly said with joy. He walked over from his place near the meat-drying fire and patted the 2 leaders on the shoulders. "So glad to see you." "Sup, bro?" the lead gangster said casually. Tall, he looked down at the old fingers on his shoulder, triggering the pastor to move them. He and his buddy went back to joking. Hope continued to ladle bowls of soup, trying her best not to tip her hand at her annoyance. As her husband told her, she had the poker face of a lie detector. She was horrible at any board game with an element of bluffing. The best she could do was try to fake her good-natured charm, which would probably fool all but Junior. She picked up on it that the group referred to themselves as the Crew, though she had no idea if that was for convenience or a real gang name. She scowled at her brother when he took his free food. He was the last of the 9, and she assumed it was some sort of poultry-style pecking order. As those ahead of him moved over to get water from near the tree, she put a hand on his wrist to stop him from leaving. "Meet me on the other side of the church," she ordered in as loud a volume as she dared. Junior nodded, then pulled his wrist free. Hope watched as they moved through the stages, get water, take a seat, eat. They were passively aggressive. Not directly confrontational, it was more the subtle tactics like talking louder than everyone, walking into people instead of around, accidentally knocking people's bowls out of their hands, and telling sexually explicit jokes. Pastor O'Kelly stood by the water table, a concerned and nervous look on his face. Junior set his bowl down on the water table. When he saw his crew taking seats past the fire pit, he walked around the far side of the church, giving his sister a glance and a head motion. Hope set the ladle down and moved around the church to follow her brother. She glanced at her parents, seeing her mother with her face buried in her hands, crying, and her father rubbing her back. "What is going through your damn mind?" she hissed at Junior. He didn't even blink at the first time he'd ever heard her swear. "I've been with these guys for a long time. They're my friends." His face reflected the thoughts of the little conscience angel buried deep in his mind, even as he said the words. "They're not your friends, Junior." "You don't know nothing, Hope. These people gave me a place when Mama and Dad kicked me out." Kicked? She stuttered, trying to repeat the out-of-context statement that repulsed her so much. "They didn't kick you out. You went to county jail for 6 months. You weren't here. You don't know a damn thing about it." He started to storm off. Hope grabbed his elbow. "Stephen Fields, Jr., you need to shape up and quit robbing people before these asses get you killed." Junior's eyes went a bit wider as he locked his gaze with what he thought was his goody-two-shoes older sister. But he shook it off and pulled free, striding back around the corner at a fast pace. Hope blew out a heavy sigh. She thought of her mother's anguish and felt another emotional hairline crack form in her heart.
south of Canadian, Texas. "What in tarnation is that?" Hooch called out excitedly. Every once in a while, everyone was reminded that he had recently turned 34, a decade under Karen and even further under Granger. His energy just needed to boil from time to time. The trio was part of a pack Trout assembled, including himself, his brother, and a trusted ranch hand. He'd given them back Petunia and lent them 2 horses. They were leading the group across the open daytime prairie. There was just no time to spare. The destination was a friend's ranch about 4 miles east of the town. "That's odd, the Canadian dinosaur," Trout said with an amused tone. They'd veered east to a small dell in which they could ride that would allow them to hide and watch the north-south Highway 60 for trouble before crossing it. On a bluff east of the highway was a concrete and steel dinosaur painted in the green and gold colors of the local high school. "Some artist made it for his wife about 30 or 40 years back." At 50 feet long, its long neck stood nearly 20 feet into the sky, the Jurassic art ever on guard looking west. The ranchers learned why their Georgian guest was called Hooch for the remainder of the trip, while Granger and Karen were simply glad their partner had new targets for his humorous yet tiresome yap flapping. With the small creeks dry, they strolled the horses slowly to keep them from overheating. The trip took 7 hours, counting pauses for the occasional enemy truck. It was after 4 p.m. by the time they'd arrived at the new ranch. Trout wanted to tell Granger more and apologize for his secretive ways, but he couldn't. Granger hated to admit it, but he understood the need to compartmentalize info as much as anyone. Once they'd arrived at A.J. Prescott's ranch, Trout's relatives took control of watering and resting the horses so that the rest of the group could head inside. Even as they made introductions and swapped histories, Granger's mind was working overtime. He knew that once Trout had heard about his experience, they were banking on him for something. Mentally, he was done with war. But getting home to Bailey and Gale was all that mattered. Something he would chew glass to make happen. "Whatever it is, if it gets us to my girls, I'll do it," he thought. Soon the trio of friends were in a large study with 3 other men, including Trout. A.J. introduced them to a man from the nearby town. Granger figured both A.J. and Robert Edison to be about his age. Like most in the Texas Panhandle, they were tan and wrinkled, much like their boots and belts. "We've had some success with a new method of moving people east," A.J. said. "It's kind of in the wide open, but I think the Chinese are just too busy to worry about it. But where most refugees fail is that they simply can't take enough food. It takes a concerted system of hidden support." "What is this mysterious pipeline?" Karen asked. "And what do I have to do to earn it for us?" Granger didn't ask aloud. A.J. was staring directly at Granger. "But we're going to need a favor." The ex-firefighter leaned back in his chair, smiling and shaking his head. "Everyone always does." "Trout says you were a Marine raider." Granger shook his head, his cynical look not concealing itself. "Force recon. Some of the recon Marines were converted to raiders when the Corps brought the title back, but I can't claim to be one." That's when Robert Edison took charge of the conversation. "We have recovered the bodies of 2 Special Forces soldiers. A local guerrilla unit was able to recover them, and more importantly, the things with them, before the Venezuelan security forces could retrieve them." Granger leaned forward again, his mistrust starting to dissolve. "How far behind the lines are we here?" "About 45 miles, Robert said. "These guys were either from an A team or Delta." "How can you be so sure?" Granger asked. "I was a lieutenant colonel. Took a medical retirement about 10 years ago. I just know," Robert said confidently. "We were able to use their encrypted comms to reach their operations center. We were ordered to bury their bodies and equipment in the desert until 2 more soldiers could parachute in. The problem is, most of the American aircraft can't make it this far behind the lines." "I take it you disobeyed orders, Colonel?" Granger quipped. "Kept the gear handy in case someone like me happened along?" The retired officer, Robert, let it go unchecked. "Once they vetted me, they shared a bit about the mission so we'd understand why the enemy can't get their hands on this gear. So yes, that's exactly what I did." Granger looked back and forth between the 2 men. "Look, whatever you're thinking, I turn 50 in a month, and I'm not leading my friends on a fool's errand." Robert looked surprised and shot up straight in his chair. "No, this isn't a hard wall. We'll get y'all out no matter what. But if we tell them we got a recon Marine here, this thing they were doing could truly change the tide of the Texas and Oklahoma front." "Tell me how they get out first," Granger demanded as he nudged toward Karen and Hooch. AJ took control of this part of the conversation. "We use the Canadian River. It's long and winding, and not very fast. But east of Canadian, there are no more towns it passes through until well into Oklahoma and past the lines. We have landmarks you have to memorize, with caches of supplies staged along the way." "You supply a raft or something?" Karen asked. AJ nodded. "A 2-man inflatable." He looked back at Granger. "Since it'll take 2 boats, we'll either wait until we have a solo person to tag along with you." "I just knew there was an either-or coming," Granger growled. "Or these 2 leave tonight and you help us with this highly important mission," Robert said. Granger scooted his chair back, but instead of standing, he bent forward and fought, elbows on knees. "You said you'd shoot glass," he reminded himself. "How would we hook up after I'm done?" "No, Grange," Hooch blurted. "Baby, we'll just wait," Karen said. She'd spent months helping him escape all the guilt, all the death he felt responsible for from Albuquerque. Granger ignored his lover and his battle buddy's pleas. He looked up. "How?" "Oklahoma City. When we tell them you're on assignment, they'll give us a new extraction plan, probably by the same unit the dead operators were from." "What's the job?" he sighed. "There's a high-tech portable backpack signal jammer. We help you get near the front on horseback. You slip in the last few miles. They have mobile microwave trucks with towers that stand up, used for battlefield comms, never more than a mile behind the front. Once you jam that tower with this rig, the armored infantry will roll right over them. It's the same thing they've done to us for the last several months." Granger shook his head in disbelief at the too-good-to-be-true scenario. Somehow fate or God was thrusting him toward war. "How do we know this thing will work?" He looked at Karen, who had moist eyes, the result of knowing her man had already decided. "We have to have faith, Mr. Madison," Robert said. "If this doesn't work, and the Kansas line finally catches up to the northern flank of this line, America will ultimately fall." La Pine, Oregon. Nazario Escalante slowed the already crawling Toyota Tundra. The speed of 30 miles per hour dropped to 10 as they approached the roadblock of nervous-looking people. 2 men and 2 women were armed, and 2 cement mixers were parked in a line with a 10-foot gap. Behind the gap was a tractor, which could be fired up and moved. Some sandbags had been stacked into small ballistic walls for the people to duck behind. Nobody came into La Pine from the south without a fight. "I guess the Charlies had never come up the Dalles, California highway," Louise said from the back seat, where she was squeezed between Gerald and Drake. One each of the men and women slowly walked out to greet the truck. "Stop here, Naz," Nick said. He rolled down his window, which prompted his driver to do the same. The man eyed Nick warily when he put his hand out and down along the door panel. He made the 3-finger OK sign. The man's eyes shot down, then up again to stare into Nick's for intent, for a knowing look. On the driver's side, the same event occurred between Naz and the lady. "You all just passing through?" she asked. The hand gesture had told them that they were either part of the resistance or faking being part of it. "Yes," Nick said across the front to the woman asking the questions. "And we'll be back, hopefully with a—" He lost the term and turned back to Gerald. "What are those things called?" "A high rail car." The train buff would overtalk it if he had the chance. "They're those regular pickups with the small wheels attached that let them drive on train tracks. See, in the old days, they had to replace those hand-cranked flat cars." "Yeah," Nod said to the woman at his side, needing to cut off the lecture on trains and their related accessories at the knees before it became a lengthy diatribe. "A rail truck. So we'll be in 2 trucks on the way back." "That's the plan," Nick said. "You're going to need something more than a flashy hand sign," the man on the opposite side challenged. Like most in the rural parts of the state, he was attired in what Nick had started referring to as good old boy get-up.
some blend of work boots, Carhartt, and hunting clothing, sometimes an old Army utility jacket, and quite often a hat to indicate the wearer's favorite beer or NASCAR driver. He was overly cautious as opposed to angry, but Nick could sense the man had an instant switch just by looking at the tension on his face. "Gonna reach for a challenge coin in my pocket," Nick told the man. He pulled his hand back inside in a slow manner, always concerned that the local tough guys were just itching for their first kill. In his late 40s, the retired Army Master Sergeant would have considered getting killed by a local hillbilly the ultimate dick-slap way to die. He would hate to explain that to his brothers already in Valhalla. He pulled the coin back out and held it up. The man relented and took it. He looked at the heavy coin, seeing the yellow over red lightning bolt of the 25th Infantry Division crest on the first side. He flipped it over and found the Hawaiian Islands imprinted. "Schofield Barracks, Hawaii," he softly read aloud. He looked across the hood of the truck at his partner. Both people changed their tone, and he handed the coin back through the window to Nick. "Thanks for your service." "What did you guys do with the train truck thing?" the woman on Naza's side asked. "Find a town somewhere between here and south of here to get onto the tracks," Gerald called out from the back. Before Nick could even whip around to shut him up, Luis was elbowing him while Drake gave him an annoyed shush noise. "We can't say," Nick said. "This is the place," the man outside Nick's window said. "The tracks cross here and go up the highway on the west side. But from here to Chemult, most of the time the tracks are in the Boundary Springs Valley to the southeast. Keeps them from having to climb hills as much." "Good to know," Nick said. "When will you all be back?" the lady asked while her partner went to fire up and move the tractor blocking the gap. "Depends on how long it takes us to find one of those things," Nick said. "And assuming it has gas and it runs," Luis chimed in from the back. "As soon as we can," Nas said. "All right, we'll be looking out for you," the woman said. As the group drove through the small town, most of the stores were shuttered. People were converting lawns into gardens and chicken coops. They spotted the train crossing. Then Gerald saw a mural on the side of a diner. "Oh, there's something I haven't seen in a few years." The mural was of a beautiful Oregon River gorge under a bright blue sky. It had 3 bridges nearby. "What is it?" Nick asked, not being a native of Central Oregon. "The Crooked River," Drake answered flatly. "That's it," Gerald snickered. "An old highway bridge which was replaced with a new one a couple of decades back, and a railroad trestle. When it was built in the early 20th century, he began to ramble, and Nick and Naz's conversation didn't stop him from telling Luis all about the history of the train trestle. "Why do I always get stuck in the middle?" Luis pleaded. "I've been meaning to ask you something," Naz said to Nick. "Go ahead." They passed through a similarly guarded choke point on the north side of the town. "Why the OK Hunt sign?" Nick laughed. In the Army, it was a stupid game the young soldiers played. "Not just the military," Drake chimed in from the back, trying desperately not to listen to the train speech. He went to Washington State University to study architecture and engineering a decade earlier before a family illness forced him home. The frat guys thought it was a good way to beat up on pledges. "Game?" Nas laughed. "I was always told it was racist." Nick shook his head at the same moment Gerald broke stride and jumped into their conversation. "That was a practical joke by a website. They convinced the media that the 3 fingers were a W and the circle was somehow a P, and together it meant white power." "You mean it doesn't?" Nas asked, a bit of relief in his voice. Hi, he said with a small snicker. "Nope," Nick said. "The soldiers under my command would hold it down by their crotch, then hit you for being a meat gazer if they caught you looking at it." "Silly games," Nas said. The cab went quiet when Gerald grew tired of nobody listening to his orations. "And lies." Gerald finally took advantage when the silence grew too much for him to bear. "You know, those bridges are just on the other side of Bend. We should go check them out." Chapter 10. Ensign, Kansas. It had been nearly 24 hours since the small militia teams of Chinook 2 and 3 had spent an entire 12-hour shift helping refugees climb off ladders and begin the procession east. Where towns just like Ensign all over western Kansas and Nebraska had become accustomed to a steady flow of strangers in the months since the war broke out, the scenario was now far beyond what any of them were prepared for. The choke points caused by the massive trench meant to stop the Chinese advance didn't discriminate about who they blocked. Along with multiple other militia teams, they were receiving a brief in the chow tent of their small camp in Ensign, courtesy of a member of the New Hampshire National Guard. There wasn't a guard unit in the country that hadn't been activated and deployed during the crisis. There were times Morris felt thankful to receive any news at all, let alone the tents and meals. The use of civilian militias had been purposefully eradicated in the early 20th century. Major Charles Dick, also a federal congressman for the state of Ohio, was disappointed with the training and performance of the various states' militia units in the Spanish-American War. The Dick Act of 1903, accompanied by similar pieces of legislation in 1908 and 1916, laid the pathway for the National Guard units to become federalized under the U.S. Army. The intent was for conditioning and uniformity of training. The side effect was that the civilian state militias ceased to exist according to the very definition of the word. The idea of funding and training a true, well-organized civilian militia had been hijacked by federal politicians more than a century earlier. As a result, they were forced to do it on the fly, with the Chinese People's Liberation Army rolling across the Rockies. A National Guard officer that they had never met and most likely would never meet again introduced herself to the roughly 100 people crammed into the general-purpose tent. "My name is Captain Sheila Hamilton of the New Hampshire National Guard," she said. As she started to address the room about what the plans were to expedite moving the noncombatants faster, Jordan leaned over to Marvin, seated next to her on a dirty wooden bench. "She's going to park the car," she said, in a blatant attempt to poke fun at the briefing officer's New England accent. "B," Marvin said with a low shoosh. "This just might be useful info." "You're such a wet blanket," she sighed. The captain continued. "The Naval Medical Center from Camp Lejeune is establishing a temporary refugee center outside Dodge City. This is not, I repeat, not the combat surgical hospital going up 5 miles closer than that." Morris looked at his brother, who was sitting with his team on the benches to his right across a center aisle. This must be what he was talking about, he thought. Marvin tried to explain to him that one of the things he found a bit annoying in the Army was those people who had an inflated sense of self-worth, the senior sergeants and junior officers who liked to repeat things in emphasis with a certain air about them, like we're too stupid to get it. Morris was beginning to understand. "At 04 tomorrow, the Kansas militia will muster to assist one of our platoons of military police in escorting buses of refugees to the camp. The first buses will start rolling an hour later." A lecturing, monotonous tone was starting to grate on Morris's nerves. The captain held up 4 fingers. "That's 0400 in the AM, people." "Is there any other kind of 0400, you dumb broad?" Edgar Geist barely muttered. It was loud enough for Ada to elbow him in the ribs. "We'll be using chartered buses, so all belongings will be stowed in the lower hold." One man near the front raised a hand and spoke up. "What about all belongings?" the officer repeated. The man shook his head and lowered his hand. The meeting continued. The teams learned they would operate in threes and would leave their rifles with an armorer while on the assignment. They were mainly the manpower to help the MPs keep the peace and facilitate the flow of traffic into the camp. After the group separated, Morris passed the word for his crew to meet up outside before hitting the showers or the rack for some sleep. "What was with that lady's attitude?" Woody Cooper complained. "She's just tired like the rest of us," Coach said. The tall man did some side bends and deep squat stretches. As the most optimistic person on the small squad, he was usually the first to reason with Woody's complaints and try to change the topic. "You guys should try out some of these stretches about 15 to 30 minutes before sleeping. They do help." "All right, you guys," Morris said, the team falling around him in a circle. "I urge you all to get solid sleep. Tomorrow may not just be physically tiring. These people have likely been through hell." "Tempers will be short," Coach added.
You might talk to a mother who has lost her kids or someone from California who has traveled through the fighting. Right, Morris said and pointed at Mason. Coach has got it. Just remember, we may be peacekeeping on these buses, but these people are Americans. They'll be someone's child, someone's brother. Treat them like you'd want someone to treat your mother. Diego Garcia. The crew of Stonewall was strapped into their places. Soldiers and techs were in uncomfortable jump seats along the plane's hull. Letty and Honker were in the two fixed stations immediately behind Lou and Cornetto. Izzy was buckled into a removable seat between them, normally installed when special guests were being offered flying tours. She had a small office below the cockpit she normally used to maintain an accurate estimate of the fuel needs, but Letty had asked her up so she could fill her in on the details of the mission face to face. All had headsets on, listening to the controllers holding Stonewall on the tarmac while a pair of gigantic USAF C-5 Galaxies taxied to takeoff. The first one rumbled past them. More ordnance headed toward America, Wing Commander Hugh Cornetto Greenbaum speculated. Big stuff, I think, Izzy said. I saw the same type of ordnance containers our Moab arrived in headed toward the Galaxies. Well, they haven't collapsed caves full of terrorists with them for almost 20 years, Hunker said. A few of those in the right places could turn the tide of the invasion. If the planes could get close enough to deliver, Cornetto said. Rumor back home was that RAF is getting ready to send some fighter squadrons to our western colony, Izzy joked. She knew how much Americans loved that particular jab in the ribs. Fine with me, Honker said. I operated with SAS and SBS many times in the last 2 decades. The politicians may be too proud to ask for help, but any man or woman in a trench will take it in a heartbeat. If the help is truly trying to help, Lou thought. He couldn't shake the unsettling worry that his co-pilot was trying to get them all killed. They watched silently as the second of the huge jets rocketed northwest on the runway and disappeared into the black night sky. Stonewall Flight, a young female voice called to them in their headsets. You are cleared to taxi. Godspeed. Fargo, Georgia. Hope sat in the old rocking chair on the large covered front porch of the family home. She was having a slightly difficult time keeping baby Thomas latched onto her breast for feeding while staying fully engaged in the debate. Her father was with the dogs and kids in the backyard, letting them burn some energy while he prepped his beekeeping suit and started the smoker, which he would use to pacify the bees. At the front of the house, Hope was in a 3-way standoff with her sister and mother. The topic? How to handle the Junior situation. He needs to know we will take him back, Hope said, trying to move the baby to the side and keep her burp towel from sliding out of her grasp. Your father was clear, Muriel said. He can only come back when he cops to all the things he's stolen from us. Those are Dad's words, Mama, Stephanie said. Well, I agree, their mother said, though her face showed it was hard to say it aloud. I don't think he should come back at all, Steph said coldly. The last thing Justin needs is to look up to a drug addict uncle. He'll never stop being the drug addict if we can't separate him from those people, Hope said. He's going to get killed. Do you really want to bury our brother? Don't be so dramatic, Steph barked. She left Muriel sitting in the hanging swing to move down the porch stairs to the concrete walk. Once she did, she turned and put her hands behind her head. The 3 women were in a rough triangle, mirroring their stances on the topic. Mama, Hope pleaded, we can get him to open up about the past in due time, but not if those criminals get him killed first. The sound of heavy tires and a diesel engine rolling east on Highway 94 pierced the air. It was a lone rig, slowing. The noise wound down close by. Sounds like I pulled into the church, Stephanie said. Muriel's face was dark and broody like a thundercloud. Is Tom done eating? I think so, Hope said. She sat up and positioned the baby while her mother stood and walked over. Here, I'll burp him. You two go see what the commotion is and let me cope with Junior in my way. Hope handed the infant and burping cloth to her mother, then stood and adjusted her nursing bra and shirt. Finally, she walked down the porch steps to her irritated sister. You need to toughen up, Steph advised. The women walked the path to the driveway. Should we bring a dog? Hope asked.
She wanted to know, but she also wanted to change the topic from the stalemate conversation. "We're going 2 blocks," her older sister ripped in annoyance. "If we go to the backyard, Justin will want to come." They walked more quickly than usual, making it to the church lot in less than 3 minutes. A crowd was forming around a dark green Humvee. The ladies walked to a spot on the edge of the parking lot, near the front path to the church's entrance. There was a county deputy and 3 members of the Georgia National Guard. The soldiers were quiet while the deputy and the pastor were trying to engage in conversation. Though only about 10 community members surrounded them, more were showing up every minute. "Come on," Stephanie said. "I can't hear." Hope followed Stephanie to the edge of the small pack near the Humvee's left side. "Really, Deputy," a tired-looking Pastor O'Kelly said, "all that most of my members know is just hearsay." Even as he tried to speak, the various people in the flock were trying to chime in with their opinions. Hope knew it wouldn't take too long for her short-fused sister to start throwing out snide comments. A few people had mentioned several different rumored attacks, while one man was upset at the thugs taking advantage of the community meal the night before. "We just need the names and addresses of anyone who was factually attacked or invaded in the last week," the deputy said, using her loud cop voice. "There are guests here," Pastor O'Kelly said, "but check with the Brown and Lewis family over at the Edith Road Church." He turned to look a bit at some of his more vocal members. "They are the only ones we know for a fact have been attacked here in town." "Why aren't you doing anything about them?" a man yelled from the edge of the parking lot. Dressed in sweaty overalls tucked into worn boots, he was approaching at a pace not much slower than running. Hope had only seen him come to the church feet a few times. "They stole my generator last week." "Yeah," 2 women in the building crowd agreed. "Everyone calm down," the deputy said. The guard members behind her were uneasy with the rising tension. "Yes," the pastor said, "please, remain calm." "A third of the county sheriff's department was sent to help with the riots in Atlanta. We're doing the best that we can." That news only served to agitate the locals more. "Let's get out of here," Hope said to her sister. They cut across the church lawn, passing more residents who were arriving to air their frustration. "I think we need to have a serious sit-down with Mama and Daddy," Stephanie said. "I think you're right," Hope replied. She was trying not to get anxious, but people, good or bad, were slipping further away from civility every day. There's going to be nobody to protect this town if we don't think of something. East of Canadian, Texas. Granger was up and pacing in the small cabin A.J. had lent the 3 of them. It was almost 0200, the designated departure time for Hooch and Karen. None of them had had an easy time falling asleep, each capturing what was spotty rest at best. A few of A.J.'s men would lead them on foot over several miles of trail, using night vision and starlight. Despite the Chinese living river travelers alone thus far, the goal of giving them no information was still paramount. Should they or their allied armies ever discover the organized effort, despite its humanitarian front face, there would be a thread for them to pull which would eventually lead to the resistance. Granger had a few more hours until his daylight ride, once more hitting the dusty plains and bluffs of the Panhandle. They would pass through vast fields dotted with oil and fracking energy stations, headed toward the Black Kettle National Grassland that occupied western Oklahoma and a small sliver of Texas. He planned to do some bodyweight exercises after he and his friends parted, with the hope that it would tire him for another short nap. The candle on the cabin's small counter in the open corner kitchen flickered. Hooch came out of the small water closet and used a pitcher to take water from a barrel to go flush the toilet. Karen had already put her boots back on and splashed her face. "You 2 need to promise to never leave each other," Granger said, barely able to make eye contact. "You can still come with us," Karen said softly, standing in his bubble, her hands on his chest. "You know I can't," he said. "Brother," Hooch drawled, "not a person on this planet can fault you for skipping this after what we went through." Granger nodded. "No one but me," he mostly agreed. "If this gizmo will truly give the armored cav the edge it needs to bulldoze the hell out of the commies, I have to try." Karen wasn't too proud to show emotion. Her voice wavered when she spoke. "What if—" She fell silent when the first drop rolled down her cheek. "If
That happens, he said. You know where my girls live. You have the letters I wrote them. His normally stoic voice cracked just a hair, too. You can be in their lives. You will be a testament to how I became a better man. Hooch made a sucking utterance, comically relieving the tension with his heartfelt gasp of emotion. Y'all gonna make me cry like a Susie Wetzelot doll. He slapped Granger on the shoulder and went outside into the pleasant night air, the cricket chirping filling the small lodge when he opened the door. Karen's tension broke thanks to Hooch's crack, causing her to laugh and throw her arms around Granger's neck. Try not to kill him, Granger said. He's pretty good in a fight. Karen sighed. No promises. Chapter 11. Bend, Oregon. Another trestle, Nas said excitedly. They were slowly cruising into the city. With 100,000 residents, it wasn't a small town with a band of good old boys guarding it. About the only thing they had going for them was the resistance movement, and the fact that Nick knew he had trained at least 10 people from the surrounding area, in case their safety came down to name-dropping. But with this big of a population, he was more worried about the horde mentality. Entire neighborhoods, police forces, or criminal gangs now vying to take any resource available. Ooh. The driver trailed off when he saw the grotesque, eerie sight of remains hanging from the train bridge. Earlier, after passing through La Pine, Nick had them pull over onto a dirt road. While most were relieving their bladders, he dug a hole to bury their C4 explosives. Now you guys know why we buried the plastics. Just keep going, Nick advised. They drove under the narrow railroad where it passed to the east over the Dalles, California highway once more. Crows had picked the flesh clean weeks or months earlier. 7 nooses hung from the steel and concrete bridge, though only 3 still had remnants of clothing and bones still hanging from them. The skeletal remains, which had fallen to the asphalt, had long earlier been dragged off by animals or turned to calcium dust by the occasional vehicle. Even Gerald had shut up at the ominous sight. Take the next major right turn. They passed condos on the left side of the highway and a suburb on the right. In both directions, some of the buildings had burned down and singed those nearby in the process. Graffiti was abundant, as were tent cities. People were armed, standing on the edge of the neighborhood, pointing. The sight of a moving car or truck was a 2-sided coin. It meant someone had the fuel to do it, which meant they also had the guns and resolve to defend it. On the other hand, how many of your starving group could one carload of people kill while you took it from them? When 80 hungry people had nothing to lose but dreary, bleak suffering, it wasn't hard to get them riled up. And that's what kept Nick constantly scanning. Get your rifles up, everybody, he advised. Roll down the windows so people can see them. With his mind on the war and living in a relatively well-off town like Prineville, he'd forgotten just how bad things were in the cities. How long until these people become a mob and just run over Prineville like a pack of zombies? He wondered. Murphy Road, Nas read on an exit sign. Coming up. Take it, Nick advised, not at all amused by its foreboding name. The rule of thumb is to keep going east until we find the tracks again. If something prevents that, go north until we can go east again. Okay, Jefe, Nas said. Nick had known plenty of Hispanics in his Army career to understand the title was as natural to Spanish speakers as saying boss. Drake piped up as he watched raggedy-looking strangers who weren't trying to hide, glaring at them with envy as they drove by. Something tells me if we find one of these trucks we're looking for, we're going to have to cough up something good to trade for it. Nick reached out and wiped dirt off the side view mirror on his side. He jostled himself to get a wider point of view when he saw people running back into their small compound after they drove by. Stop real quick, Nas. I'm going to get into the back. Come on, Gerald. Nas did as instructed, and soon they were moving again. Both men were crammed in with their gear, food, and Nick's sniper rifle. Nick sat behind the cab, facing forward, while the lanky Gerald faced backwards to detect any rear attackers. The electric panel in the truck's rear window slid open. We may have train tracks ahead, Luis yelled. Nick went from scanning the neighborhoods on both sides of the thoroughfare to taking a more detailed look ahead.
Sure enough, a few hundred yards away, the off-white color of concrete cut across the road, where it framed a subtle slope for cars to cross the tracks. The left and right side neighborhoods stopped just before that. Nas kept their speed steady, and in seconds they were upon the tracks. Immediately past the tracks, on the right, was a park, the landscape shrubs brown and dying just like the grass. To the left was a fenced area. Nas stopped. "Everyone, keep your eyes peeled," Nick said. He hopped out, taking an AR model rifle with him. A closer scan of the tracks they'd just crossed over showed the tracks split several times. He couldn't tell for certain, but he saw at least 3 different lengths of cars parked on side tracks, the closest of which was at least 150 yards away. In the fenced area, with the gate torn wide open, was a shop building with the sign, Burlington Northern Santa Fe Maintenance Depot, Bend District. The gate across the access into the depot's lot was mangled and hanging haphazardly as if a vehicle had plowed through it. Nick jogged in a bit and did a quick scan. He turned and waved Nas to follow in with the truck, wanting to get his crew off the road as quickly as possible. The Toyota parked, and Nick jogged over to keep Nas inside it. "Everybody get out, except you, Nas." He held up a hand. "Bring your rifles. Set up 360 security about 20 yards on each side. Nas, you turn this truck around for a fast getaway." The naturalized American did as he was ordered and got the pickup reversed with a multi-point turn. Nick jogged over to Gerald and pointed toward a Connex box toward one of the property's front corners. "Take cover over there. What are you doing there?" he grilled. Sluice?" he guessed. "Is this? I don't remember the acronym, but it means to take a knee and use all my senses to scan for danger." "Close enough," Nick said. "Stop, look, listen, smell. But out here in the open, especially listen." The lanky 57-year-old train buff awkwardly ran to his designated spot, but did as he was instructed. "Nas, shut it down and be ready to bring the gas can if we call for you. Luis and Drake, on me." Without waiting, he ran to the corner of the maintenance building, which was dark and quiet. The front windows had been smashed out, and Nick was just thanking the gods of war that the building hadn't been burned down, yet. He'd noticed several garage doors along the long side that faced the tracks while Nas was turning the truck, but only one at the far end had been pried open. The least of the bad options was to enter and clear from the near end. Nick toggled the flashlight on his weapon, feeling the other 2 crowding him from the rear. The bulk of their training had been in woodland survival and guerrilla operations. None of his team was anywhere near ready for close-quarters battle. He sliced the corner of the door as best he could from the exterior wall, then pivoted in and cleared the corners. He was in a room that looked like Godzilla had swallowed an office depot and puked it back up inside there. Thousands upon thousands of old maintenance records and track welding certification sheets littered the entire floor. Desk drawers had been emptied of anything of value, and some desks were laying on their sides. Filing cabinets had been turned over, and the room reeked of human waste. Electrical cables were strewn about, no longer connected to smashed computers or printers. Nick moved around the obstacles and to the closed door of the maintenance shop. "Luis, you stay here at this door frame." He positioned himself along the wall. She opened the door all the way, and Nick moved in smoothly, walking on his heels to keep his muzzle from bouncing. Drake followed in behind by several feet. They were in a multi-bay garage, barren of any of the machine shop equipment it used to harbor. Benches and pegboards no longer had tools, though large racks for holding steel were still full. They impeded the view of most of the bays, though the daylight at the far end where a door was still open helped them see just a bit. "We don't have time for this whole place," Nick said. "I'm going to open this closest bay door for the light and the exit path." "All right," Drake said, keeping his weapon and its flashlight pointed down the dark shop. Nick used the light on his rifle to analyze the industrial door and saw a sliding bar lock mechanism on it. He slid it out of the roller track and used the manual chain drive to pull the door open, making a noisy ruckus as he did. Light and fresh air flooded in over the musty odor. He stuffed a link of the chain into the slotted plate to keep the door from rolling back down. A cautious stroll along the front end of the bays showed them a total of 3 older white Ford F-150 pickups, each with the simple Union Pacific logo on the doors. They were in various states of repair, with flat tires and broken windows. The bed-mounted toolboxes had been pried open. The gas caps on each of them were left hanging along the side. Nick placed his nose near one. "Nary a whiff," he said. Drake got down onto his knees and unslung his rifle, leaning it against the gap between the bed and the cab. "Here's to hoping they didn't get lazy and puncture the tank." Luis's panicked voice pierced the room from the door to the office. "Nick, Gerald says he can hear dirt bikes headed this way." Bacha Khan International Airport, Peshawar, Pakistan. "Let's do a short runway protocol," Lou said to Cornetto. They were less than 1 minute from touching down on the south end of the runway. The Pakistani Air Force Base was attached as a tenant to the civilian airport. The city of nearly 5 million was still only the 6th largest in the high desert nation. Like any major city, it sprawled for miles in every direction with housing, shopping, industry, schools, and sports complexes for track and field and football. "You got it, Superbert," Cornetto said. He punched up a new screen in his onboard tablet with a slightly different co-pilot checklist. The C-17 had thrusters, which provided a movable cowling around the engines that deflected jet power in the forward direction to aid in slowing on short runways. It was one of a few features that enabled the craft to land in short, primitive territory all over the world, the others being the high-mounted wings and engines and rugged, wide landing gear with multiple sets of wheels. "I'm setting us down just past the threshold," Lou said. "We'll be able to turn onto that midfield taxiway without needing to get on the long loop." Hugh put his hands on the massive throttle between them. While Lou controlled the yoke, his co-pilot maneuvered the throttle not just down to nearly off, but he was able to toggle it in a way to reverse the thrust. The feature could even be applied in the air, allowing the craft to take a steep dive in flight without gaining so much speed that it couldn't recover and pull out. "Everyone, hold tight," Cornetto said on the plane's intercom. "We're going to practice a short runway landing. Nothing to worry about, chaps." People moved to the intense stretch of their seat harnesses as the capable plane landed and decelerated rapidly, about as close as jumbo Air Force planes came to mimicking landing on an aircraft carrier. Down to maneuvering thrust in less than half the commercial runway's length, Lou turned right and headed into the tarmac area. Passing a fire station on the left, he turned left and proceeded toward a PAF lead truck with flashing red lights on top. He followed the truck north up a skinny road with grass on both sides, bypassing the civil airport and leading toward the Air Force Base. A ground controller with orange light-up wands gave Lou parking directions. Letty was seated behind him. "This the building ahead that you wanted me to back up to?" "Yes, sir, Bob." Ahead was one of 2 large military hangars. The other was on the right, and there were F-16s, J-10s, and J-17s parked around the tarmac. The lead truck peeled off in front of the ground controller, who was guiding Lou to park in a specific spot, but not where Letty wanted. The 2 sides and far end of their parking area had been surrounded by a sandbag wall, complete with manned machine guns on each corner. At the far end was a large wheeled halon fire extinguisher and a mobile generator for keeping power to the craft. "I don't think we have the room to make the turn," Lou said. "Concur," Cornetto said, looking out the right side of the plane. "It would look like Austin Powers trying to turn that baggage cart around in that tunnel." "Funny a Brit would bring up Austin Powers," Honker muttered. Ignoring the dig, Cornetto said, "We have a tug coming up from the right." A small but heavy diesel-powered cart with a long bar to attach to the front landing gear was approaching. "No," Lou said. "We don't want that thing attached." He keyed up his mic. "Izzy, I'm sending Honker down to you. Don't let the tow tug attach." "Roger that, sir." Honker was already dropping his headset and unbuckling himself from the chair. "What if they didn't speak English?" Cornetto asked. "Don't worry," Honker said, descending the stairs to the cargo area. "I can communicate go screw yourself in every language known to man." "What now, Colonel?" Letty asked. "We can back out on our own if things go south," Lou said. He stopped the plane and saw the warning light come on that Izzy was opening the left side personnel door. "But we won't be going anywhere if they attach that stupid thing." "Ah."
They watched Izzy and Honker make it clear they weren't needed. 2 Pakistani airmen argued, but eventually gave up. Once they'd left, the 2 Americans walked out to the wingtips and walked along the side of the plane until Lou had finished crawling them in under the guidance of the man with the wands. Lou and Cornetto commenced their shutdown checklists. "All right, team," Letty announced. "I'm going to get our friends into action." She looked at her watch. "It's about 11:45 local, nearly lunchtime. We'll be leaving a couple of hours after dusk. I, for one, would appreciate it if you two got some sleep." Bend, Oregon. Nick Williams raced out of the repair shop door he'd opened a few minutes earlier and listened. The sounds of multiple 2-stroke engines approaching from Murphy Road were unmistakable and growing louder. "Get that truck running and the door behind it open," he yelled. He sprinted to the bed of Naz's pickup truck. "What are we going to do?" the man yelled out with raw nerves. Nick threw his AR into the bed and grabbed his sniper rifle case and the bolt cutters, which every resistance team was ordered to have as part of their standard equipment. "Take cover behind that pile of railcar axles," he pointed. To Gerald, he yelled, "How many?" "I can't see past the corners of the neighborhoods," he yelled back. "Sounds like a bunch." Next, Nick dashed over to a gate along the long side of the fence next to the tracks, one for trucks and forklifts to pass through. The carbide cutters made quick work of the padlock's shank. He pushed the rolling gate open, thankful he didn't have to climb the tall fence and deal with its 3 strands of barbed wire. He continued his run to a train car, hearing shots ring out behind him at the time he reached it. He had to commit to his plan now. He couldn't see past materials and parts in the yard. He needed to be up on the car just to have any visibility of the action. He dropped the soft case's sling over his neck and shoulder and pulled himself up the welded rungs on the side of the green, rusty boxcar. Nick could see both Naz and Gerald wildly engaging, just trying to keep the dirt bikes and quads from entering the yard's broken entry gate. Out in the street lay one body that was wounded and crawling behind the motorcycle off of which it had fallen. Several riders had dumped passengers off in the park across the road, which had decorative rocks and a slope, both of which would aid them in their assault. Nick went to work pulling the Remington MSR chambered in .7.62 NATO out of its case. There was a rifle and scope in Washington he much preferred, but it had been lost in a dangerous cat-and-mouse hunt with a psychopath. It would take a scuba dive into Puget Sound to get it back. He didn't bother lazing the area. The time of his run told him even the far edge of the park itself was still less than 200 meters away. Nick calmed his breathing with long inhales through the nose and longer exhalations back out through a whistle-hole shape with his lips, a technique his career taught him was the best way to get his heart rate lowered. It wasn't going to change the speed of his reaction for a sniper of his caliber, considering the close range of the attackers. He spread the bipod legs from the MSR's composite stock and stuffed a 10-round magazine into the well on the bottom. The train's roof wasn't completely flat, except for a thin strip down the center for workers to walk on. He planted himself on it as best he could, splaying his legs out wide and pressing down the inner sides of his feet. He pulled the rifle into his shoulder and flipped the lens caps up. Finally, there was the metallic click of him cycling the bolt. The action was unfolding too fast. Gerald was about to get ambushed by 2 dirtbags on his left side. They'd ridden farther east on Murphy. He never saw them because he was keeping himself planted behind the Connex box instead of working both corners to watch his flank. The riders had both parked along the road just past a bend and were sneaking back at him from a small property used to store mounds of dirt and gravel for the train team. Nick took in a deep breath, blew out half, and moved the crosshairs. A thin, scraggly man with an SKS rifle never heard the shot that propelled the 175-grain M118 long-range bullet directly through his nasal cavity and brainstem, dropping him like last decade's fashion. Nick cycled the bolt with the back of his thumb smoothly, chambering the next round about the same moment the young woman next to the brand-new corpse figured out what had happened. Believing in equality, Nick treated her as the enemy combatant she was, one who was trying to kill his friends. He saw her raise her shotgun toward where he figured Gerald would be if he could look in 2 places at once. He let loose another round, turning her skull into a blood-spraying canal. One more ought to do it, he thought. Nothing removes the will to fight like watching friends die faster than you can count. Nick looked past his scope and rifle to ensure he wasn't missing some other moving piece on the chessboard, particularly a counter-sniper on the hill. All he saw were thin, starving people in tattered clothing, zooming back into the neighborhood in panic or taking cover behind rocks in the park. He spotted the one who had made it farthest up the hill, past the paved walk and onto the edge of a playground. Nick pivoted the rifle. The top of the man's head peeked out around a plastic toy, then pulled back in. Nick shot right through the spinning playground piece meant for children to play an age-old puzzle, exploding the man's chest and spine. Tic-tac-toe, 3 in a row, he mused. He wasn't happy about killing Americans, but I'm not sure how much longer we'll bear that title. He saw firearms get tossed out from behind rocks, trees, and dirt bikes as the attackers decided that starving was still a better option than what they'd just witnessed. Nick cast a glance and saw Drake and Louise had used a can of gas and a mobile battery jumper from Naz's truck to get their new truck started. Knowing Naz had a 12-volt air compressor, Nick guessed the tires must have had enough air that they weren't worried about filling them. Louise looked at Nick, looking at her, and began waving him down. He shook his head no as vividly as he could. If they see me get down, it starts all over, he mumbled aloud to himself. He watched his young ducklings start to step out of the nest all on their own, while also keeping watch of their foes. Those pinned down were staying put. The dirt bikes or quads that had disappeared had faded away into the distance, giving him a feeling they weren't trying to flank him through the neighborhood to his west. Louise and Drake backed the high-rail truck out. The Ford had motorized axles mounted onto both bumpers. They could be moved down into place once the truck had been driven onto a set of train tracks with steel wheels, designed to keep the vehicle on the tracks while in motion. The duo tested the devices, and Louise showed a thumbs up to Nick. Drake backed it out and headed toward the forklift gate farther down the yard. Louise sprinted over to the Toyota. Nick watched her cover the park with her rifle, and one at a time, Gerald and Naz ran back to the truck. Well done, guys, Nick thought, proud his little team was figuring out how to keep acting in moments of terror. Minutes later, he was packed and down, both trucks driving north on the tracks to find some other point in the city to make their escape. Chapter 12. Fargo, Georgia. Stephanie let out a string of cuss words that could melt the paint right off Bible Belt Barnes. "What is your stinking issue?" Hope asked. Her first time on a bicycle since they were kids wasn't much easier for her than it was for her sibling. All those years of spin classes at the gym made people forget about that whole keep your tires out of the potholes issue. It had been a rough morning, with the sisters throwing themselves into chores to cool off from their conversation about Junior. When Stephen was done checking on one of his hive collections, he caught wind of the three-way argument and made a plan. Getting the daughters' bikes from their teen years operating again required a couple of hours, but it was as simple as repairing inner tubes and greasing the sprocket and chain. The old tires were cracked, but that would just have to be a controlled risk. He warned them, "No hot dogging these things." And then he pointed them on a mission. After Thomas's lunch feeding, the sisters went on an afternoon ride, knowing it was a good 5 miles or more each way. They opted to take Rusty, as there was a stream for him to drink from on their route. Of the 2 large dogs, he was the one that could make a 10-mile trip without giving up. Stephen Sr. stuffed some honey and an old camping water filter into the handlebar basket on Hope's bike. Stephanie's bike had a small rack over the rear fender, so he cinched down some jerky, reminding them it was as much for Rusty as for them. "There's something wrong with this stupid bike," Stephanie complained. "It keeps wobbling." Hope cracked up. She knew her sister was deflecting her real anger, the anger at herself for getting out of shape, and Stephanie knew she knew. So she chose not to draw Steph's wrath by being the well-actually person in the situation. "Mine too, but not as badly as yours." Stephanie whipped her head around. "Don't pander. It's unbecoming." That drew more laughter from Hope. The bulk of the trip was riding north out of the community on Williamsburg Road. The afternoon heat of June 1st had them both drenched. There was little shade along the country lane lined with dying farms on both sides. The sounds of generators near the occasional tiny creeks that fed the nearby river were a recurring pattern. Like the Brown-Lewis family,
most farmers had transitioned to a survival mindset. They were headed to the Simpson farm, a family they knew from church years prior. One of the youngest was a man Junior's age. He was his best friend up to the summer after high school. The view was gorgeous, with picturesque stands of trees on the far sides of farm fields, but crops weren't as green as they used to be. The war and hacking had turned off the power. Rumors at the church each evening of it coming back soon had slowly died off. Any systems the authorities got running were feeding the war effort, though out there in the sticks it was simply the optics of powering Atlanta and Jacksonville to most people. Resentment was slowly building, and it was being redirected from the invaders, who felt a lifetime away, and toward the fractured governments at all levels. They stopped at what was essentially a brook cutting through a culvert under the road toward the river. Rusty lapped the water, but the ladies opted to wait until they got to the farm. Like their parents, most folks who ran on wells to feed farms had installed hand pumps decades earlier. It wasn't practical for fields, but it was an old-school necessity for animals that had proven valuable beyond measure in recent months. During the rest of the ride, they discussed the fact that they'd only seen 3 quads, 1 farm truck, and 1 tractor operating on the entire ride over. There were several pedestrians, horseback riders, and cyclists. Dwindling fuel stores were forcing people to pick and choose. Less practical vehicles were being parked under covers and siphoned off. Motor oil was being used for alternative purposes such as creosoting posts, rust prevention on hand tools, and pouring around small gardens to deter pests and vermin. "I think that's them," Hope said. The Simpsons lived far enough out of town that coming to church had become impractical. The women turned off the road and onto another for just a few dozen yards to get to the farm home's main drive. A man not much younger than her father, adorned in filthy jeans and an even dirtier long-sleeve shirt with the forearms rolled up, walked around the house to greet them. He was wearing a gun belt with a revolver and an old leather holster. His smudged face broke into a subtle smile upon recognizing the visitors. "It's Hope Fields, right?" he asked. He wasn't unpleasant, just confused, with a hint of relief that it wasn't a stranger looking to beg. He hoped. "Yes, Mr. Simpson," Hope said, understanding the man had no idea her married name was McDonald. Rusty caught up and was standing between the 2 ladies' front tires, panting from the run. His ears were perked because 2 dogs were sprinting from the field to see who this strange threat was. "And this is Rusty and Stephanie. Stephanie is the human." "Thanks," her exhausted, clammy sister said as she dismounted the bike. The farmer squatted with the grunt of tired knees and called Rusty over to let him sniff his hand. A screen door in an enclosed porch slammed, followed a bit later by a woman in equally dirty coveralls walking toward them. "Hi, Mrs. Simpson," Hope called after resting her bike on the kickstand. She retrieved the jars of honey from her bike's basket. "How's your mother, Hope? And didn't you have a baby not too long ago?" The smiling woman reached them in the center of the circular gravel driveway. "I'd give you all hugs, but I don't think you'll want to smell my stinky pits." "Hard pass," Stephanie mumbled, but with a polite smile. Hope gave her sister a fast side-eye and hugged their old friend anyhow. "My parents sent you honey," she announced. "I miss seeing y'all at church, Mrs. Simpson." "Hope," the woman laughed. "I think you can call me Elaine now." "Not me," Mr. Simpson announced, grunting with the same sounds standing that he made on the way down. He watched Rusty and his dogs begin to sniff each other in all the usual sniffing spots before turning his gaze to the guests. "Don't you dare call me Elaine." "Dean," his wife scolded with an arm slap while the younger women laughed at the classic dad joke. "Tell your mama thank you for the honey," Elaine said. "Let's get out of the sun for a spell. What brings you out here in this heat on bicycles?" Hope and Stephanie followed Elaine to her covered porch, where 3 propane-powered burners were boiling. Some were pressure-cooking food, and others still pre-boiling jars or lids. Rusty and his 2 new friends followed Dean back out to a garden where a handful of younger adults was working. Early gardens of tomatoes, cucumbers, green beans, peppers, and squash were already ripe for preservation. On the porch were several other people, including grandkids, helping with the work. Vegetables were being washed. Scraps were being given to chickens. Those that couldn't be, like tomato plants, were being tossed into the fire pit. Food was being cut and prepped for canning, The kids were chattering just for the sake of doing something to keep young minds entertained during the boring work. Elaine scanned the operation. "Y'all go play a quick game of Go Fish or something, and bring my guests some sun tea." Once the loud grandkids had left, she offered Hope and Stephanie porch chairs. "What's on your mind, girls?" Hope sighed and smiled. "We were hoping to talk to Colin." Elaine was surprised. "Colin? Why?" "It's about our brother," Stephanie said, "and this crowd he runs with." "Ah," Elaine said. "We'll get him up here. But that's not his thing. You gals moved off, so maybe you don't know." She was trying to choose fewer insulting words. "Your brother and Colin kind of fell apart years ago." "We know," Hope said, "and we don't blame Colin." Stephanie jumped in. "We know all too well what our brother does to people he supposedly cares about." Hope cut her off before she started venting. "But Colin may know people between himself and Junior, a way to get a message to him." "Not to be rude, gals, but Sherry LaFontaine said Junior is part of the gang that's been raiding homes all over the county. Even came to church a few nights ago." The woman wasn't being rude, but she was cutting to the quick. "That true?" Hope looked down and nodded. "He's in with some bad people, for sure." They all went silent for a moment, the noise of farm chores, chickens, and goats filling the air. "You're more than welcome to go chat with him. My heart goes out to your family." She went back to trimming and snapping peas. Both sisters stood. "Hope, before you leave, come see me. I have some stuff to give your mama. Be sure to thank her for the honey." "I will, Mrs. Simpson." They headed off the porch and past the fire ring into the shade of a 100-year-old oak with giant drooping branches. One of the children from earlier was just bringing them some tea from where it had been cooling. Taking it, the sisters thanked her and guzzled it. "I see a well tap that I need to raid before we head back out," Stephanie said. "And you don't look so good." "I'm not feeling so hot," Hope agreed. "I think I sweated out all my minerals." "Sit," Stephanie ordered. "I'll go fetch Junior's old pal and then have those kids go grab us some salts." Less than 2 minutes later, Colin joined Hope at a picnic table and bench for some tea while Stephanie headed back toward the house. "Hey, Hope." He gave her a fist bump, trying not to get his garden grime on her. "What's up?" "Sorry to bother you, Colin. We're trying to find out if you could figure out a way to get a subtle message to Junior amid this gang he's running with." The young man's face went dark, his brows creasing in thought. He straddled the bench on the opposite side of the picnic table and poured himself a glass of tea. "I think I might be able to." He was hesitant. "I've heard rumors about where they throw big parties at night and whatnot." "We don't want you to risk your safety," Hope said with angst. He nodded and looked at his glass. "I could pass your message to others, but I can't promise it would get to him. It'd be better if I just brought some apple pie out and joined the party." Hope was confused. "Why apple pie?" "The kind you drink," Colin said. He was referring to the modern moonshine people made with grain alcohol, apple juice, apple cider, and cinnamon. "If a few friends and I show up with a bunch of that and drink for a while, they'd probably think nothing of it." Hope sighed. "We can't ask you to do that." "Our families go way back," Colin insisted. "And before we got into drugs, Junior was my best bud. What's the message?" "Could you go find them tonight?" Colin nodded. His face was still compressed with worry. "Tell him to slip out of his pack and come home to talk to me, any time, day or night. But he must be alone. My parents want him home, but they're just too stubborn to tell him that. I'll fight for him to stay if he just comes home." North of Highway 33, Panhandle of Texas. A short 2-hour ride to the southeast earlier in the morning ended at yet another small homestead. Granger had been given a code word for a challenge and reply, with the instructions that it would be used once and replaced. When he arrived, he discovered 2 things, one good and one not so good. "Hurry up and wait," he recalled the old saying from his days in the Marines. He and his mission were being put on hold until dark. The good news was that a man who knew the area would be guiding him most of the way to the front. After another failed chance at rest, he and his temporary partner would set out at dusk. They'd been provided 2 high-quality sets of optical gear attached to military-style bump helmets. He had the morbid feeling these came directly from the deceased operators, just like the mission had. The route went east by southeast. Ranch hand Miguel Almeida looked to be in his mid-20s, a trimmed beard under a black cowboy hat making him look older. The backpack, signal jammer, and a few other key pieces of equipment had been moved ahead to a new hiding spot by different cowboys earlier in the day. They were very familiar with the terrain and how to stay hidden during daylight. Plus, the fact that they had no idea what they were transporting added a layer of cellular protection to the op. On the night ride, Miguel had been teaching Granger the routes to friendly homes and farms. What should have been a 2-hour ride became 6, as Miguel had been taking illogical turns at random intervals. "This used to take even longer," Miguel said. "But a few weeks back, the drones became a lot less common." "I saw something similar in New Mexico," Granger said. "In the one lucky break I had on that op. One of the big ones just flew itself into the ground, right before it was going to kill a bunch of us at a field hospital." "Where was that?" Miguel asked, his horse to Granger's left. "Albuquerque." The cowboy went silent. "Yes, that same day." "I wasn't going to ask, man," Miguel said. "I guess you were one of the lucky ones." Granger turned sour with recollection. With minutes to spare, he and 2 others wormed themselves onto a helicopter, whisking to safety 7 of the very microfusion devices that had wiped out the city. American devices, he direly wanted to tell his peer. The fractured American government, already falling apart as the few surviving leaders scrambled to claim their spot in the continuity hierarchy, had gone on letting the public think it had been a Chinese weapon. Let them go on thinking that the U.S. was showing leadership and restraint by not retaliating. He thought of his mostly dead Team Anvil, heroes that America would never hear about, heroes who took over the extraction mission for the futuristic weapons on a moment's notice. He thought of how New Tracy, as he called her, died in his arms just days after finding out his old Roadrunner brother Tracy had been murdered by the Chinese. He thought of 100,000 people who had no idea their city was about to become a mushroom cloud. "Yeah," Granger said. "Lucky." He deflected the subject of Albuquerque. "I hear the drones in that theater all fell because of a planted bug. Maybe something like that happened here in Texas more recently." "Maybe," Miguel said. "But whenever you see planes, they're always theirs." "I think both sides have already destroyed the bulk of each other's aircraft," Granger said. "Plus, China has been making moves in the South Pacific. They haven't sent their whole arsenal over here, and they didn't put Russia completely out of business, so they still have things in Asia to consider." "Sounds ambitious," Miguel said. He pulled his horse's reins. "Whoa." Granger stopped next to him. In the white-green hue of the night vision screens, the crest they were on revealed a slope and resulting elevation drop of perhaps 40 feet, but it was flat and let them see for miles. In the distance, bright flashes over the horizon twinkled occasionally like fireflies. "It's weird being able to see it, but still being too far away to hear it," Miguel said. "I hear the occasional artillery," Granger said. Miguel looked at him. "Those rumbles earlier? No, man, that's thunder. There's a storm 100 miles southwest coming this way. Hope you brought a good coat." Chapter 13. The Canadian River. Hooch and Karen had worked out a system with their compass. They'd been told the first supply cache was buried outside a fracking station about a half-mile south of the 4th major horseshoe bend. It was easy to say, but hard to monitor from the surface of a winding, narrow river. They'd launched several miles downstream of the famed wagon bridge near the small city of Canadian. What would have been barely over 20 miles to Oklahoma as the crow flies was going to be over 50 miles, double that again to get past the front lines enough to leave the river for faster travel. The first full horseshoe bend had taught them what to expect. While Hooch was the primary for rowing and steering, Karen kept an eye on her compass. They sat back to back so he could row with his back muscles while she kept an eye on their path. She could identify the nearly 180-degree turns by simply always keeping her compass aimed straight off the nose of the inflatable raft. The reddish-brown water was flowing at a casual pace, so gauging speed or distance traveled was nearly pointless, mostly just a mental exercise. Whereas the river cut through taller gorges and rocky rises in the western portion of the Panhandle, their path was rolling prairie. Usually they were only just a hair below the lip of a small bank, maybe 3 feet lower than the prairie. A couple of times each hour they would glide through the valley between two rolling hills of grass. The banks were green with sage, scrub, and Texas mountain laurel, and the occasional cottonwood or hackberry tree provided a bit of shade from the blistering sun. From time to time, Karen would note oil and gas drilling sites, stock tanks, or fences and cattle guards. "Pretty sure we just passed the third big horseshoe," Karen said over her shoulder to her friend. Each was sitting on an independent air cell that came with the raft kit, allowing each of them to place theirs in just the right spot. Hooch was tall, so his air cell was just past the center of the nearly 7-foot-long boat, which also gave him a good angle for the rear set of holes on the pegged collars that kept the paddles in check whenever he let go of them. Karen was taller than most women, but she scrunched up in the bow just a bit. She didn't want to make contact with Hooch's back and interfere with his comfort, and the thought of getting his sweat on her wasn't overly appealing either. "You want to trade?" she offered. "Nah," he said. "It weren't all that bad. Other than this whole war thing, this has been a nice little trip. We can trade tomorrow, though. My shoulders might be wanting it after a night off." "You've been quiet today," Karen said. "I figured you might be a bit sad. Didn't want to disrupt your melancholy." "I appreciate that, Hooch. I hate to admit it, but other than the occasional booms in the distance reminding me there's a war zone ahead, I find myself enjoying the breeze and the view." The pair fell into another silence, but she felt a bit bad about disclosing her pleasure that he'd been largely quiet. "But there's no words to say how much I appreciate that you're here with me, buddy." "Yep," he said. "Me too. I have that effect on most women, but usually they ain't sober. I used to go canoeing with my pappy. It was nice to reminisce for a spell." The rumbles of thunder to the southwest caught their ears. "Now I'm going to shut my pothole and pick up the pace before we get soaked." Highway 56, Kansas. "One rundown," Edgar said to his partners on the bus security detail, Morris and Jordan. They were on the return trip from the hastily assembled refugee camp near Dodge City, heading back into the pre-dawn prairie. The road was filled with military vehicles. Strikers, Humvees, utility trucks pulling artillery freshly offloaded from the train, still bearing the forest paint scheme it used in Germany, and even the occasional tank. Refugees who refused to board buses in Ensign were forced to the fields to head east, mostly on foot or bicycle. The first trip had been uneventful, though as they turned around for the 15-mile trip west, they heard several voices screaming on the next arriving bus. It kept the reality of the assignment in perspective. The fuel wasn't wasted on 3 guards and a driver, though. Soldiers and other civilians with a purpose near the trench were catching a ride back, and the cargo holds were stuffed with supplies and equipment on their way to whoever needed it. But it was quiet. Everyone westbound had a reason to be there, allowing the guards to relax a bit. "What'd you think, Jordan?" Edgar asked. At 29, the former Best Western maintenance man had never lived anywhere but Chanute until the war effort. He and the black AC/DC shirt that he never switched out were particularly ripe in a world in which showers were like manna from heaven. "Dude," she said flatly, "I've told you like 10,000 times to call me B." "Sheesh," he said defensively. "I probably much." She refused to look at him, keeping her 1,000-yard stare past the driver and on the highway ahead of the headlights. "Aren't you, like, dating Ada?" The young woman's freshman year of college may have been interrupted, but she'd amassed enough life experience to develop shields for hound dogs. The man huffed and shook his head. He was on the right front inner seat next to Morris, while B sat on the one behind the driver, their patrol packs on the seat next to her. "Easy. I was just making conversation." Morris just chuckled to himself and moved his head ever so slightly. "Dude has no idea what he'd be in for if she said yes," he thought.
Maybe you didn't hear me explain why our friends call her Super Bee." He decided to help the two of them escape the awkward conversation. It was going to be a long shift anyway. Bee and Edgar had been staggered throughout the bus on the first trip, while Morris stayed up front. Each was adorned in an orange safety vest to set them apart from the refugees. The tall college senior had been an athlete and carried with him a presence of authority. "Anyone notice anything to report or watch out for?"
"Nothing," Bee said.
"Not really," Edgar said. "I think the early hour had them mostly tired." "Maybe," Morris said. "But that wasn't a factor for the next bus behind us. The unloading of stuff went okay. It made me think about what would happen if someone claims that someone else stole something." "Yeah," Edgar said. "Everyone is tense. I'm still waiting for some dude to pull out a pistol and shoot someone else for looking at him the wrong way." He gave a nervous laugh. "That's always at the back of my mind," Morris agreed. The trio went quiet and finished their ride, first stopping on the northeast edge of town to offload the personnel and their gear, then driving to the refugee staging area west of town. They exited and helped the driver direct folks to put their bags and hand-carried items into the hold below the bus. "Ma'am, can you please put that in the bus?" the commercial coach driver pleaded. Morris turned at the raised voice. The woman became agitated, which then triggered her husband to become aggressive. "No!" she screeched. She was holding a decades-old table lamp with no shade or bulb. "It's fragile." The woman looked to be in her late 50s or a bit older to Morris. He walked toward them. "This is the last thing I have from my childhood." "Just back off," the husband yelled at the driver. "They told us to have you put everything down below," the stressed driver yelled back. Morris put his strong palm on the driver's shoulder. "It'll be okay, Mike." "If she gets to carry that, then I get to keep my bag," a different man yelled. He was even taller than Morris and trying to flex a bit. "That's not how it works," Morris said. "Oh, yeah?" the man challenged. Most of the passengers were still loading. A few were interested in the unfolding event, which worried Morris. "Yes," Morris said calmly. He chose silence. "If you're explaining, you're losing," his brother told him. "Says who?" The man had lowered his voice a decibel or two. "Ma'am, you can board," Morris told the woman. She and her husband passed the driver, who shook his head as he stepped back to cool off. "I said, says who?" the taller man repeated. He shouldered his big black duffel bag and headed around Morris. "Says the Army," Bee yelled, no longer able to contain herself. Morris stepped in front of the man, trying to balance his authority with de-escalation. He lowered his voice. "Look, man, it's a 15-minute trip. Everyone here just wants to get there. Your bag will take up a seat. Her lamp won't. And nobody is making you get on the bus at all." The man paused and stared at Morris for a moment. His face shifted to understanding before he relented from his stance and put his bag in the hold. Morris stepped aside as most of the passengers filed toward the motor coach's door. An escalating male voice near Edgar, amid the last few people still putting things in the hold, caught Morris's attention. "Go grab a seat," he told Bee. Morris walked over and listened to the man. Edgar was trying to reason with him. When he saw his partner walking up, his face was gravely concerned. "I don't understand, bro. Who has been spying?" "They all have been," the man yelled. His voice was filled with worry. "They're all a bunch of spies." He was agitated, bouncing from left to right and clutching his small backpack. "Are you like, high, bro?" Edgar asked. The man shook his head. "No, can't you see it? Everyone on that bus is working for the Chinese." "Go find an MP and a medic," Morris said to Edgar in a low voice. "We got you, man," he told the passenger, a nervous man in his 40s. He studied the stranger's eyes as he rambled. He's not high, he thought. He's off his medication. He sighed and nodded, keeping a reassuring hand on the irate man's shoulder, but ready to grab him if he suddenly became violent. Now we're social workers for the mentally ill? "It's all right, sir,"
We're going to have someone get your official statement while we check the bus for spies. Bacha Khan International Airport, Peshawar, Pakistan. Lou stirred in his cockpit bunk and pulled the cover off the rear bulkhead window an inch to peek at the hold. Letty ordered the crew to keep the rear ramp up for visual security, so only a little light came in from the personnel hatch near the left wing. While on the generator, the hold only ran half its interior lights. The payloads were covered with big black tarps. He could see one of the MI6 balloon techs running some sort of test on the electronics, but no sign of the other or the 2 EOD technicians. Low voices were coming from the front of the cockpit, so he closed that curtain, rolled over, and opened the other. He squinted, greeted by the light of pre-dusk penetrating the windows past their movable shades. Letty and a male Pakistani military officer were forming dark gray silhouettes with their bodies. "Sorry to wake you, Colonel," she said. "This is my contact. You can call him Timmy." "Timmy?" Lou questioned, still wincing from the change in lighting as he crawled out of the bunk. He heard Cornetto stirring in the other. "I'm not telling you his real name," she said with a slight chuckle. "Good evening, Colonel," the friendly man said in nearly perfect English. "Hello, Timmy," Lou said. He stood and picked up his boots, taking the left rear seat to don them. Letty was standing in front of the right rear seat, and Timmy was squatting at the console between the pilot seats. He had something that resembled a beefy iPad and cable plugged into one of the ports, running some software from it. "Cambridge?" he guessed as to where the man had gone to college for such immaculate language ability. "Oxford," the man smiled, "but an excellent guess. We should only be a few more minutes." "Take your time." He let Letty know where he was headed. "I'm going to hit the downstairs latrine and take a short stroll. I have this heel injury that stiffens up if I don't get some steps in." "Not too far, Lou," she warned, worried about security. Yeah, he muttered under his breath as he descended the steeply inclined ladder. Once he'd taken care of dumping out the gray and black tanks, he went down the steps built into the lower half of the hull hatch and stepped onto the tarmac. "You never know," he thought, sucking in a breath of dirty air and looking at the sun over the mountains to the west. "If we live through this thing, I can always tell people I've taken a deuce in Pakistan now." He scanned all around, deciding it was as good a time as any to do some checks on the craft. There was a pair of Rangers and a Pakistani soldier on each corner of the three-sided box formed by the sandbag walls. One of the Americans saw Lou and nodded. On the security wall between Stonewall's nose end and the nearby hangar, a door-sized gap had been left for people to walk through. He passed through it and turned for a look at the plane. Next, he stretched his back with a side lean in each direction and proceeded toward the corner of the hangar. Lou reached the end of the building, seeing an open area covered in ankle-high grass and the occasional holes. It reminded him of a prairie dog city. Beyond the field to the north was a fence that kept the community out, and to the west a few smaller buildings and the taxiway. But it was the field itself that caught Lou's attention. He saw a ferret eating an egg. "Definitely larger than a chicken egg," he thought. "Wait, ferret? You moron, that's a mongoose." "We imported those several years ago," a man announced behind Lou. The unexpected sound made him jump. Lou turned to look, his face a bit flush. There was a civilian Pakistani, nicely dressed in the vest portion of a suit, his tie loosened, and his sleeves rolled up like he was stopping for drinks on Madison Avenue after a long week at the investment firm. Lou pegged him to be about 60, with a striking, smooth silver beard and trim hairline. "Oh yeah? Why's that?" "They help control the bird population," the man said, smiling and polite. "You see, down here in the valley, the bar-headed geese burrow in the ground." "You mean those holes are from the birds?" Lou asked. "Yes," the man nodded. "See?" He pointed at small wooden houses with ramps mounted to the side of the buildings. "The bird boxes are for the gray mongooses." "While the birds live in the gopher holes," Lou finished. "Precisely," the pleasant man said. The pair watched as the closest mongoose turned an egg over in its hands until it had the smaller point directed toward its mouth. It went to town, dining on the morsel. "I get it," Lou said. "As a pilot, takeoff bird strikes are on my top 3 worst nightmare lists." The man stayed silent, standing next to Lou, just enjoying a moment of nature in a busy life. "Funny, no?" the stranger asked. He began to roll his sleeves down. "Sometimes things are the exact opposite as they seem." Lou turned his head, looking the stranger in his eyes, in time to hear him say, "Safe travels, my friend." With that, he turned and walked back along the hangar door until he reached a personnel entrance and disappeared. "That's the kind of person I wish I could just travel the world and meet," Lou thought. It turned chilly as the sun continued to dip to the west. Though in his flight suit, he'd left his bomber jacket on the plane. Lou retraced his steps to the break in the sandbag wall and finished a lap around the plane. He ran into Honker. Like the Rangers, he was wearing his full battle gear setup. "Everything on schedule, Colonel?" the Delta Force leader asked as he adjusted his grip on his weapon. "Far as I know," Lou said. "Let's find somewhere to chat privately, Honker. I need to bounce something off you." Chapter 14. Lapine, Oregon. Nick and his team opted to camp overnight in the woods north of Lapine, where they had buried the cache of plastic explosives. It provided trees to run cordage and build lean-to shelters. There was a brook nearby from which they could filter water. An hour before dawn, they roused themselves and dined on jerky and freeze-dried snap peas. They needed the rest, but more importantly, they needed the guards of the small community to know they were friendlies. In the growing daylight, the townsfolk staffing the northern barricade performed the same challenge as the day prior, but were also expecting the 2 trucks per the brief they had received. The trucks and 5 people were a bit of a curiosity to the town's residents. Several had trickled out to where the main tracks crossed the one main road, running south on the east side of the Dalles, California highway, north to Bend and beyond to the west. The restaurant and truck stop a stone's throw on the right side of the road was largely defunct, with no fuel in the tanks and no eggs or meat in the diner. It was where they'd spotted the mural of the 3 bridges north of Bend on the drive north a day earlier, which was fine with Nick, as it gave Gerald something to go do besides watch Rosario Escalante and Drake Lee assess why the Ford's left rear tire wouldn't hold air. "It's been spongy the whole time," Drake said. The entire team had watched him top it off with air the evening before and again an hour earlier in the woods. Yet here it was, flat enough that they were worried about it popping the bead on the rim. "It won't go any flatter," Louise reckoned. "Otherwise it would have been flat in that garage yesterday." "We can't assume anything," Drake said. "It could have been low yesterday and picked up a new hole driving out on the train tracks when we escaped." "True," Louise concurred. "The irony," Nick said. "Murphy Road?" He joked about the name of the street where they found the truck. "Now we have an issue to deal with? And we have about 20 tires staged to burn back near the mission." "What's the solution?" Louise asked. "I say we ask someone in town to fire up a generator near the local auto shop and just fix the flat." "That's one choice," Nas said. "But I have a can of that temporary stuff you spray into the tire to stop leaks. I suggest we just use that. This thing is just going one trip down the tracks and then blowing up." Nick nodded with a quick point at their Hispanic teammate. That's the ticket. Go grab the can, would you?" While the crew went about fixing the issues, Gerald was on the way back from studying the mural on the diner. "Now that would be an operation," he beamed. "Trying to—" Nick spun and Gerald shut up when they saw a team of townspeople scrambling to a pickup truck near a tavern on the west side of the road. All were armed, and about 8 of them jumped into the bed. The truck took off south, making the mile journey to the main residential area at that end of town. "What's going on?" Louise asked, concerned. "I don't know," Nick said, "but we have to go in that direction," he thought. "So their problem is our problem. Nas, Louise, let's jump in the Toyota and go check it out. Gerald, cover Drake." The other 2 hopped into the cab. Nick took his position in the front end of the bed, once more looking over the truck with a bit more height. They followed the highway southwest through the undeveloped land that separated the north and south sections of the small city. They passed a farm, a Best Western that had become a hostel for lodging, trade of goods, and a shopping complex on the western edge of a small suburban-type housing complex. Nas slowed for the last half-mile past that, approaching the southern barricade with a bit of caution. Nick slapped the roof of the cab. Stop here. I'll jog up so they don't think we're some sort of Trojan horse. They were still a good 200 meters from the cement mixer tractor barricade. The additional security had mostly positioned themselves behind earthen berms along the side of the road built by the same tractor. Nick jogged down, just getting into a good breathing cycle by the time he showed up. His AR was slung to his back. So far, there had been no shooting. The man from the day before came trotting over to him when he saw him. "These guys claim they're with you." "They could be," Nick said. "I train a lot of units. But if they're here looking for me, then something went wrong. Are there 5 of them?" "Just 2. Come on." Nick followed the country boy to the space around the tractor and slipped through the gap between the cement mixers. "Zach, Gina," Nick said in total surprise. They were both distraught, expressions of horror on their faces. It was just awful," Gina said in near tears. "Slow down," Nick tried to calm her. "Zach, you go first." The man's face was as pained as his partner's. "The Charlies showed up," he stammered, "with a huge train. It rolled right down on the boys when they were setting up tires and diesel to burn." Nick felt his stomach drop. What? Yeah, Gina chimed in. "We were on Overwatch. A truck that can ride on the rails showed up like they knew they were there. We saw them all get killed. Like, in a second, Nick. They never had a chance." Nick's face contorted. Not only had he lost his friends, but he had also lost the only other true veteran, and now their mission was blown wide open. "I bet they had a drone or plane spotting ahead of the train. You guys did the right thing coming to find us," he said. The town's security team watched with nervous anticipation. Zach broke down, crying with guilt. "Seriously," Nick reassured them. "We were about to roll down there. We'd all be dead." He turned and paced to the closer cement truck and leaned against it. "Was the train heading south?" "That's just it," Gina shrieked. "It was huge, like 4 miles long. It was just moving past the switches so it could come up these tracks." "What's all this mean?" the lady from the town's team asked in dire earnest. "It means that any time from a minute to an hour from now, a Chinese security team is going to be rolling through your town, followed by a train full of stuff for their army to take Washington from the east." "That's what you guys have been working on?" she asked. "Why not just blow the tracks?" "They'd fix them in less than a day," Nick said. Then a thought hit him. Unless... He backed through the gap, running for Naz's truck at full speed. Fargo, Georgia. "What are we going to do when we run out of these labels, Mama?" Hope asked. She was in the detached garage with a pot of water, unsanitized but warmed by the sun. The latest batch of honey had been sealed a day earlier. Now they were cleaning any residual from the jars, mainly caused by dirty hands after the process. Honey's low moisture and high acidity made it ideal for storage without needing to be canned, and since the jars weren't getting water-bathed, some of them wound up sticky. Hope and Muriel were seated at a folding table, while Sarah and her older cousins were on the cement floor drawing pastel figures with art chalk. Mama sighed. "At this point, branding is the least of my concerns. We can just use masking tape for all I care." Hope stood up and rifled through shelves and workbench storage bins, looking for her father's stash of assorted tapes. "I'm not seeing it." "I think your father never brought it back out after painting the upstairs bathroom in winter," Muriel said. She continued to clean the jars, every few minutes standing to put 2 rows of 4 into a corrugated box with thin cardboard dividers. Baby Thomas was starting to fuss. Hope picked him up from the bassinet. "Are you ready for lunch, Mr. Man?" She looked at her daughter after picking up a burp towel. "You stay here with Graham and your cousins. I'll be on the front porch feeding Thomas." "Okay, Mommy." Like most properties in the small town, their multi-acre bee farm was spread out. The driveway went straight back past the farmhouse to the back corner. She walked outside into the Georgia late morning sun and heat. George and Gracie were snoozing in the 2-story house's shade near the back porch, but both Rusty and Samson had taken up resting spots in the grass of the backyard, just a few yards from their tiny human herd. Hope walked out and both dogs stood with tails wagging and ears perked. "No, it's not time." ears flattened when their lead human failed to use any of the expected buzzwords: treat, snack, supper, food, and the long-lost favorite, ride in the car. "You two, stay," Hope commanded with a pointed finger. Their world crushed, Samson and Rusty licked the air, broke out sad looks, and sat down once more, watching her walk up the drive and turn past the house. Hope had just made it to the walk, which led up to the front porch steps, when a figure emerged from behind the giant oak in the middle of the huge front yard. The delight of instantly recognizing her brother turned to the standard concern about the coming foray should anyone else see him. Junior put a finger to his lips. Hope walked past the old tire swing and rounded the huge tree. "I'm so glad to see you." She leaned in for a light hug, keeping Thomas up in center. Junior returned the hug and gave Thomas a quick goo-goo and wiggly finger before looking around in all directions. "You shouldn't have done that," he warned. "Colin and his friends are on my crew's radar now." "I needed to talk," Hope argued, "and he's a big boy who made his own choice." "Just like I am," Junior said, annoyed at the prospect of another lecture. "You need to just leave those people and come home," Hope pleaded. "Junior, I'll do whatever it takes to help you kick whatever poison you're hooked on." The taller, younger brother put his hand on his sister's shoulder. "It's too late. I don't want to run with them, but I can't quit now." "Why not? You just—" "No, Hope." Junior's voice filled with worry, his face twisted with desperation. "You don't get it. If I leave, they'll come here and hurt everybody. They're already after the—" Junior quit speaking. "What?" Hope scolded. "What are those criminals up to?" "Y'all need to start taking things more seriously." It was Junior's turn to lecture. "Daddy needs to keep his gun handy. You got 2 man-eaters back there, yet you're out here with me all alone." "You should be thanking Jesus those dogs aren't out here right now," Hope laughed. Junior grunted his first word out in exasperation. "That's exactly what I'm trying to tell you, sis." "Are you freaking kidding me, Stephen Fields, Jr.?" Hope nearly yelled. "If it weren't for your friends," she held on to the baby while using both hands to make air quotes, "there wouldn't be any danger at all." Junior looked around the tree just in case their father had heard the commotion. Satisfied that they were still out of hearing range, he changed his tone. "If it wasn't the crew, it'd be someone else. The world's changed for the worse. You gotta wake the hell up, Hope, and stay out of the east side. We got something big coming up." He gave her the quickest of hugs and started to walk back toward the paved road. "Junior," she pleaded, "just stay here." Hope felt her tender heart ripping and her eyes filling with tears. "Something bad's going to happen." He stopped and looked at her. "I love you, sis. Stay away from that black church, the train tracks, and the swamp." With that, he hiked up his baggy jean shorts and started jogging out of the rural neighborhood. Eastern Hemphill County, Texas. "They're mostly sticking with Highway 33, Miguel told Granger. They were lying on the backside of a grass knoll crest about a mile north of the road, which went due east toward Oklahoma. It was dusk, and the men and horses had emerged from their shelter in the outbuilding of a fracking station several hundred meters farther north. The noise of the rear supply lines for the Chinese war effort was a steady din of tires and tracked vehicles tearing up the asphalt. The horses were tethered on long leads back at the station, grazing to fuel up for the night of walking. "I'm guessing these long, dusty oil well or farm-to-market roads won't be vacant for too long," Granger said. "I'm sure by now they've got a plan in motion to get the fracking and oil pumps operating again." "I thought an army marched on its stomach," his young Hispanic guide cracked. "That was before unmanned drones and mechanized infantry," Granger quipped. He started to crawl backwards down the slope. He'd seen enough. So far, everything was headed toward the front, which meant their night strolls across the wide-open prairie just might go unnoticed. "In this century, armies, theirs or ours, care more about the rapid gains or losses of ground than they do the soldiers' stomachs." They walked in the low spots as best they could, though sometimes the elevation differences were much less than the height of a man for miles in every direction. The late spring thunderheads had taken the night off, and the ground had already soaked up the rain. The multitude of fossil fuel stations throughout West Texas had been shut down and sabotaged by the operators in a variety of ways. Miguel had told Granger that down near Lubbock and everything south and west, he'd heard that the Chinese had gotten most of it up and running again. In some locations, encrypted cyber lockdowns had been introduced to the computerized control stations. At others, the roughnecks had simply capped valves and blown up the installation's self-fueled electrical substations with dynamite. In others, it was the underground fuel lines themselves that had been destroyed, pocking the desert with random scorched craters. As the two men moved back toward their horses and gear, the occasional high-altitude plane could be seen, the setting sun giving it away against the darkening blue sky. "Do you think those will be an issue?" Miguel asked.
"Nah,"
Granger said.
"Like I said last night, they're hurting for planes just as bad as we are. Those high-level craft are most likely airborne command centers with big radar dishes to keep the few aircraft they have left safe. Do they have the equipment to see us? Probably. But they're trying to look at thousands of miles. They discount the small heat signatures just to keep their computers from freezing with overload. They couldn't possibly track every horse, human, coyote, cow."
"That's good to know, I guess," Miguel said.
"I'm much more worried about the random event," Granger continued. "We always called that the Murphy moment in the military. Some random truck full of soldiers on patrol rounds a corner and catches us off guard, or a medevac chopper flies directly over."
"I've always wondered why some guy named Murphy got screwed with that stigma," the young rancher said.
"Don't know. Don't care," Granger said. "But he's real, and he's a real prick."
Chapter 15. Bacha Khan International Airport, Peshawar, Pakistan. The light filtering in from the tarmac was all artificial, an orange hue, the sun gone for over an hour. Lou and Cornetto were working on the pre-flight checks and tests of the electrical circuits of the terrain radar and missile countermeasures. There was nothing noticeably different about the terrain software interface itself. They were still hooked to the Pakistani power supply and would be until they fired up the 4 Pratt & Whitney engines. Despite that, there were several computer power supplies and cooling fans running, which gave the cockpit its unique hum. That was why it was hard to hear the sirens wailing outside. The voices of people yelling in the cargo bay were finally what made the pilot and co-pilot stare at each other in shock for a brief moment. Lou turned his head when he heard the jets of 2 F-16s rolling up the runway, lifting off just about due west of Stonewall. "What the hell's happening?" Cornetto strained. He hopped out of his jump seat and zoomed down the stairs. Lou was hot on his heels. When they stepped out onto the landing in the bay, Hugh kept going down, but Lou stopped and stared down at the personnel door. He could see the lower half, hanging outside the craft by a pair of struts, bounce as someone ran up the steps. "The base is under attack." A massive explosion to the south at the control tower drowned out her words, even in the craft. The shockwave raced in every direction and shook Stonewall, despite being over a mile away. By then, Cornetto had made it past the intelligence officer. "Tell those Rangers to watch out, Corn," Lou yelled. "Get the APU disconnected and clear the rest of the intake covers. In 1 minute, I'm firing up the engines." Cornetto nodded at Lou and ran down the steps. Letty was running up the bulkhead stairs. "What's happening?" Lou yelled angrily. She met him on the landing. "The Indians," she yelled back with strain. Lou rolled his eyes. Of course. India and Pakistan, both nuclear powers, were not only neighbors but also geopolitical enemies. Though both played neutral, India's membership in the former BRICS alliance, which was shattered when China and Russia had their brief war, made it clear who they supported. "Do you think they're here for us?" Lou asked. He glanced and saw Izzy and the technicians hurrying about the bay to secure items. He sprinted back up into the cockpit, Letty on his heels. "I already told you I don't believe in coincidences," she said. "What can I do to help?" "Oh, no," Lou muttered. He saw at least 100 paratroopers descending onto the tarmac between Stonewall and the taxiway. The belt-fed machine guns erupted in fire from both left-side corners under the direction of the Rangers. Lou started flipping breakers and pushing buttons. One at a time, the big engines began to spin, the turbo whine slowly ramping up. 4 more Pakistani jets rumbled up the runway. Lou cinched his harness and put on his combat helmet, something they didn't normally fly with. "Izzy," he yelled into the intercom, "I need to know as soon as the chocks and guards are pulled." "Roger," he heard her say. Lou scanned his checklist and kept working on the procedures when Izzy's voice crackled. "Cornetto is back on board and giving the thumbs up." "Everyone, hang on," Lou keyed. He maneuvered the large throttle lever into its special notch for reverse thruster. Based on his walk-around a few hours earlier, he knew he would need to roll back more than half the plane's length before turning. Stonewall started rolling backwards. Rifles had joined the belt-fed guns in repelling the attack. The hangar farther away from Stonewall exploded when an air-to-surface missile streaked from the sky and ran into it at Mach 4. Several fighters still on the tarmac also exploded. Lou turned the yoke and the plane lurched its tail toward the fiery concourse. Cornetto ran in and jumped into his seat, helmet in his hand. He had to take the time to get himself strapped down and plugged into the communication system. Lou stopped his backwards roll. The sandbag wall and machine guns were taking the bulk of the small arms fire from the Indian paratroopers, now off the right side of the plane and wing. Lou rolled forward and moved to a left turn to start pushing the C-17 up the concrete, past the flaming jet fighters, and to the small feeder road. Police, military, and fire trucks were all zipping about like bats out of hell. "Izzy, get our guys on board," Lou screamed. It would be a matter of seconds before he was rolling faster than a man in combat gear could run. "They're not coming, sir," she called back from where she was leaning out the access hatch. "They're waving us on." "No!" Lou yelled. He felt his blood boiling, his neck and scalp getting hot with rage. "We can stop," Cornetto suggested. He moved his hand towards the throttles. Lou glared at him like he was about to break his fingers. "We can't stop," Letty yelled from her seat. "They can't capture the munitions." Lou let out a frustrated yell. "Keep us taxiing," he screamed at Cornetto. In a rage of cussing, he unplugged his helmet and unbuckled his harness. Lou sprinted down the stairs all the way to the deck and into the surprised gaze of Flight Sergeant Isabella Jones, still at the open personnel hatch. They nearly lurched out of it as Cornetto turned right near the fire station. "Can we make a half-runway takeoff with our payload?" Lou screamed at the loadmaster. He ran to the right side personnel door and opened it to see if he could see the security team. "It'll be closer than a second coat of paint, sir." "Look!" Lou yelled. He pointed out the hatch. They'd passed the fire station and could see the firefight. The Americans had taken a troop carrier and were cutting across the field toward Stonewall. All guns were firing. "Tell Corn to get straight onto the runway and make the turn, but don't take off." Izzy repeated the orders to Cornetto in the headset. The plane began to slow as they finished angling up the mid-runway crossover. Suddenly, a rocket of some sort shot out of the enemy combatants and hit just behind the jeep, flipping it and sending bodies flying. More explosions rocked the hangar where Stonewall had been parked. A jet exploded in the sky as air-to-air missiles shot through the Black Mountain air. The city of nearly 5 million had fires raging where other planes and missiles had fallen. "You!" Lou yelled at the 2 EOD technicians. "On me!" He ran down the right side stairs and started sprinting to the wounded soldiers, 2 Navy specialists on his heels. When long-distance machine gun fire started to zip around them, they angled over to place the now upside-down jeep between them and the danger. "What are you doing?" a sergeant yelled at Lou. "Doesn't matter. We're here now." Lou took a badly limping ranger's arm around his shoulders and started helping the young man hobble toward the plane. The less badly injured picked up the dead or severely wounded. Lou heard a soldier barking orders behind him. More gunfire erupted behind him as the 2 Navy EOD petty officers raised their weapons and covered the retreat. The run back to the plane was exhausting and agonizingly slow. Izzy pulled on the ranger from halfway down the stairs. "Cornetto is going rabid, Colonel," she yelled. Lou was disheartened to see the retreat had stalled. 2 more rangers were 100 feet away, each with a wounded buddy on his shoulders. Lou scrambled up the steps. Out of breath, his legs like giant weights, he proceeded up the stairs as fast as he could manage. Finally, he made it back to his seat, tripping over his feet in fatigue as he crawled back into it. "We have to go," Letty hollered. "Get the Pratts winding up," Lou yelled. They watched an advance of Indian Special Forces overtake the position. Americans fell, fighting to the death. He buckled in and set his hands and feet onto their control surfaces. The plane's brakes wouldn't hold the thrust much longer. "Now!" Lou screamed. Lou steered the small wobble out of the tires as Cornetto turned off the brakes. All three of them slammed back in their seats. Each of the four engines ripped out their maximum 40,000 pounds of thrust. With 100 feet of runway to spare, the heavy workhorse lifted into the air, slowly ascending over a city in mass confusion. Two missiles streaked through the air. The second cut off the first, which was headed right for the rising C-17. The Pakistani fighters that had made it off the ground were covering the Americans, who were headed into the jaws of death on the most insane and historical flight in history. "How many did we leave behind?" Cornetto asked Izzy on the headset, his voice warbling. 6, Commander," she said, her voice solemn and in near shock. 6 men never made it back. Lou continued to fly the plane, heading towards the elevation he would need to get above the mountains on the memorized course. It wouldn't take but a few hours to get to the point of launching the balloon. He was still hot under his collar and his helmet. He looked out his window and saw a pair of Pakistani F-16s escorting him, mainly visible as black jet-shaped holes against a field of brilliant stars. His mind was on fire, wondering if the deaths of 6 of their team were a direct consequence of sabotage. West of Ensign, Kansas. "You old farts hear that?" Bea asked her teammates. They were all enjoying a refreshing meal of cold spaghetti and sauce. There was chatter across the mess tent. The sound of someone at the next table over trying to quiet his peers reinforced her statement. "I got nothing," Coach Mason McBride said. "Quiet," Ada insisted. She locked eyes with Jordan. "I hear it too, Bea," she said softly. Way to their north, 4 individual pieces of thunder rumbled, though it wasn't the long surf-like wave of weather, more like a rapid firecracker that fizzled before it popped. Then an unmistakable sound hit. The small community's fire truck parked out near the highway began to blare the high-low pattern of a siren normally used to tell firefighters in a structure to evacuate immediately. "Is that a tornado warning?" Edgar asked. "I mean, it is the season." Morris was already standing, moving one leg out past the bench on which he was seated. 4 rapid explosions, again miles in the distance, finally rolled across the plain. Then more swishes, this time much closer. Outside the tent, people were running out of the small volunteer militia camp. The buzz had a very "oh no" vibe to it. Soon all 6 members of Chinook 3 ran out and followed the crowd. They jogged to the end of the block, where the intersection view to the northwest opened a bit more. Multiple streams of smoke shot from the ground to the sky. "We're under attack," someone in the crowd yelled. A few people started to panic. Patriot missile launchers much closer to their camp at the nearby forward supply depot came alive. Dozens of civilian volunteer soldiers, most with no formal military training, watched 24 missiles less than 2 miles away race to the sky. What started out sounding like popcorn in the sky turned ominous. American Patriot batteries throughout the western Kansas and Nebraska plains erupted to life as a wave of CJ-10A longsword cruise missiles launched in eastern Nevada were detected, seconds from impact. They were barely 30 meters above the ground, stealthy and fast. Each carried an 1,100-pound warhead. Many of the Patriots connected, but not all. All along and behind the front line, dozens of longswords smashed into the retreating tanks and infantry strikers caught at the temporary bridges along the trench. It was a double whammy, destroying multiple U.S. Army vehicles in one spot, while also collapsing the trench work. When the Chinese Army arrived, the very spots that were supposed to retract to keep them from passing were now molten, twisted steel and dirt walls,
blown into passable soft mounds. Missile batteries, radars, ammunition depots, fuel farms. Many of the critical rear elements of the retreat had either been hit directly or taken near misses. Morris felt like he was going to puke the nasty cold calories he'd just eaten. He felt Bee grab his hand and push her head onto his arm. He heard her sniffle. "What should we do, Mo?" Ada asked, her voice packed with fret. The rumbling of explosions continued to drift in from near and far, the flash in the far sky sometimes visible as one of the $1,000,000 spears met another. I don't know," Morris said. With poetic timing, he saw his twin brother come out of one of the bunk tents. "What should we be doing, Marv?" "Fill your mags, oil your bolt carriers, drink water, sleep, eat what might be your last meal for days," his brother said with casual pragmatism. He simpered a subtle guffaw. "There's nothing we can do but wait, bro."
Chapter 16. Lapine, Oregon. "They're running early," Nick said. "Maybe the operation on the tracks along the Columbia happened early. We don't know, and it doesn't matter anyhow. The Chinese are headed this way right now."
"No bueno," Nas said, speeding the truck back past the meadows to the other part of the city.
"How do we know this?"
Luis practically yelled. Nick's sudden desperation had her nerves rattled. Nick was taking deep breaths, focusing his thoughts on what to do, so he ignored her. Finally, "I'll explain to everyone all at once." A couple of minutes later, Nas pulled up to Gerald and Blake, right at the piece of the 2-lane highway where the train tracks crossed. The locals had dispersed. The presence of the strange guerrilla fighters, coupled with the sudden security alert, had made them nervous. Blake was done filling the tire once more, and Gerald approached the truck, keenly aware of their speed and the fact that Nick had scrambled out like a broken egg. "So what's happening?" "Tell me about those," Nick pleaded with authority. He was pointing at the mural and started to run toward it before Gerald could react. The older man hobbled to keep up with the retired soldier, finally trotting up to him. "This is done pretty much to scale," Gerald said, running his palm over the painted cinder block wall as he spoke. "The top is mostly north with a western flare, as you can see by the mountain." He pointed to the left end. "The easternmost bridge is Highway 97, this road." He pointed behind them. "It's maybe 25, 30 years old, modern construction. All three of these withstood Cascadia. Otherwise, the Charlies wouldn't be trying to use them," Nick pointed out. He was already eyeballing the westernmost bridge in the painting. "This is the trestle." "Yes," Gerald said, "but these two might not stand up to an earthquake much closer." Luis, Nos, and Drake had all caught up, listening intently. "What's the middle one?" Nick demanded. "The original highway bridge. It's a bungee jump place now, part of this park between all of them on the south." "How far is this area?" Nick asked. "This whole bridge and park area is only a quarter-mile long. Why?" "How deep is this?" Nick asked next. None of his team had ever seen him so worked up. "How wide?" Gerald looked up and thought. "I don't remember exact figures. Low 300s on the depth, I think. The width probably exceeds 400. What's going on, Nick?" Nick looked up, realizing the whole group was hanging onto his every word. A Lapine Quick Reaction Force truck had just pulled up, the truck with the last two members of the Schmaltz team right behind it. Nick nodded. "Schmaltz team was ambushed. Zach and Gina are the only ones who made it out. The Charlies are bringing a train this way." Even as the others reacted to the horrible news, Nick was running back to the railroad crossing and the tracks. Both the man and woman he'd met yesterday were armed and alarmed. "You're saying a big old train of commie bastards are headed up these tracks?" the man dared. "I say bring 'em on." "This is legit?" the woman asked, more level-headed. Nick's team came over from the diner mural, Luis and Gina hugging in mixed shock and relief. "What was the rail car for?" "We were going to blow up the switch tracks in Schmaltz with C4, Nick explained.
make the repair job much more time-consuming. Our recon team was discovered, and we had no intel a train was coming. But with a train comes a company of infantry to protect it. He looked at the energized patriot. And before you say bring 'em on again, bear in mind some of us have been in combat. You don't want to tangle with trained infantry. Not on an even footing anyhow. Let's just load the C4 into your rail truck, the woman said. Send it down the tracks and blow the engine. We need to blow it with a timer or a radio for one, Nick said. Plus, the way they detected my crew, I think they have eyes in the sky looking ahead. He paced toward the rail truck. But you might be onto something. As a slowdown, I mean. He scanned the faces of his team, of the locals. Angst was practically dripping off of them. You should all get your folks to the hills. If they see anyone with open weapons, they'll just kill them and everyone around them. That angered the local man. Not fight? He screamed with disbelief. I'd rather die fighting than let them pass through. You're missing my point, Nick said with a tired exhale. My crew and I are going to go blow that railroad trestle past Bend. That completes the most important objective. You guys can buy us time. Fill that truck with diesel and fertilizer. Stall them on the tracks near a bend with some logs or something. When their security element shows up to clear it, the train won't even be in sight yet. But that's when you send the truck down the rail on cruise control. After you've blown them into little pieces of Szechuan chicken, that's when you ambush the rest from the high ground, both sides, but in a V shape. Don't shoot each other. The woman had been soaking it in. I think there's a good curve down where my dad used to go hunting that would work, she said to her friend. We need to hurry then. That's like 10 or 15 miles south. Mister, the woman said, we got this. We'll slow them down for you. To her friend. There's still about 100 gallons of diesel out at Sam's place, and I'm sure the Paulson farm has plenty of manure. That'd probably work, Nick said. With nary a goodbye, their nameless friends took off running for their truck to rally people and supplies. Are we seriously going to try and blow up a bridge? Gina asked. Not just one, Nick looked at Drake. How much engineering and architecture did you say you studied? Over the Karakoram range. Lou looked left into the midnight blue blanket of stars outside his window. The comforting dark shapes of two F-16s were nowhere to be seen. Must be over the border by now, he thought. Colonel, he heard over his headset. It was Izzy. Here's an update on our team. The balloon techs helped me stabilize our wounded. We have one critical head injury, 2 with serious fractures to their arms or shoulders, and 2 with minor scrapes and bruises. Those 2 will help me shift the Moab after the balloon launch. I can help with that too, Letty chimed into the intercom from her seat behind Cornetto. Izzy had already reviewed the plan with everyone in Diego Garcia. She had chain fall tackle which would allow her to pull the bomb and its cradle, over 11 tons in weight, back along the floor rollers to the optimal position for load center. This would provide an opportunity for the pilots to maintain the control surfaces with as little adjustment as possible and hopefully add a few hundred miles of range to their trip. Roger, Izzy, Lou said. We are 10 minutes out from launch. Is the payload ready? Yes, sir. The EOD team and balloon team had briefed each other on their jobs for just such a crisis. MI6 is confident in the package delivery, Colonel. We need to open the ramp now, they say. Let the electronics acclimate to the cold air while they do some final adjustments. I need to come inspect the munitions, Letty said. She started to unbuckle. I wouldn't advise that, ma'am, Izzy said. She paused. The balloon techs are shaking their heads no, quite vigorously. They're even keeping me at bay, which they don't have to do since they couldn't drag me toward those nukes with a pack of dogs. I don't care what they say about the low radiation. If they have to shield it with lead, it isn't good. No, I need to come check these, Letty insisted. Negative, Agent Manson, Lou said with a somewhat stern tone. This is still my ship to fly, and Flight Sergeant Jones is in command of the cargo bay. If she says stay put, then you stay put. Letty sat back down and cinched her harness with exaggerated emphasis. Lou looked at Cornetto, who was in a continuous cycle of checking his map, stopwatch, the horizon, and the plane's compass. The terrain-following software to be utilized after the balloon launch used radar. It had a frequency scrambler across thousands of bandwidths, which gave it a lower probability of intercept, but not zero. Once they turned it on, it gave their enemy both a signal to detect and a path into the plane's computer for their cyber warriors to use. During the pre-flight checks, the pilots each plotted 2 routes to their targets independently of each other. Lou told Cornetto it was simply for having several options. In truth, he was running a test. But until they reached that point, it all came down to Hugh Greenbaum's manual calculations. Corn, as navigator, you still have the final say on clearance to open. With the decoy transponder, they had been mimicking a China Southern Airlines Airbus A350 in speed and height. The one glitch in the plan was unavoidable. At some point, Chinese air traffic controllers would raise the flag that the incoming craft wasn't responding to instructions and wasn't even answering the radio. The intent was to turn off the device and hide in the mountains long before that happened. But they also had to maintain altitude and suddenly show a huge reduction in speed to launch the dirigible. Getting the balloon off fast was nearly as critical as getting it off in the correct spot. Once the drogue parachute dragged the balloon and its polymer fiberglass cargo package out of the hold, canisters of helium would inflate it, sending it over twice as high as the current 33,000 feet of elevation. Once the canisters were depleted, a small charge would kick them and the drag chute rig off entirely. The balloon had to be launched down the edge of the jet stream that would carry it east. The expected stream speed was to be between 80 and 140 miles per hour. The balloon and its special cargo would be dipping its simple, evil fingers into every aspect of Operation Lex Talionis, not just the delivery of the microfusion munitions. Everything about the operation required critical timing and placement. "I hope you all have your pockets handy," Cornetto said into his intercom. "Outside temp is -40 Celsius, which is about the same number in Fahrenheit for you Yanks. You are cleared to open. We will be entering the drop zone in 4 minutes and exiting in 2 minutes after so we can make our dive." Fargo, Georgia. "Hope, any news on how Mr. and Mrs. Brown are doing?" Pastor O'Kelly asked. She had been off in her game, not her usual chipper self. The pastor had been sent over to the evening meal line behind the church at the request of Mrs. Bergie Scott after she had passed through the stew line. The meal line had become thinner the last few nights. People were staying at home. The spirit of philanthropy was disappearing like Houdini's ghost, being replaced by a community collapsing in on itself. There were fewer mouths in the chow line, but there were also fewer home-canned jars, rabbits, pigs, and deer being donated. The crew had been the catalyst for the dwindling sense of charity. Nobody wanted to leave their homes and find out they'd become the next victims. "Pastor," Hope said, concerned. His question hadn't even registered. She'd heard him and knew he was in front of her, but her mind spilled out. "I've learned something." She was at a loss for how to proceed. The Reverend looked around and spotted the table with nobody sitting there. "Tell you what, I'll go grab a couple of warm teas from your papa. You ladle us up a couple of bowls and meet me on the other side of the fire pit." Hope looked to see her mother and sister keeping an eye on the kids, then to the middle-aged woman next to her. "Go on," Sue King said. "I think I can handle the heavy traffic," she joked about the absent line of townspeople. Hope filled 2 bowls. 2 minutes later, she and the preacher were seated beyond the fire. He said a quick prayer over their meal. "Does it involve your brother?" he asked, reading the emotion written plainly on her countenance. She took in and then let out a heavy breath and nodded. "I tried to talk him into coming home." "But that group he hangs out with has their talents sunk in too deep," Pastor O'Kelly guessed. "That's right," Hope nodded. "They have been the topic of almost every conversation and worry I've heard for days," the balding man said. He took off his glasses and cleaned them. "You probably realize this by now, but he's got to want your help, dear. You can't force it on him." "It's more than that, Pastor." Hope set down her spoon, her eyes moistening. "I mean, of course, I fear for his safety, but what if they make him hurt someone? What if they start to get violent? The pastor put his clean, scratched glasses back on his face and took a sip of tea. Do you have a reason to think they will? This morning, Junior gave me a very clear warning to avoid the other side of town, particularly the train tracks and the swamp east of the church. Pastor O'Kelly leaned forward in his chair, and his look evolved from concerned counselor to worried citizen. You are the third person who has said something about the train today. He looked around as if he was looking for someone specific. A pair of his children ran by, chasing fireflies in the dusk. Patricia. A girl of about 12 stopped running and walked over to him, panting and sweaty, followed by her brother and 2 other children. Run out front and see if Mr. Penobscot is still here. Hurry. Yes, Father, the girl yelled as she took off running, chased by the other kids. They make my old knees proud, he joked as he stood. I'll be right back. I can come too, Hope said, standing. Actually, the pastor said, go grab your parents. He looked around. And, all for Pete's sake, tell the adults we're going to have a meeting in the chapel. Have the older teens stay out to watch the children. He took one more bite of his soup and took off to track down his daughter, chasing down a family who'd already left. Hope cleared their dishes and did as was requested by quietly announcing a meeting of importance in the chapel. People slowly filtered inside. What's this about? Stephanie pressed her sister when they walked into the church's side entrance and through the kitchen. You'll find out, Hope said. She was still a bit put out by her sister's attitude toward their brother. You heard from Junior, didn't you? I said you'll find out. Several minutes went by as more and more people filed in. A few outside had sent for some of the neighbors nearby. Rumors that a meeting about the home intruders was imminent started to spread to the immediate few blocks of the small town. The pastor was standing at the head of the center aisle, 16 rows of old birch pews on either side. There were nearly 30 adults spread out, mostly in the front half of the chapel. Hi, everyone. Sorry about the unplanned nature of this little meeting. It sort of just happened. Mr. Penobscot, would you please share what you told me earlier this afternoon? A plump, middle-aged man with silvery black hair, whom everyone knew as the most reliable plumber and handyman in this part of the county, stood up. He left his wife and an adult daughter in the row and moved up front. Though he'd probably helped every person in the room more than once, he blushed and grinned. Howdy, y'all. Frank Penobscot smiled sheepishly. I was just sharing with the Reverend Elliot today that I just got back from a 2-day trip to my cousin's. Some of y'all might know BJ. He's the one who was a roadie for the Foo Fighters. Not JD, the one who did time for that telethon scam. He's... Frankie, the man's wife hissed, causing the tension in the room to release a bit. Quit rambling, honey. Frank laughed at himself. Sorry, y'all. I get nervous talking to big crowds like this. Anyway, BJ lives out near Cypress Creek, just on the edge of the swamp. So we were going to go gator hunting for some meat, and we found these muddy ruts that go off of Council Road, deep into the woods, just on the west edge of the swamp. It was them 2 dark SUVs. That whole crew was getting ready to start shooting assault rifles and such. We beat feet and went back to his place and drank a fifth of... Well, never mind about that part. But a few minutes after we scattered, it sounded like they was training for war. The man nodded nervously and took his place back on a pew next to his wife. Hope, Pastor O'Kelly said tenderly, holding a hand toward her for her to stand and come up. I know this is tough for you. Stephen and Muriel both whipped their heads around to study their daughter. Hope handed Thomas off to her mom without making eye contact and slipped out of the pew. She walked up and turned. As many of y'all saw the other night, my baby brother has been running with this crowd. A few murmurs slipped through the gathering. My sister and I had some of Junior's old friends go find him at a party last night to tell him to come home. Muriel nearly broke her neck, glaring at Stephanie, who was slinking down on the pew slowly, her hand up to her eye to deflect the gaze. This morning, my brother came and talked to me. The whispers became more pronounced. And this gang he's running with says they'll come hurt everyone he knows if he tries to leave. One old codger had had enough. Real sorry to hear that, miss. But brother or not, he and them are going to get a face full of buckshot if they try any of that monkey business at my place. The rumblings of the group went both ways with that announcement. Some were in agreement. Others were in disbelief at the accusatory sentiment. The conversation was in the balance of becoming a debate or even a heated argument. "Listen," Hope yelled. It was purely uncharacteristic for what the town had come to expect from the friendly, gracious mother. "My brother wanted me to stay away from the Edith Church side of town, and specifically the railroad tracks and swamp." There were no less than 5 or 6 vocal conversations all happening at once after that. Pastor O'Kelly stood again, hands up, trying to get people to be calm. "And you're just now saying something?" a woman called out. "I don't give 2 cents about that stupid train," the man countered. "It isn't about the train, idiot," the woman's husband defended. More voices were rising. "Listen, everyone," Pastor O'Kelly called out, trying to find the line where he was still a loving shepherd but not an angry participant. "We need to be ready to aid our brothers and sisters at the Edith Church, right?" "I can't be worried about everyone else," someone yelled out. Stephanie stood from where the family was sitting in the second row and spun. "Hey!" she nearly shrieked. "This isn't about my brother or some gang of punks from Tallahassee or Jacksonville." The room went nearly quiet, her piercing voice bouncing around the high ceiling in the chapel. "This is about good people standing up for each other. Our brother gave us a warning at his own risk. We can't be tearing each other apart like this. It'll just make it easier for these criminals." The normally reserved Stephen Fields stood and placed a calm hand on his seething daughter's shoulder. He whispered something low under his breath. She looked at her dad and sat down. "My girls are right," he said. He turned to face the crowd. Hope couldn't recall ever seeing such a grave look on her father's face. "We don't gotta like it, but we have to work together, protect our neighbors, fight back and send a message that this community will never accept being victims. I'm willing to admit my son," Stephen choked on his emotion, trying to spit out the words without crying, "deserves what he gets. What are you prepared to do?" Chapter 17. Roger Mills County, Oklahoma. The front line ran crooked on a mostly northwest bearing. Where Granger needed to go was somewhere near the tiny community of Crawford. The last intel Miguel had received to guide the rugged stranger and the backpack-sized equipment was that the northern tip of the Texas front was near the northern border of Roger Mills County. The Rocky Mountain front line was straggling, having taken heavy losses in Albuquerque and Nevada months earlier. Its southern flank was at a point near the corner between Colorado, New Mexico, and the Oklahoma Panhandle. The rest of that front had pushed into Kansas a day earlier. If the southern flank from Colorado caught up and met the Texas-Oklahoma theater's line at Arnett, the Chinese forces would finally be linked. With a unified command and supply chain, they would become nearly unstoppable. "What the hell are those?" Miguel asked. It was sunset, and the men and the horses were in a long arroyo less than a half-mile from the church on the town's western edge. The town was bustling with Chinese vehicles. Everything from ambulances to fuel rigs waiting for the next lull in the battle rumbling 7 miles east. Miguel had never seen the 2- and 4-man gyrocopters before, which had proven quite effective in the battle for Hawthorne, Nevada. There were close to 20 of them parked in a large gravel lot next to the church. "They're like teeny tiny helicopters with no windshield, like something a billionaire would get a teenager for his birthday." What Miguel had called an arroyo, Granger had been calling a wash. They had dismounted and approached the area from the wide-open plain through a series of eroded beds. Miguel explained that he knew they would all point to an arroyo at some point, the carvings of water over time. Sure enough, they entered the deeper, steep-walled trench, careful not to kick up big rocks and disturb a rattlesnake seeking shade. It had several shallower branches and a couple of spots that were a good 15 feet wide. Granger pegged it to be well over 100 feet long. The men saw a storm coming and were keeping a wary eye on it. The arroyo was where the flash flooding would wind up. "See those missiles on the cute little wings?" Granger asked. He handed his guide his binoculars. "Those will still kill you in a heartbeat." "What are they for?" They don't all have missiles.
Recon, mostly, Granger said, and inserting paratroopers. Their size is their advantage. We had to dodge a few of these coming out of New Mexico on the way here. You don't hear them until they're right on you. But most anti-air measures are meant for full-sized craft, so they're almost impossible to shoot down. There's barely a heat signature from their small engines. I've heard for years they were stockpiling these things. My roadrunners and I would laugh about it. But now that 95% of the planes and helos are gone...
He let the thought that the tiny craft was somewhat genius remain unspoken. Miguel looked southwest. That storm looks dark and heavy, men. We need to get out of this arroyo, and I think maybe I've gotten you as far as I can go.
I understand, Granger said.
Both men slid down the sandy dirt slope into the bottom of the trough and headed toward the horses.
I need to get around this town, and I think night in a storm is the perfect time. I was told the comms towers I need to zap are usually within a mile of the front line.
It's gonna suck, Miguel said, taking hold of his horse's reins. The storm, I mean. Granger nodded. The men and their steeds proceeded northwest back to the shallower end and the smaller washes that led to it.
Yeah, he grunted. It always does.
The Canadian River. I think we should think about finding shelter, Hooch called from the back of the raft. The raindrops pelting them were painful. For about 10 seconds after another long, hot day of rowing, it felt refreshing, but that ended quickly when the dark gray thunderhead rolled over. The rain was a torrent, the likes of which the two had never seen in the Arizona desert. The rafts filled up with 3 inches in as many minutes. I'm not sure if we made it to the next supply drop yet, Karen said. She'd broken out her poncho, but poor Hooch hadn't had a chance to do so yet. The pounding deluge churned the water's surface from smooth to rough like nature's blender. She knew her partner was right. Right there. She pointed to an open spot clear of weeds or dried bushes that might poke a hole in their craft. They were hundreds of yards from any slight hills, the winds picking up rapidly in the prairie. This is exactly how it looks at the start of all the damn tornado movies, Hooch joked. The raft ran into the dirt and Karen hopped out. She held onto the built-in rope along the top of the rubber raft and yelled, "Get all our stuff!" Hold up. Hooch took a few seconds to disconnect the 2 aluminum and plastic oars, tossing them up onto the grass. Just that small exposure to the air and wind made them sail and flip along the ground, blowing away from them. He threw their bucket of flour with hidden tannerite onto the shore next. Then he grabbed their 2 backpacks and rifles and jumped into the water, sinking to his ribs. This thing is getting deeper by the minute. He waded out, the river's speed making it more difficult than he anticipated. We need to find an oil pump or something to hide out in. You got the bags? Karen called over the wind. Yeah. I'll take the raft. She pulled it up, heavy with rain, and tipped it to drain the water. Next, she grabbed onto the rope with both hands, but as soon as she yanked it up a couple of feet to the prairie, the wind ripped it right out of them. The boat went flipping and flopping east along the land until it went back down into the river nearly 100 feet down. Karen went chasing after it. She discharged a string of cuss words like they were powered by a bazooka. By the time she made it to the spot and went back down the small bank, the raft was dozens of feet downstream. A heavy, fearsome rumble of thunder rolled across the dark gray clouds, sounding like giants bowling. She sank to her knees and screamed in frustration for a moment. Hooch's feet appeared to her right as she stared at the escaping boat rounding the next bend. She looked at him. I'm sorry. His arms and shoulders were stuffed with both of their backpacks, their additional bag of supplies, both rifles, the bucket, and both oars. There's a road just ahead a bit farther, he yelled through the torrent of rain. Karen was a tall woman, but he still had 6 inches of height over her. I think I see a barn way up there. Come on. Ensign, Kansas. The entire militarized zone west of Dodge City was active, like a hornet's nest or anthill that had been disturbed. The various units in and around Ensign were preparing for the unknown. The loudest rumor was that the missile strike's purpose was primarily about forcing the Patriot missile systems to expend their ordnance, but the damage from those that had made it to targets throughout western Kansas unscathed was the secondary benefit to the Chinese. The Kansas militia volunteers had been tasked with packing their gear in preparation for being evacuated to Dodge City. The stream of civilian refugees had cut down to nearly zero, which was an effect of the front's advance across the state line a day earlier. People didn't want to get trapped between the two armies. Dust and diesel exhaust from hundreds of tanks and armored personnel carriers had been drifting east all day. They were crossing the trench bridges and moving back the 100 meters to giant berms that had been constructed for them to take cover and concealment. The supply of vehicles was thinning. Every unit in America had been deployed. Any rig found in a National Guard armory was left behind simply for lack of parts. The advance for them, coupled with the American withdrawal, was a cat-and-mouse dance. Once out of the Rockies, the wide-open plains had been a death sentence for the armor on either side. The tactic was attacking quickly as a method to cover the retreat of other elements. The trick, though, was ending the attack with a place to cover your escape. The retreat had been fast, almost 200 miles in less than 2 weeks, simply as a way of buying time to get to the trench. They couldn't just keep giving up ground. There had to be a place to make a stand, and the western prairies was that place. All 3 Chinook squads were working to roll and pack one of the big chow tents. The sounds of the covering tanks duking it out with the Chinese 24 miles west were drifting across the miles of fields, making the 70 minutes since the missile strikes even more ominous. Everywhere was a highway now. The fields north and south of town were being traveled just as heavily as the asphalt path that cut through Ensign. Engines roared. Track vehicles shook the ground when they rumbled by. Wheeled trucks moving ammunition west and the wounded moving east filled the highway. Sirens in the north fields erupted again, shooting more missiles into the purple sky, a trace of orange still painting the mountains black to the west. "Oh," Jordan Croft said, wrapping her arms around her friend and mentor. The 19-year-old freshman was having a hard time keeping up her tough guy act. "B," he said. He looked down at her scared face. He'd never once had a romantic feeling for her, even now. She'd just been too obnoxious back in the airsoft days. But she did have his empathy. She was like the little sister he was glad he never had. "We're all scared. Just stay close so we can stick together." Morris felt his twin brother Marvin tugging at his arm. He saw him pointing to the sky. "We should go find one of those guard officers and find out what our next orders are." Morris traced his brother's finger. It wasn't just the outbound contrails of the protective missiles. There were gray shapes in the darkening sky. "Are those planes?" he asked. Marvin nodded. "And in my experience, when they're that low, it means airborne." "What?" Morris asked in alarm, losing some of his usual cool. "What's that?" Bea asked, pushing off her hug with Morris. "Paratroopers," Marvin said. He pointed up again, moving his mouth with no words. "There are so few, scattered so far apart. Hard to tell. 20 maybe? We've been hearing they're low on planes." Morris looked around and realized that all of the Kansas militia had stopped doing what they were supposed to be doing. "Hey guys," he called to the Chinook crews. "Keep your gear handy. We'll be back." He followed his brother across their little lot and into the small locality. They started jogging once the low-level planes reached overhead, which wasn't directly over them and the town, but more to the north, like they were going to fly over the supply depot a few miles toward Dodge City. The sky started filling with explosions. In the night, they were just specks of light from the anti-aircraft artillery erupting. The cannons were near the depot, so the sound of them shooting took a few dozen seconds to cross the prairie and finally reach them. There was just enough light from sunset to show the snow-coned shapes of dark parachutes opening in the sky. Marvin picked up the pace, and the twins were at the 2-bay fire station in another 30 seconds. They had been but a few of many militia and guard leaders converging on the outpost, which was chaotic with people trying to talk on radios, update maps on boards, and shout over each other in small groups. "You know how veterans always joke about war being 99% boredom and 1% panic?" Marvin asked. Morris nodded. This is the 1%. Over the Lanzhou military region. Ramp is closed, Cornetto said, seeing the indicator light on their overhead panel. Very well, Lou said. He had already taken the C-17 back up to 450 knots. Give us your primary route to Waypoint Delta on the terrain. Lou started to dive the plane and keyed the mic to the intercom. Team Stonewall, we'll be doing a thruster-assisted dive for the next 3+ minutes. Find something to hang on to. Both pilots had their hands near the throttles, though Lou was the one to manipulate it through its cutout to access the reverse thruster. What does that mean? Letty asked, a hair nervously. We'll be descending at roughly 4 times the rate of a commercial airliner, he said. When we're done, we'll be terrain flying through these mountains' eastern slopes just over the treetops. The thrusters allow us to keep speed without falling into a dangerous dive we can't pull out of, Cornetto added. Altitude, altitude, a feminine computer voice began to repeat. Had it not been night, the ground would have filled the view of the windscreen. Whoa, Letty said, grasping for the wall and the side of her seat. Her shoulder-length hair began to float at the tips. Under the slightly nerve-wracking warnings and instructions of the computer, Lou kept his left hand firmly on his joystick and his right hand on the throttles. Cornetto kept his hands barely an inch away from his controls. Despite the steep descent, Stonewall handled smoothly. Aren't you guys going to turn on the terrain radar? Letty finally burst, strain in her voice. Waiting on you, Colonel, Cornetto said. He was all business, hiding any nerves well. The computer barked out a new warning over and over. Terrain, terrain, terrain. Not yet, Lou said, firmly. In truth, he was worried, too, once again building heat under his flight helmet. Terrain, terrain, terrain. Now, Corn, cue up my second flight plan. Cornetto did as he was instructed while Lou set the auto throttle. Between the plane taking back control of the jets and the computer taking control of the flight path, Stonewall pulled up sharply, still barking about terrain until the craft leveled out, mostly. It banked back and forth and rose and fell slightly as the hill below them rolled. They could see the streetlights of Hotan Prefecture 100 miles off their left wingtip. Izzy, Lou said into the mic, commence your plan to adjust the load center. On it, sir. Something's wrong, Superbird, Cornetto said. Our heading is way off. He was checking his paper maps, his small e-tablet, and the plane's compass. He then looked up at Lou. Sir, your flight plan? Lou was looking at Letty, who was out of her seat, a government-issue Glock 17 in her hand pointed at Cornetto's face. Chapter 18. Crooked River, Oregon. Maybe 6 miles from where I met the mysterious militia leader, Nick thought. He had to force a laugh to avoid getting pissed. If we'd made this the mission from the start, people would still be alive. The midday breeze was strong. The remaining 7 members of his team had thrown caution aside, driving up as fast as they could after the painfully slow task of getting their new friends at La Pine engaged in their emergency task. All 7 were standing along the sidewalk guardrail, taking in the scenic vista of 3 bridges spanning over the Crooked River Gorge. The 3 bridges were all of a steel arch design, though the much younger highway bridge was built with thicker, modern box beams for the arches. Any thought of taking out all 3 bridges with their small supply of C4 had quickly dissolved. Drake Lee had spent a few years in engineering school, and he was sure they were going to need to throw everything at the railroad trestle. We can't just blow the top of the arch? Gina asked him. No, that's the entire point of an arch, Drake said. There are stone arch aqueducts from the Roman Empire still standing today. We have to hit the spots where it bears into the cliff, all 4 corners. Top or bottom? Gerald asked with a hint of hope. If you count the deck, there are 8 corners. The bottom ones, Drake said, irked that it wasn't obvious to everyone. That must be 30 or 40 feet down, Gina exclaimed. Everyone went quiet, looking back and forth at the arch design where it embedded into the rock on the 2 sides. Wait a minute. More like twice that on the other side, Nas said first. Why is it so much lower over there? Gina huffed. There's no way we can scale down there and plant explosives. The North Canyon wall was about 20 feet higher than the south one. Where the trestle ran to ground height on the far side, it turned into a bridge on the south once over the canyon lip. From there, the tracks ran down a sloped runoff for several hundred yards. The effect of that additional height for a level bridge was that the arch structure hit the canyon much higher on the near side. Nick saw Zach and Luis turn around, watching their backs. There was a decent-sized camp out in the park, people who had banded together for survival. So far, they'd left the 7 tactically clad strangers alone. But Nick realized what the other 2 did. They were drawing some looks from the campers. He also realized Zach and Luis were still amped up and on edge from losing their teammates earlier. He moved next to Luis. You 2 want to join me to go look at that building near the pagoda? That's, right in the heart of their little camp, Luis said. Not really. These folks need to know the Charlies are on the way, Nick said. I need to let them know we're not the ones they should be worried about. He started walking. I'll go with you, Zach said. Pushing 50, the man was always quiet, and Nick had learned little about him. Just let your rifle fall into its sling, Nick advised. Hands off the grips will go a long way to keep them calm. They were walking back to the mini-camp perimeter. A large number of plastic panels for a small mobile playpen had been linked around several tents, canopies, and 3 motorhomes. Must be to keep toddlers from wandering toward the cliff, Nick thought. He scanned the crowd of people. 2 men had rifles slung and were stepping over the plastic fence to greet the duo before they arrived. Like most folks in Oregon, they wore beards and outdoor clothing in dire need of washing. People are welcome to camp in the brush south of the parking lot, the older of the 2 said. We're not the problem, Nick said. There's a train full of Chinese military goods headed this way. The 2 men glanced at each other quickly. Then the younger one piped up. Hasn't been a train on those tracks in months. He was wary, skeptical. Nick sighed. Look, this is happening whether you believe it or not. There's a team in La Pine setting up a stall tactic, but they'll be here in a couple of hours. And I bet there's a combat element on the way here right now. After our failed ambush in Chamult, they've probably figured out this gorge is a major security issue. The younger skeptic spoke up again. How do we... Look, man, Zach scolded. I watched 3 friends die early this morning. He jabbed a finger at the building which housed the Bungee Tourism Company's logo. Is there anything in there that'll help us? Mountain climbing gear? Something like that? Nick was nearly as shocked at the outburst as the other 2. This legit? The older one asked. How you gonna blow it? And what's to stop them from just offloading and using the highway bridge? C4, Nick said, and 1 crisis at a time. The 2 campground representatives traded longer glances. We should warn everyone, the younger one said. Get packing and head to the reserve spot. Is there any gas left in that truck for the Bungee guys? His buddy asked. Now it was Nick and Zach's turn to trade glances. The second man's face lit up. Good idea. I'll go see what we got to do to get it running. He took off at a jog. What's this? Nick asked. The Bungee company had this 2-ton flatbed they would use on the old bridge. It's got a special cage that cantilevers out over the guardrail for people to jump from. Winch to pull them back up. Could you guys use something like that? Fargo, Georgia. The crowds at the Edith Road Church looked like a Southern rally from dreaded times past, save for one glaring detail. The races were intermixed, fighting on the side of justice together. Black and white lives mustered together in the small poor church's lawn and parking area just south of the train tracks. Instead of burning torches and crosses, it was hearts on fire. The hearts of good people from different cultures and heritages, who had commingled mostly peacefully for over 40 years, were aflame for the common good. Anyone who wants to hurt my neighbor must contend with me, was becoming the unspoken creed. Hope had Rusty by his leash. The guard dog was on edge, looking nervously at anyone around them, but sensing the trust and commonality coming from his temporary owner. The taller, stronger Stephanie was just next to her sister, keeping hold of Samson. The huge, muscular dog's shoulder towered at the same height as Rusty's head. Next to each other, the dogs were as lethal as any 10 unarmed men. The women had insisted that their father and his shotgun stay home to protect the family. A farmer, whom Hope recognized but couldn't recall by name, had shown up, the bed of his truck loaded with 6 barrels of gas and diesel, each with a hand-crank pump plugged into the bung. Fuel was being given to anyone joining the cause, into other trucks, airboats, and small outboard skiffs. The town had had enough. The rumored train heist had been the straw that broke the camel's back. It wasn't even about the train to any of them, but the audacity. "Who do these people think they are?" preached one of the Black Church's deacons to the crowd from his spot in the bed of an old Ford. Like most people in the late-night war party, he was in work or hunting clothes, same old coveralls, a shredded thin cotton shirt, and a straw hat. He was rallying the troops while those who had knowledge or experience in such matters worked out the final details over a map on the hood. The area was lit primarily by the headlights of the freshly fueled trucks, many of which were towing boats. "We just heard that Jazzy Walker spotted them planting TNT on the train trestle over the swamp waters by Highway 94 about 10 miles south of here." Men and women, black, white, and brown, were getting amped. Many were yelling out phrases such as, "Let's go catch 'em in the act," and other angry idioms. Many were armed with hunting rifles or shotguns. A few had semi-auto rifles or pistols. Some only armed themselves with bats and crowbars. "It's starting to feel a bit like a mob going after Frankenstein," Hope said to her sister. "Good," Stephanie said. "That's exactly what we're dealing with." She gave Hope a look to remind her that as the older sister, her opinions somehow were the correct ones. "Monsters." "I don't want Junior to die," Hope said. "Do you even care anymore?" "Of course I do," Stephanie defended herself. "I don't want anything to happen to him, but I'm not risking the safety of my children just because he's joined a gang. And you shouldn't either, Hope." The deacon in the bed of the truck spoke again, using a dirty orange road cone as a megaphone. "Anyone without a boat or truck, come on over to the church entry, and we'll hook you up." People milled about, rigs getting fueled by their drivers, while other members of the family or group went to the map to be assigned a piece of it. Communications were going to be primarily whistles, flares, flashlights, or chemical lights to get attention. A few people had charged radios, but it was stated ad nauseum that nothing could be said on the air without fear that the criminals were listening. "You gals sure you want to go out there without no guns?" A woman at the volunteer station asked the sister. She eyed the dogs warily. "We don't own any, and wouldn't even know how to use them," Stephanie said. "Those dogs know how to track?" a man next to the lady asked. "They've never had training," Hope said. "But this one's owner, who was off at war, told me he tracked down a killer once." The man looked at Rusty, whose ears were perked, caramel eyes staring right back at the man. "I guess you ladies want to be kept together?" "If we can, sir," Hope said. Stephanie was too busy trying to keep Samson under control from wanting to sniff everyone. "We have food and water for us and them. It would be easier." "All right, miss. My name's Lee Schooler. I'll take you with me and my 2 sons. We have a 12-foot John boat. We're going to work the north bank of the creek between the trestle and the spit of land before the wilderness preserve starts. But with you 2 along, we'll be able to get out and patrol pieces of land when the dogs are hearing something." "Sounds good, Mr. Schooler. I'm Hope, and this is Stephanie, and these 2 are Rusty and Samson." "You're the sisters that helped out the Browns, aren't you?" "Yes, sir." "Just call me Lee." The man was seated on the far side of the table. He stuck his hand over the edge, letting Rusty start to sniff it. "That's a good boy," he said to the dog before scratching the bottom of his chin. "And Samson, you say?" He shifted his glance to the barely controllable barking, eating, sniffing mass of muscle. "That's the perfect name for that dog." Roger Mills County, Oklahoma. Granger rode Petunia in a perennial creek running south. It was lined with junipers and the occasional cottonwood or black willow, most of them shorter than a dozen feet, but bushy to a matching width that made them somewhat round and full. The creek was a few feet lower than the rolling terrain, which, when combined with the cover of the trees, made it difficult for him to see the war and vice versa. Every so often, a trickle in from the recent rains would present itself between a few trees, which was how he knew there was an eastward low spot. He had made the effort to progress this way in a wide flank around Crawford. The heavy storm dumped a deluge of water. The horse and human alike took shelter in the charred remains of a Connex box at an oil and gas drilling site. Once the thunder had passed, he made the horse get back out and walk through the night. He felt bad for her, and he intended to make it up to her by letting her run off on her own accord when he got near the Chinese rear-supporting elements. The sounds of the war were sporadic. 20 or more miles south, artillery was pounding members of the National Guard from Oklahoma, Tennessee, and Indiana, who were dug into fortified positions in the Black Kettle National Grassland. Whereas tracts of land throughout the Plains states looked like squared, gridded farmland, the 31,000-acre historic and recreation preservation was much more natural. Cattle still roamed near windmill-powered wells dotting the prairie, but the buttes and hills hadn't been flattened for agriculture nearly as much as elsewhere. There were plenty of formations, valleys, and mesas for use as a natural barricade. Closer, the occasional firefight died as quickly as it started. The Chinese were on a strategic pause for the line from the Rockies to finally catch up, which gave the Americans time to set the battlefield with reinforced positions. Patrols would cross each other, each side keeping the small radio-controlled drones at bay with portable microwave cannons and the larger versions mounted to some strikers. Without the eyes in the sky, it was becoming common for the two sides to meet each other by accident. "Come on," Granger said to his horse, headed up a small rainwater rivulet. He patted her on the neck. Petunia was nervous but compliant. The rain had passed. The grass was damp, but the dirt had barely shed any of its tough summer rigidity. The sun should be coming soon, he thought, checking his watch. There was a small crest ahead, and he was hoping to find another creek or intermittent stream flanked by trees when he rode over it. The orange glow in the night showed him exactly where the top of the slope was. The smell of burning fuel, metal, and spent munitions told him to expect something worse. He rode over the ridge to a surreal sight. The remnants of a battle lingered. Crows were feasting on corpses. In the distance, tanks smoldered, their tan or green paint jobs now twisted into charred black. Troop-carrying Strykers and Humvees and their Chinese equivalents were flipped, exploded, or crushed. Granger heeled Petunia to keep heading east, looking all around. The ghostly remains of battle trailed into the pre-dawn darkness. Then something made him shudder. "What's she doing?" Granger wondered. Standing on a nearby tank, a figure stared toward the rising sun. Granger had Petunia stop when he reached her. A citizen guerrilla was scanning the field ahead, trying to see through the foul, thick smoke. She didn't even look surprised when she turned her head and saw the horse and fellow American. She's in shock, Granger knew immediately. Her eyes were vacant. The woman was covered in sweat and grime, and Granger was pretty sure dried blood, too, but he doubted it was hers. "Have you seen Jeff?" she asked. Her eyes and the bags around them were filled with red streaks and tears, the kind that resulted from being dead tired and in a smoky place for too long. "No," Granger said. "Are you the last one?" He didn't have time for a side quest, but one just never knew where the next scrap of important information would come from. "No. Jeff's out here somewhere." "How long have you been out here?" Granger asked. As concerned as he was for her, there wasn't an indefinite rest period after a battle. The Chinese would be sending in more units in short order. "Forever," she said. She hopped off the tank and kept scanning the random bodies as she walked. Petunia trotted along behind. Some of the dead or dying were easily identified by uniform. Others, like him and the woman he trailed, looked like civilians turned fighters. Those were the ones she would flip over and look at more closely. "How far is the front?" Granger asked. She stood from a squatting position next to a dead man, holding her hands out to her sides as she swept her head without a word. "You're at it," she was saying without speaking. Granger read the field as he left her behind. There was a lull to the east, so whoever had survived this field was still moving, and the Chinese units that had pushed through could easily still be just over the next small rise. A small buzzing noise caught his attention to the south. The smoke from the fires split and peeled as two of the strange gyrocopters he'd spied the evening before flew over less than 100 feet up, a few hundred yards away. They were headed due east and made no motion to come fly over him. "What's in the box?" the woman suddenly asked. She was standing to his right, pointing at the special pack tied over Petunia's right hip. Granger had a thought. He delayed his answer to dismount the horse. He pulled his gear off of Petunia and handed the woman the reins. "I think she has enough energy to ride you north a few miles. Both of you need water and rest." She looked at the reins and took them, nodding. "What's in the box?" she repeated. "Something to disrupt their battlefield radios and maps," Granger said, still reeling a bit from how silently she'd snuck back up on him. "Oh," she nodded, the dazed look as strong as ever. "We could use one of those. Have you seen Jeff?" Chapter 19. Southwest of Ensign, Kansas. The trucks bounced across the dry wheat fields without much consideration for everyone in the beds. There were no military rigs available. The various 6 to 8 person squads of the Kansas militia were driving themselves in civilian 4-wheel drive pickups. All 6 people in Chinook 3 were hitting elbows and cracking tailbones, which generated a range of noises. Coach kept screaming things like "oof" or "dang it." B was saying things that would have shocked Tony Soprano. They were headed toward the trench. There was a part of a reserve brigade team from Fort Riley moving west from Dodge City to form a secondary front against the paratroopers. Though spread thin from a lack of planes, it was more than what the group saw from Ensign. The Chinese had dropped along the same several hundred miles they were now attacking from the other side of the trench. It was a race. They needed to encircle the American retreat on the east side of the trench before they became encircled by the reserves responding from Dodge City. All 3 Chinook teams were among the 6 assigned to sectors south of Highway 56. Some of the other township teams had moved farther south, others north. Their mission was to augment the infantry by protecting the tanks. The supply depot northeast of Ensign was on its own for self-defense. The truck slowed, taking cues from soldiers holding chemical light sticks. Finally, it stopped. "Everybody out!" the nameless driver hollered. He was a man Morris thought might be from one of the Wichita teams. "You heard the man," Woody Cooper yelled in his experienced mall cop voice. He jumped over the side of the bed, catching a foot on it. He landed in the dirt with a thud. "Monkey balls!" he screamed in pain from the sprained wrist. "Everyone out the tailgate," B said, emphasizing the last bit. She had come to detest the man with the hero complex so much that she thought Boomer was too polite an insult for him. She popped it open, and the remaining 5 of Chinook 3 jumped down in a controlled fashion. Everyone pulled out their gear, rifle cases, shovels, and some other supplies, while Morris went to check on the man down. "How bad is it?" he asked. 100 meters south, an M1 Abrams tank suddenly fired a shot. The boom startled everyone. The berms were built for the tanks to drive up to and float the barrel over, to keep as much of it as possible behind a mound of dirt. It was beyond sunset, so the civilians couldn't see the dust cloud it kicked up. Soon the smell of earth and smoke reached their nostrils. A second tank south of the first also fired a shot. Then 2 north of the highway did the same. "Get those trucks out of here," a dirty soldier in full combat gear yelled as he ran by. I can still fight," Woody said. "No, let's get you back in the truck," Morris said. Woody started to protest, but Morris cut him off. "You can defend the new CP and Dodge with a pistol more effectively than use a rifle here. And now none of us will have to protect you," he didn't say aloud. With no tolerance for a debate, he waved Ada over and they yanked Woody up by the armpits. A minute later, their red-headed stepchild and the truck were headed back to Ensign. "Thank God for small miracles," Edgar said. A small miracle would be you washing that AC/DC shirt, Ada said. Who's the squad leader? A passing sergeant barked. That'd be me, Morris said. He walked over to the woman. Changing plans, she said. She spent a couple of minutes reviewing the new plan for the militias while the team donned their hodgepodge battle equipment. After Morris repeated the plan correctly, she ran south to find the next one. Let's go, Morris said. Grab your stuff. We have spider holes to dig. More tanks opened up with cannon fire while soldiers, Humvees, and strikers zipped about. It would be a matter of moments before the tanks would start receiving fire from the Chinese. Their tanks had a longer range, but because they were rolling fast for the trench, the degree of accuracy was considerably reduced. Ergo, they weren't shooting while on the fast track to have more rounds for closer fighting. They were under the coordination of an AI controller, which randomly had the drivers zig or zag left or right as they moved, similar to a swarm of drones. There was a limited window for the Americans to shoot with an expectation the enemy would still be on that track when the round arrived. Nearly 500 meters east of the tank line, the militia units started digging foxholes. They were right next to a barbed wire fence that ran parallel to the battle lines. The flashes in the sky from firefights to the east brought them back to reality. Is that the big depot? Bee asked as she started to dig. I think it might be the smaller battlefield ammo dump, Ada said. Everyone, Morris said, waving his team over to circle him. Marvin's team is to the south. Chinook 1 is past them. We want our two body holes to be a good 100 feet apart, just under 6 feet long by 3 feet wide. Once we get them deep enough, cover them with 3 of these 2x4 foot pieces of 3/4 inch plywood. Climb in and cover the slats with grass and dirt as best you can. Let's do a round table. Coach? Stay hydrated, and don't forget the little baggies of electrolyte pills I tossed in your gear bags. Morris nodded. Good call. Ada? Who gets the hole all to themselves now that Numbnuts is gone? I guess that'd be Edgar, since Woody was his partner, Morris said. Give it to Coach, since he's the tallest, Edgar replied. Thanks, Edgar, Coach said. Anything else? Morris asked. Edgar shook his head. B? Just that I, for one, am glad Numbnuts hurt himself, she said. Amen to that, Ada said, giving B a high five. I have another question, Coach said. We passed some perfectly good foxholes back near the tanks. Why aren't we using those? That's the golden ticket, Coach, Morris said. We're going to let the Charlies go right past us and start attacking those foxholes. What happens if they step on our spider hole? Ada said. It's going to alert them when they're right on top of us. Well, that's the interesting part, Morris said. B knew immediately by his face that he was having doubts. Spill it, Dugan. Once the Charlies get to this barbed wire fence, the infantry is going to start dropping mortars behind them to inspire them to run forward. That's supposed to make us feel better? Both B and Ada yelled in near-perfect unison. Without losing a beat or an ounce of irritation, they high-fived at the jinx moment. They'll be running, Coach reasoned. They won't want to be caught in the open. Anyhow, Morris said, 10 seconds after the mortars stop, we pop out of our holes and start blasting them from behind. Over the Langzhou military region. Wing Commander Hugh Greenbaum, CIA agent Letty Menson said. The muzzle of the Glock was 4 feet back, forcing the 2 men to crane their shoulders and necks in their tight harnesses to see her. You're under arrest for attempting to sabotage the mission. The shock of the accusation was so strong that the sole word took a couple of seconds to cross the threshold of Cornetto's lips. What? He yelled in disbelief. You can't shoot that in here, Lou said angrily to the spy. Highly frangible ammo, Colonel, she said, not taking her eyes off Cornetto's dazed and rapidly angering expression. Same stuff the air marshals use. What are you talking about? Cornetto screamed. Shut up! She suddenly spun the gun at Lou. Why aren't we flying on the bearing my guy programmed? She screamed. Are you both in on it? You can stop now, Letty, Lou said calmly. Cornetto reached to loosen his straps so he could turn and see her better, which freaked Letty out. She started to waver as to whom she pointed the pistol toward, back and forth between the two men. "Don't you move a damn muscle!" Cornetto froze. "We have to fly this plane," he tried to reason. "It's over, Letty," Lou said. "I know." He was calm, remembering the adage that voice follows voice, trying to de-escalate. "I know it was you." Letty's face morphed. She went from the look of a convincing, panicked spy to one much more sinister. She stood a hair taller as she went from acting her part to being the mastermind in control, sneering an evil smirk. "How long?" Lou sat strained in the seat, silent. Back on the cabin bunks, a curtain silently started to move. "I said how long!" she screamed in anger. Lou ignored her. He wanted to keep her talking. "Why'd you do it, Letty? Why'd you sell out America?" "Oh, come on, Caldwell," she yelled, gun pointed at him. "They're going to win. And when I hand them the coordinates to that balloon full of micro-munitions, I'll be the richest woman on the planet when this whole stupid war is over." Letty's eyes were growing wide with the combination of lust and anger. "Think I'll buy a private island. I hear Fiji is nice." She changed to mostly anger. "Now turn this damn plane to the flight path I gave you and land it at Yinchuan." "Just so you know," Lou said slowly, his eyes locked on hers, "her finger is not on the trigger." "Huh?" a confused Letty questioned. "Lower that pistol slowly," Honker said from just behind her. "What? But you're—" She shut up, knowing she'd been played. "Slower than molasses in February," the Delta Force commando repeated. He pushed the muzzle of his pistol up against her skull. "You're not the only one who brought flight ammo." Her arm lowered to her side like it was being controlled by a heavy piston. "Now drop it." She let the Glock fall to the floor with a clatter. Hugh cringed when she did, but both Lou and Honker knew the pistol's interior safety design made a discharge nearly impossible. "Lace them fingers behind your head like you're a drunk redneck on cops," he said next. "Cornetto," Lou said, "you have the plane. Keep us on this path. All the others are blown." He uncinched his harness and crawled out of the pilot's seat, coming face to face with the captured double agent. "When did you figure it out?" she asked, much more calmly than Lou would have thought. He reached into the interior pocket of his brown leather bomber jacket and pulled out an archaic small New Testament. "From the very beginning." He pulled out a tiny piece of paper containing a list of numbers. "Once I figured out this was simply a book code, I translated the short message. Probably should have destroyed this paper, though." Lou looked off for a split second. "But I knew I'd never take this Bible off my body, so the chance of you reading it was zilch." He looked at Cornetto, or Zed, as my trusted co-pilot would say. Letty's face turned sour. "What are you going to do, Caldwell? Kill me?" She laughed smugly. "In a heartbeat," Honker growled behind her. "Well," Lou drawled out, "they say it isn't the fall that kills you, but the sudden stop." The Canadian River, Oklahoma. "I think the worst is past us," Hooch said, peeking out of the seemingly abandoned hay barn. Except for the north side, it was an open-sided structure the same size as a typical detached shop, though taller. Outside, loose hay had long ago eroded, though strands of baling twine were still holding together. The north had been framed in for a few feet, providing a long, skinny room. There were some old, rusty farming tools, plus items for repairing the structure, such as a hammer, nails, pliers, hand saws. But it had stood up to decades of storms, and the duo had agreed any port would do. Karen rolled up her inflatable sleeping pad and strapped it in back to the bottom of her bag. "How soppy is the ground?" Hooch let the dry lumber door close. There were still plenty of rays leaking into the cracked ancient loft for Karen to see what she was doing. "Not bad, but I bet the river is swole up like a boxer's eye." After 10 or so apologies for losing the raft the evening before, Karen had finally accepted Hooch's forgiveness, so she let the next one stay in her thoughts. "Do you want to rock the river and just cut the big bends off for speed, or just pick a compass bearing and go for it?"
If you're still packing, I want to go check something out.
Hooch opened the creaky door and went outside. Karen could hear him walking around the structure just outside the wall. Some jostling, a thud or two, and he came back just as she was heading out to daylight.
There are 4 blue plastic drums out there, the lanky Georgian said. Look like it used to be part of the rain catchment off the roof.
Karen winced her eyes just a bit, wondering what he was thinking.
There's some fencing wire in that tool room. I bet we could cobble a raft together.
Really?
We still got the oars, he said, beaming with pride from his engineering prowess.
What would we sit on? Karen asked, both hopeful and hesitant.
Some boards we pry right off this here shed.
Karen's face shifted. Oh, Hooch, do you think this would work? The thought of drifting and paddling once more was far more appealing than walking. Wouldn't it sit high and be unstable?
We'll drag it the half-mile unassembled, he said, and our gear in this bucket of tannerite, so it'd take a couple hours. But we could fill the barrels about 1/3 full of water so it sits lower.
Karen looked off, envisioning it. And the river will be higher, so we should have good clearance below. She threw her arms around her friend's neck and gave him a big squeeze. If this works, you get to talk as much as you want today. Chapter 20. Crooked River, Oregon. The train trestle was narrow and the tracks were a hindrance. The custom flatbed truck backed to the north end of the century-old crossing and cut an angle to swing the special platform hanging off the end out over the wire rope guardrails. It wasn't perfect, but it would be close enough to use the winch. Drake and Luis were suited into the special harnesses for bungee jumpers. They'd acquired fall restraint gear used by the company's employees, too. Nas had followed up the tracks in his Toyota to bring the explosives. The idea was for Gerald to operate the winch and lower the pair down one at a time. Once on the bridge structure, Drake would climb off and maneuver over to the corner beam on the far side. Luis would come down and work the near corner. Each would improvise a beam clamp onto the structure and use a self-retracting lifeline to avoid falling to their deaths. The plastics and detonator timers would be lowered in a backpack, and the team would use ropes to pass them around. The C4 would be duct-taped into place as low as possible at the point in which the arches embedded themselves into the rock. But they didn't have the expertise or equipment to lower themselves below the frame and work from below, which Drake said would have been optimal. They would have to get the explosives as low as possible and hope for the best. They set a detonation time of 1,400 hours, which was less than 2 hours by the time they'd gotten the truck running. And it wasn't just a repeat on the far side. Drake wanted to plant the set at key structural bracing about 100 feet up each end of the arch. He explained that while blowing out the rock beam interface was key, they also needed to take out the structure that braced the trestle from one side to the other. The bridge would twist. By removing the triangle shapes of the crossbeams, the square structure would pancake in on itself sideways. Its momentum from shearing would be the thing that brought it down after the rock wall disappeared. We need to prepare for their arrival, Nick said to Nas, Gina, and Zach. Nas, are all the explosives with Gerald?
Yes.
Okay. Get your truck off the tracks and meet me near the access road. Nas took off to make it happen. You two, the demo crew is going to be a while. He spun and pointed at a couple of large private residences west of the tracks. We have to assume they're going to send a drone over soon. With the high numbers, they'll need to secure this place, and with how remote we are here in Central Oregon, it's safe to assume they'll come in helicopters. Those big green fields are where I would land. Not the park? Gina asked. Not with all those people moving tents and RVs. They wouldn't land in the center because they would need to defend the entire perimeter. They'll land there and attack from the west while flanking to the south.
What's that mean for us? Zach asked.
Take 2 bricks of the C4. Bury the charges in the middle with a timer and caps to match the trestle charges, but not together. Spread them out for maximum coverage. Make sure you put the sod back so they can't tell there's an IED there from the air. Questions? Hearing none, Nick ran down the trestle and met Nas at his waiting truck. Please tell me you have a chainsaw.
Of course. It's Oregon, the seasonal worker replied.
Take me over to that water tank in the parking area. Nick said, jumping into the truck. Nas drove down an access road to take him there. That's the closest high ground. I can cover the trestle, their probable LZ, and the highway from it. What I need for you to do is to start going to every tree between the water tank and those 3 areas and cut them down. No sweat, Jefe. They'd just pulled up and got out of the truck when a small motorized whine caught their ears. Both men looked around. It grew louder. Is that the helicopter? Nas asked. Sounds like dirt bikes or souped-up go-karts, Nick said, confused. But in the air. Over a bluff to the southwest, past the nice homes with giant smooth fields, a dozen gyrocopters broke the horizon, suddenly becoming much louder. They'd been traveling barely above the treetops, and they dove even lower over the properties. Nick felt his stomach drop. Some of the flying cars had missile pods. Both men were in shock and even more surprised when the odd aircraft never fired any missiles at his team. They were zipping at about 100 miles per hour and flew straight over the trestle and gorge, headed northeast. What the hell are those? Nas asked. Nick didn't answer. In a panic, he skipped his sniper rifle and grabbed the old parachute bag he used for all his gear. He'd only been in a battle belt. Heart pounding, he slipped on his plate carrier and helmet. Get geared up, he screamed at Nas. They're here already? The shocked teammate asked. That's probably just the scouts. Nick grabbed his main battle rifle and took off sprinting. It hit him on the run. They can't shoot the missiles without risking the tracks. Was that them? A confused woman yelled from the campsite as he ran by it. Nick passed the shady part of the park between the bridges and ran into the wide lawn between it and the gorge. The dozen copters had split into 2 elements to turn around in wide arcs. All the ones with missile pods are... It felt like he'd gotten kicked by a mule he never saw coming. He turned and sprinted for the end of the trestle. 4 gyrocopters came back across the river valley from the north, shooting their small air-to-surface missiles like hornets with flying stingers. 8 tiny rockets left small smoky streams behind them, blasting the camp and the building that housed the bungee gear. The explosions ripped through the camp like a firestorm, sending people flying, some of them in pieces. Nas was sprinting toward Nick, geared for battle. Nas, was everyone's gear and weapons still on the truck? Just Drake and Luis's, he said. He looked southwest in time to see Zach and Gina running toward him. Both older, they had their gear but were puffing hard, looking like they were about to keel over. The airstrike copters flew over the park to assess their damage, which caught the stunned dazes of Nas and the other 2. Nick, though, looked toward the trestle. Damn it! 4 copters were inbound, slowing and flaring up at their noses, approaching to land on the train tracks. Okefenokee Swamp. Hope held Rusty with her arms, though the chill of dawn was still a balmy 75. Lee and his older son Mike, who Hope pegged to be about 18 or 19, were on their knees in the lime-green aluminum boat's bow, hand on a side rail for stability. Each had a spotlight slowly panning them back and forth across the black water, the banks of the creek, and the larger swamp canal they turned into. Younger teen Bernard was steering the Evinrude 10-horse motor at the lowest possible speed. Hope sat on the first crossmember, facing aft to face her sister on the second one, the 2 massive heavy dogs in the middle. They'd set out in a creek close to the train tracks, which ran west by northwest to Fargo, about 10 miles down the tracks toward the state line. In this part of Georgia and Florida, all waters led to or from the 438,000 acres of the swamp and its national wildlife refuge. I never appreciated this place for its beauty, Stephanie whispered. Like her sister with Rusty, she had her arms wrapped around Samson to reassure him. The sun was rising, and before they'd turned roughly north up into the swamp, it had been down on the horizon directly over the creek, which paralleled the tracks and highway. Even with the orange glow still low under the blanket of lightning blue, its rays were slowly penetrating the canopy of tall, thin cypress trees. The swamp was filled with them along both banks. They had wide, ashen-color bases with thick roots visibly diving into the water, peat, or earth. Long, heavy beards of Spanish moss covered nearly every branch, giving the trees a haunted, aged look, like they had been planted by a wizard centuries earlier. The black water was no less spooky. Frogs croaked, jumping from the lily pads as the skinny skiff plowed through them. The spotlights sometimes reflected the scary eyes of American alligators. Some were coming to shore to get their first warmth of the day from the rising sun. Others lay on the water's surface, staring at the intruders with a vacant study that nearly scared the soul out of the sisters. Occasionally a heavy splash would break the still air, and the living dinosaur would be gone out of sight into the nearly black water, colored from the tannic acid of rotting vegetation. "You have never once thought snakes and toads were beautiful," Hope whispered back. "I meant the sandhill cranes, dummy," Steph shot back. "And the sunrise." Rusty's ears perked, and he looked to his right. He chuffed a blow of air, stopping short of whimpering. "You got something, Rusty?" Hope asked with a muted tone above his ear. He shifted his weight onto his front paws, his ears twisting to tune in like fur-lined radar dishes. Hope saw Samson getting ready to bark, a noise that would raise the dead and make trees nearly bend over. "Steph!" Stephanie rubbed the big dog's chest. "It's okay, Samson." Like Rusty, he was alerted, and only his shot nerves from being in the tiny boat on the scary dark water kept him from reacting loudly. "The dog's just reacting to a deer or something?" Mike asked softly from the front. I don't think so," Hope whispered over her shoulder, trying to scan the western bank. Lee made a psst noise over the ladies to get Bernard's attention. He pointed to a wide shoulder where no trees had grown for about 30 feet. The 14-year-old silently guided his father's small boat toward the bank and killed the outboard, moving the prop out of the water to the upper lock position so it wouldn't get caught in the muck. Mike hopped onto the soft bank, sinking into the sludge several inches up his rubber boots. The boat rose a bit from his missing weight, causing girls and dogs alike to react with a bit of surprise. He took the bow line and a stake from his father, passing up through some tall grass and bushes. He kicked the wood stake into the mud and tied the anchor rope off with a clove hitch. Lee turned back toward the sisters and his younger son and spoke quietly. "Bern, you stay put and be ready to fire up the motor. You lovely ladies ought to just wait here a moment or two. We'll slide in and check it out before you and the dogs get all muddy for no reason." "Whatever you say, Mr. Schooler," Hope said. The man raised his eyebrows. "You stop that now, girl. I'm only 39 years old." He took the old Mossberg pump-action shotgun and his Savage rifle he used for hog hunting. Chambered in .243, the medium game rifle would still be effective against a human who needed dispatching. That left the boat with his S&W Model 317, which was a .22 LR revolver with 8 rounds that his younger son had been trained to use. Hope looked at her sister, and the two suppressed a giggle for the sake of the teen behind them. Lee followed the small trail blazed by Mike, disappearing into a dry portion of the swamp. They were still only 200 yards from the railroad, well within the range of staging for an ambush. Soon a minute became 3, then 5. "I don't like this," Hope said. She'd turned around and taken Rusty up to the front section to sit to help keep the bow down on the bank a bit. "I haven't heard a thing," Stephanie said, "but I agree. The longer we sit, the freakier this swamp gets." "I thought you said it was beautiful," Hope teased. "That was before I thought a gator was going to crawl in here with us." "That won't happen, miss," Bernard said earnestly behind them. Gruff Stephanie hadn't lost all her manners. She turned toward the lad. "Thank you, Bernard. I'm glad you're here to protect us." The teenager grinned and looked away in embarrassment. Rusty started to pull at his leash, standing in the bow of the boat. "Shh," Hope said, trying to calm him. The twigs and yellow flowers of several bladderwort weeds parted, showing Mike creeping low. He parted a section of tall green grass so the sisters could see his face and waved them to come ashore, pursing his lips with a quieting finger. Hope, then Stephanie, moved out of the boat with their dogs towing them. All 4 critters sank in close to 6 inches. The girls had suddenly found themselves quietly thanking their father for insisting they take the fishing boots from their teenage years. They'd been long forgotten out in the shop. The ground firmed up within a few feet of getting away from the water. "Y'all duck and follow me," Mike said.
Try to keep the dogs quiet if you can." "There ain't no damn gators in there, are there?" Stephanie hissed. "No, ma'am." Mike disappeared into the brush, stooping as he walked. "There's no way he can know that." Hope heard her sibling mutter in irritation. They followed the young man's lead and bent at the knees as they walked, straining hard to keep the dogs under control. Rusty was whimpering, pulling mightily on his purple collar and the leash. She felt her quads start to shake from the duck walk, which carried on far longer than she would have thought it could. Other than the 4-foot-tall grass, they were in an open meadow nearly 100 yards across. At the far side of it, Mike had stopped and gone onto his knees to wait for them. Rusty sat when Hope pulled back on his leash. She went onto her knees, too, to give her shaking legs a rest. "Do I smell campfire smoke?" she whispered to Mike. "Holy yoga torture," Stephanie gasped, panting. "I need Mike to take Samson. He's about to yank my arms off." Samson was next to the older teen, staring past him. Mike stuck his hand out, though by now both dogs had come to recognize and trust the three men's odors. Mike petted the giant dog a couple of times, then reached for the near end of the leash where it clipped onto the collar, grabbing it firmly. Steph crawled up to hand him the looped handle end. "Here," he said, trying to hand off the hunting rifle. "I don't know how to use that," she said. Hope shook her head with the click of her tongue. "Give me that," she told Mike, handing Rusty's leash over to her sister. "And you call yourself a Georgia peach," she scolded Stephanie. "Stay low," Mike said. "My papa's keeping watch at the other edge of this thicket." Mike led the way. Hope followed next, and Rusty practically dragged Stephanie to comprise the rear of the small band. They pushed into the grove of black maple, red oak, and saw palmetto, toward the scent of smoke and sadistic sounds of laughter, yelling, and anger. Hope could hear her heart beating in her ears, which until that moment was something she'd always associated with a pleasant memory of her wedding night. Roger Mills County, Oklahoma. Granger sat in the shadow on the west side of the smoldering Type 96 tank, the stench of burning flesh still drifting out of the hole on the far side and the end of the 125mm barrel. He had just taken off his plate carrier and dropped the plates. His ceramic plates had been destroyed in a drone bombing in Albuquerque. Ever since, he'd been wearing coated steel front and back plates, which, as a pair, added 21 pounds to his loadout. They weren't the only thing to go. At nearly 50 years old and completely spent from months of backcountry travel, the old military adage of ounces equal pounds equals pain was truer than it had ever been. He kept his chest carrier and pouches. He kept his night vision device. The rifle and its mags were a no-brainer, as was the more accessible of his tourniquets. He kept the pistol backup and its mags. Both weapons had a light in the unlikely event he would need one before his presumed death, so his battle-belt flashlight got dropped onto the ground. He sucked down his water and ditched his bottles and water bladder. He ditched his med kit, his compass, and other navigation stuff. His patrol pack with food was being left behind, though he just couldn't leave the K-bar knife. It was the one Karen had used for her first kill, the one he had used in the Marines. She gave it back once she'd found one of her own she liked. Granger donned the special backpack device and slung his rifle. He had nothing to carry that wasn't strapped to his body, and should the gods of war be smiling on him, then he might just be light enough to run to the far side of the line. He took a deep breath and was a half-second from running to the next burning wreck east when the buzzing sound of an engine and rotors flew over his head toward the north. It was followed by another 2 seconds later. He eyed them, the sun now in an obvious rise. The more time he spent ducking and dodging, the more the Earth's rotation increased the likelihood he would get killed. The small copters turned eastward and then a bit south after that, lowering themselves behind a low mesa ahead of him. Just frickin' great, he thought. This time he peered around, looking everywhere, including up. He saw 2 trucks of Chinese security forces cresting the hill from the direction of Crawford to the southwest. He looked down at his stuff and picked it up 2 pieces at a time, tossing it over the tank's track to hide it. He eyed the closest piece of wreckage to the northeast and sprinted toward it, a nearly 100-meter run.
He ran around it as close as he could due to the dying but still breathing fire that consumed it. He rounded it and tripped over 2 Chinese tank crew members. The dead one was charred to a black, crispy log. The other was barely breathing and unconscious, abdomen torn open from fragmentation. In the sprint, Granger had learned just how uncomfortable the hard case with straps had been to wear. He took it off, deciding he would have to carry it, not just for comfort, but so he could drop and get flatter if he got caught running in the open. It would also benefit the case, too. If it got shot, it negated the entire suicidal mission he was on. Granger looked around nervously. There was no good aspect of this assignment. He'd seen 200 bodies in the last half hour if he'd seen one. But you're the first one I noticed was alive, he thought, which gave him another idea. Would you be so lucky as to have Possum be a valid defense, Madison? He asked himself. He pulled the carrier back off and reached into the wounded enemy's belly wound, coming out with a cupped hand of blood. His thoughts only made his desire to gag more prominent as he fought to keep his water and MRE chicken cordon bleu from spewing in the reverse direction. Probably, puke. Some pieces of corn from the, puke, sewer pipe in there, too. After drizzling the bloody mess onto the back of the gear and plate carrier, he did it twice more, getting an obvious coat of wet blood on it. After wiping his gloved hand on the other man's pants, he put his harness back on. Granger crawled in a prone position, dragging the strap on the jammer's case with his cocked elbow, rifle cradled across his arms. After 70 meters of that, he slowly crept almost to the small rise in the grassland. Before him, the first and second echelons of the Chinese attack were in full activity. Bulldozers had crafted berms for tanks several hundred yards away. Much closer and on the near side of a road, there were infantry milling about, still setting up security positions for the newly acquired ground. There were ambulance rigs, supply trucks bringing ammunition, mortar teams setting up and acquiring their azimuths and ranges, and a big truck with its hydraulic telescoping cell tower being stood up at that very moment. Chapter 21. Southwest of Ensign, Kansas. The booms were ominous. Pieces of artillery north of Ensign that were meant to lob heavy rounds at the tanks and infantry advancing west of the trench were being attacked and destroyed by the paratroopers who landed behind them. It mixed with the sounds of war a half-kilometer west of the spider holes, tanks firing and incoming explosive shells hitting the berms or occasionally connecting with a tank or striker. The loose dirt in their holes shook from shockwaves of energy almost constantly. "I think I hear them," Jordan Super B. Croft, a.k.a. B, whispered. Morris made a barely audible, lightning-quick shush noise. The cramped, dirty hole, even more constricted by a few sandbags they'd filled with dirt to toss out when they opened up the hole, was too dark for either of them to see each other. He would have expected major flack for that any other time, but the two pals were more scared than they had ever been, even more frightened now than the day when their encounter with a fleeing cartel cell killed 2 of their friends. Blood rushed through their ears, and they both strained to hear. The mortar rounds began landing, though not the ones they were expecting. For miles north and south, the line of foxholes a bit east of the American tanks and trench came under attack from mortars nearly 3 miles away on their side. Rockets from the east screamed overhead. The militia units with their bare-bones training didn't realize that artillery and vehicles equipped with rocket launchers had been part of the airdrop. The American infantry adjusted their plan, returning the long-range mortar fire toward Ensign. A Javelin anti-tank missile streaked out of a fortified position down the line past the other Chinook units, something that repeated itself up and down the string of American soldiers behind the tanks. There were now 4 strands of armies, each running hundreds of miles north and south while fighting to the east and west. The western advance was the expected Chinese push toward the trench, fighting the Americans who had retreated to its safety in the prior days. Then there were the enemy paratroopers, light and mobile, thin enough in numbers to be strategic in where they chose to reveal themselves. Beyond them, American reserve units were rushing west, but still dozens of miles away. Explosions rocked the earth, and streaking missiles and projectiles crossed the air over their heads. Smoke and the scent of grass on fire wafted over the small plywood covers of hundreds of spider holes across the Kansas and Nebraska plains. In Morris and Bees, the friends held hands, squeezing tightly for so long that the blood was pushed out and their fingertips went numb. Delusions of grandiose guerrilla fighting fueled by Hollywood blockbusters were long gone. People were dying in every direction. "These damn holes may just be the safest place to be," Morris thought. He kept his eyes closed due to the shaking dirt, suspecting Jordan was doing the same. Each had put in earplugs and wrapped bandanas around their mouths and noses. Then a sinister noise caught both youngsters' attention. "Was that the fence?" Morris screamed in his mind. He shook his head, his ears full of nervous beads of sweat and the thump of his scared pulse. He felt Bee's hand move to his upper arm and squeeze. The noises outside were loud enough to penetrate the plywood and piled grass and dirt. Men were running, breathing hard, cutting fence wire. A radio squelched. They heard a Chinese voice on the speaker. "Over Chongqing Municipality." "So, we were never going after that cyber warfare facility?" Cornetto asked. "Not us," Lou said, "but it will be destroyed." He made eye contact with his co-pilot. "I couldn't tell you about her." "No apologies," Cornetto said. "If we live, we can talk about it then." "Agreed," Lou said. "How long until we reach the target?" "About 15 minutes. We need to talk about altitude. By my math, we have 34 to 40 seconds if we drop from 10,000 AGL. Cornetto had a concerned look. "You see where I'm going with this, right?" "I do," Lou said. Their concern was getting caught in the pressure wave of the massive bomb. Too low, and they would never get far enough away. Too high, and they would be spotted long before they dropped the bomb. He looked back toward the cockpit stairs. "There's no time to explain, but right about now their entire national defense network is scrambling in every direction like a bunch of chickens that just detected a raccoon." "You Americans and your colloquialisms," Cornetto muttered with wide eyes. "My point is," Lou continued, "that we can go back to commercial height with the fake transponder turned on. The balloon is filling every radar in the country with false data as we speak. Trust me, and trust your MI6 guys down there." He removed himself from his seat. "I'll be back up in time. Keep us on this bearing and bring us up to 30,000 true. That should give us plenty of time to get out of the blast zone." Lou unplugged his flight helmet and went down the stairs and through the hatch, continuing down to the bay floor. He saw that the wounded Rangers were being kept warm in their bulkhead jump seats with every available blanket, poncho, and military sleep gear available. He walked over to the huge bomb, sitting in its cradle with a drogue parachute rig attached to the rear. On the front of the cradle, a different package had been attached. "This is insane, Lou. You can't do this," Letty screamed intensely. Izzy was near the ramp, checking on settings and preparing for clearance to open it. Honker and the two less wounded Rangers had secured her to the bomb's delivery sled with paracord and gorilla tape. In Letty's small office, the two MI6 agents were monitoring the status of the special flight package attached to the balloon. "You know, I can actually," Lou said, "and I will. But there's some stuff you should probably know first." He turned and moved several yards forward, poking his head into the small office under the cockpit. "Can I get one of you guys to come give me a hand real quick?" A moment later, Lou walked back out with one of the British technicians. "Mark," Letty begged. "You have to believe me. I'm being—" "Save it," the short, tired-looking man said. "I never liked you as it was." He looked at Lou. "Now I get why we had to play that little game." "You see, Letty, what I wanted you to know is—" He paused for effect and to choose his path through the conversation for maximum damage. "The MFMs haven't been on the plane since Diego." "That's not true," she argued. "Tell him, Mark." "It's all true, love," the technician said. "There was no way we were going forth with a mission profile. We've known since Bryce Norton we were sending up an electronics package, not a bunch of munitions." But the lead-line boxes," Letty asserted, her face truly confused. "I thought it was a bit over the top. Izzy said, rounding the nose of the bomb to look down at the prisoner tethered to the sled. Nah, you were perfect, Lou said. You see, Letty, this flight wasn't about delivering the MFMs from the balloon. Then what is the mother-loving balloon even doing here? She screamed, nearly hysterical. Lou looked to Mark, who nodded for confirmation. See, right now, every military and civilian radar in China sees hundreds of planes and missiles coming over the Pakistan and Mongolian borders, thanks to the Phantom Veil Array. Thousands, mate, Mark corrected. Sorry, thousands, Lou said. Thousands of digital radio frequency memory modules are capturing China's radar signals, corrupting them with dirty data, and rebroadcasting them with lasers in hundreds of directions. His monologue was interrupted by Cornetto's voice over the loudspeakers. 10 minutes out. You all cleared to open the ramp when you're ready. We have an up angle from the ascent, Izzy said. Everyone needs to tether before I do. Don't worry, Letty. I think you're tethered quite well. Letty's face was full of confusion. But the micro-nukes. I saw them. I know we had them. Lou shrugged his shoulders. Not our part of the op. Right now, hundreds of Tomahawk cruise missiles are being launched from the LOC. And in the past, he scanned his watch, 4 hours, 32 Navy SEALs delivered the 7 MFMs to strategic military and cyber commands across the Chinese coast. Don't forget the Rizkis, Colonel, Mark said. Oh, Lou laughed. Thanks, mate. The same electronic package on the balloon coasting over China that is sending out a fake air raid is also blocking all signs of the old, nearly ancient, some might say Cold War bombers left in Russia's fleet, commencing their devastation of the northern and western air bases and cyber centers. Seems the enemy of our enemy is our friend for now. What? Letty asked, almost dazed. I gave out the orders to everyone. Lou bent down about halfway to make good eye contact, to truly stare into the devil's soul. Another agent had already briefed everyone before you and I ever showed up. In a few minutes, the Russians are about to bomb the living daylights out of China's military manufacturing chain and their cyber facilities. Sir, we need to open the ramp, Izzy said. Lou saw that he and Mark were the only ones not strapped in. He nodded and looked at Letty one last time. I just thought you'd like to know that you threw away your life over nothing. Wait, the spy pleaded once more. What are you doing with this bomb? The terror in her voice cut the air like a sword. Lou smiled and simply put his gloved finger to his lips before running back up to the cockpit. Okefenokee Swamp. Hope joined Lee on the edge of the next grass meadow. They were looking at a dark SUV and the tops of at least 2 tents in a pop-up canopy about 30 yards away. Like the one they'd crawled through, the meadow had tall grass, weeds, and the occasional fallen tree rotting along the edge. The campfire smoke was a stronger odor, presenting as a small haze over the camp. It's hard to tell how many, Lee said. Must be a road in and out. I think there'll be at least 4 of them. Hope was next to him, behind a large maple tree, standing to see over the grass. Mike and Stephanie were trying to keep the dogs calm and quiet a bit behind them. They saw someone come around to the back side of the SUV. They come around the truck to take a leak, he explained. It took all of Hope's willpower not to blurt it out. That's my brother, she whispered to Lee. She looked back to Stephanie, who was shaking her head in disappointment. Well, I hate to tell you this, miss, but we need to arrest these men. 4 or 5 of them ain't the whole gang, but it's a start. I got zip ties in my backpack to cuff them. What if they want to shoot at us? Hope asked. Maybe we should slip back out and go tell some of the other search teams. Lee looked at her thoughtfully. That's probably the right call, Miss Hope. Hope went backward to the others first. We're going to go find... Before she could finish speaking, the sound of a train whistle miles off in the distance filtered into the swamp. Wait, Lee said tensely. He scrambled back over to his group. They look like they're packing up to jump in their truck. It's now or never, Stephanie said. Come on, son, Lee said to Mike. Mike handed Samson's leash to Hope and took his rifle back. The dogs were jittery, sensing the tension. "Please don't shoot anyone," Hope said, the anxiety in her voice clear. "Only if they're about to shoot first, miss," Mike said. He and his father duck-walked into the tall grass at a rapid pace. "We need to help them," Stephanie said. She traded leashes with Hope, knowing she had the better shot of keeping Samson restrained. Before Hope could object, she crouched and followed the two men into the grass. "Let's go this way," she told Rusty. When she reached the edge of the thicket, she went left to navigate the boundary, hoping to find the road from which the truck had entered. She heard another train whistle, followed by the SUV starting. Suddenly, Samson let out a huge bark in the middle of the grass. Rusty started growling, ears up on full alert. Hope stepped just behind an oak and could see around the back end of the SUV a bit. Counting Junior, she saw 5 men trying to pile into the rig. Suddenly, Mike and Lee sprinted out of the tall grass and weeds, weapons raised and yelling for the men to freeze. Samson sprinted toward the truck, barking like Cujo. A door barely closed before he got inside. One of the windows shattered from the inside, a gun blast sending Mike diving for cover. Rusty started barking wildly, dragging Hope into the grass, resisting her attempts to heal him with a leash tug. The rig started to back away from a tent it was nosed up to, and Lee maneuvered. He pumped 3 slugs from his shotgun into the grill. Steam and water poured out from under the hood. The doors on the far side of the men flew back open toward the campfire, the crew dragging weapons out with them. Rusty overpowered the small woman, ripping the leash straight out of her hand and taking off toward the scene like an irate canine rocket. The fight was on. Crooked River, Oregon. "Zach, did you guys bury those explosives yet?" Nick screamed. He, Nas, Gina, and Zach were all on the park side of the berm-like shape of the train track run-up hill. "No, we hid them." "Good. Take that rim trail into the trestle and sneak back over there. We can always just blow the tracks here over the land and force them to spend a few days repairing it." He and Gina, already out of breath and huffing, ran at a slow pace to retrieve the C4. A few gyrocopters were buzzing the fireball that had consumed the survivalists' camp. "Is your truck intact?" he asked Nas. I think so." Nick put a hand on his buddy. "See if you can make it to Prineville and rally the entire training group." Nas nodded. "I'll try, amigo." "Fast, Nas. Those things can fly at least 100. Despite his worry, Nas managed a gentle smile. He put up a fist for a bump. "Good knowing you, Nick." Nick nodded as he bumped, not used to sentimentality on the battlefield. "You're a great American, Nazario." Nas kept an eye on the sky and took off running. Nick sprinted to the top of the earthen berm with his rifle raised. 4 of them are on the tracks. That means about the same number landed on the other end." He knew his explosives team was surrounded. He heard a few survivors from the camp attack shooting at the copters, buzzing them like killer bees. Ahead, 3 copters had settled on the trestle and the rotors were slowing. The 4th, closest to him, was about 10 feet from touching down. He went onto one knee and raised his rifle, aiming at the pilot through his red dot sight. The shot was about 100 yards. 2 soldiers, he thought. That could mean 24 or more guys here already. He pulled the stock hard and pressed the trigger smoothly, fracturing the pilot's sunglass visor as his round went through the man's face. The companion soldier's head looked wildly at his partner as his head went back and limp. The craft yawed in a circle to the right as it pressed forward, catching its right rear wheel on the wire guardrail, which caught it like a cable on an aircraft carrier. The light craft tipped forward under the power of the rotors, unable to free its wheel, like a coyote in a trap. The spinning rotors exploded when they slapped the wire guardrail at a leaning angle. That severed the wire, freeing the wheel enough for the lame bird to fall nose first over 300 feet into the canyon, smashing into the rocks. The ruptured fuel tank spilled all over the hot manifold, setting the entire thing ablaze in seconds. Nick was sprinting toward the next. One of the soldiers was still by the next craft north. He slowed to a steady heel-toe walk and shot the man 3 times. His partner had already joined the others to assault Gerald, but they had returned to investigate what had happened. "Oh, crap," Nick yelled. He began to run for the cover of the nearest parked copter, too far out onto the span to turn back. He'd never make it off in time. He got to the front end of the craft just as a soldier was peeking out around the back. Nick raised his rifle and squeezed off 3 rounds, dropping to the ground. From his side, he could see the boots of the man he'd just shot as he writhed in pain, plus 2 more pairs of legs. He opened up the rifle, shooting every boot and leg he could. "Gotta keep moving," he screamed in his thoughts. He stood and moved out around the vehicle, stepping over the train tracks while ducking under carbon fiber rotors at the same time. He put a finishing thought into the heads of the 3 men who were all suffering from disappearing shin and heel syndrome. Motion over the gorge caught his peripheral vision just as a shot punctured the tail of the copter next to him. He'd already known what happened as he dropped and rolled into the craft to the other side. "Stupid," he chastised himself. One of the 4 air attack copters had assumed to hover so its passenger could take a shot at him from over the gorge. He scrambled behind the wheel assembly, doing a rapid magazine change. "North," he warned himself. He was surprised to see nothing, so he sprinted. He had to hope the copter hounding him from the air was going to lose sight of him. Nick kept the rifle up, clearing the corners as he did until he got past the birds, maybe 50 yards from the truck his team had been using. The last 2 Chinese were dead on the tracks. He looked toward the pickup but didn't see Gerald. The hounding copter had taken off east to circle back around the entire park while its 3 peers kept harassing the people in the park, shooting back. It came back around over the large properties to the southwest and sped toward Nick. It did a bit of pedal rotation, allowing the passenger a better vantage. Nick raised his weapon and once again sent rounds toward it as fast as he could. After 18 rounds, he'd hit at least the pilot, if not both men. The gyrocopter veered a bit as it dove, smashing into the north cliff wall, its remaining missiles detonating with an ear-cracking explosion from the fire. Nick was gasping for air, long past the days he was a trim young sniper. He took 1 step toward the specialized pickup when he saw 3 Chinese troops climb into the bed from the other side. One of them shot into it several times, confirming what he feared. Gerald had been killed by the gunfight with the 2 lying dead on the tracks. It was a standoff of sorts. He couldn't risk destroying the truck with Drake and Luis down below, and they wanted the tracks intact. The last of the air attack copters peeled off from the park and zipped across the canyon. "The other 2 must be going after Nas." It descended along the far wall below the level of the track deck. The passenger released multiple shots down below. He stopped shooting, and after several seconds of study, the gyrocopter ascended and pivoted straight for Nick. Chapter 22. Roger Mills County, Oklahoma. Granger slipped the rifle sling off of his neck and did the same thing he was doing to drag the RF jammer's case with a bent arm, but with the left one. There were 2 dead gorillas next to each other about 40 feet to his left on the same small ridge that separated the 2 dells in the rolling farmland. He kept his butt low, elbow crawling to them, hoping the black smoke rolling out of a nearby upside-down Humvee fire would mask him in the area behind them. Once behind the men, he pulled the RF jammer pack up and opened 2 access covers. The first had a folding Yagi antenna with its cable. He splayed the reflector and director rods that ran perpendicular to the boom, which had a small plastic peep sight set at each end. He plugged it into the receptacle in the other panel and pressed a 2-position power switch. The resistance leaders back in Texas had assured him the settings were preset for the extremely high-frequency bands at and above 8 gigahertz. "Just point and shoot," Granger recalled. "Even a Marine should be able to figure it out," he joked. The one drawback was the narrow beam. It had to be aimed directly at the transmitter one was trying to block, and it had to be within a quarter mile to be effective. He set the antenna into the gap between a dead soldier's legs. "Sorry, man," he mumbled to the corpse. As prone as he could, Granger stared through the peep sights on the 18-inch rod. "That ain't gonna work," he thought, worried that some of the rods were lying directly on the man's hamstrings. He took out the K-bar and sliced pouches off the man's tactical gear. He stacked them on the ground between the man's knees and shoved the nearer leg a bit closer to the other. He manipulated the items until the antenna was pointed at the Chinese antenna truck about 140 meters down the shallow decline. With the case next to the other dead man's torso, Granger flipped the other switch he was shown, ignoring the small meter and other microswitches. He used his knife to cut off pieces of the two men's bloody shirts, laying them over the olive-drab control unit. He did one last check of the peep sights and was surprised by what he saw. There was a camouflage trailer next to the antenna truck. A door flew open on it, and a Chinese soldier stepped out, looking at their antenna. He ran down the folding steps to the technicians, still making their final setup adjustments to the mobile rig. He started yelling at them. "Ooh, angry little Charlie, ain't ya?" Granger thought. "Time to make like a shepherd and get the flock out of here," he told himself. Still dragging the rifle with an elbow, he breathed the tiniest bit easier once he was back below the crest. He back-crawled to the burning Humvee, filling the area with putrid smoke, and got back onto his knees. The truck was on its roof. He turned the other direction and bent to bear weight on his hands so he could see between the ground and the smashed, smoldering hood. Granger's eyes grew wide when he saw enemy soldiers moving north toward him. They were covering the width of the field in his limited point of view as they walked. He saw 4 in the middle about 100 meters away. If that's a true squad, there could be 2 other teams working the slopes, he realized. He was in a true pickle, and he knew it. He might get 2 or 3 with ambush shots. That would temporarily drive the rest to cover and give him time to run. Or he could just start booking it from cover to cover, gaining as much ground as possible until he was spotted. Lastly, he could try his possum decoy. Hearing no kill shots thus far was a good sign. But he also needed to travel north for his only true shot at getting around the Texas-Oklahoma front's northern flank. Granger had his mind made up for him. Just as he was about to sprint for the next direct striker, he heard the talking and laughter of 2 soldiers just behind the Humvee. He laid the rifle back where it was and went to the dirt, sucking in a deep breath and lying still. The 2 soldiers' voices grew, telling him they'd broken the plane of visibility. One of them kicked his heel, but kept on chatting. Maybe the blood thing worked, he thought, not daring to breathe. They turned and started to walk toward the bodies up the hill, causing a moment of panic until an alarm just over the ridge sounded and a man in panic screamed through a speaker. Farther east, 2 Chinese tanks exploded from American 120mm sabot tank rounds piercing their armor, the tungsten centers using kinetic energy to puncture the hull. One ripped into the engine with enough force to light the fuel on fire. The other tore into the tank's internal magazine, blowing up the ammunition meant for the Americans. Granger never saw what he triggered. Over the next low crest, nearly 3 miles east, American tanks rolled into view, blasting the Chinese at will. The invaders had been highly reliant on the computer telling them how to maneuver via their encrypted radio transmissions. The Americans had been waiting on a promise that the enemy was about to become disabled, and Granger had delivered it. The soldiers yelled to their comrades and sprinted over the lip of the hill. 30 seconds later, Granger let out his breath and sucked in another through burned grass. He listened keenly and finally dared to lift his head. He scanned slowly, then got back onto his hands and knees to scan for the other soldiers. Seeing none, he grabbed his rifle. Granger jumped to his feet and began to sprint to the next wreck when one of the gyrocopters flew directly over him, less than 100 feet up. It circled south. Holy hell, he thought. Screw you, Murphy. He was near the next piece of cover when automatic rifle rounds from the air stitched the soil behind him. He shrieked in agony as a bullet passed through his left calf and shin bone and another through his lower ribs. Granger Madison fell to the ground, trailing blood across the Oklahoma prairie as he pulled himself toward a wrecked striker on its side. Southwest of Ensign, Kansas. No, B hissed. I can't do it. Morris felt like he was in a nightmare from which there was no waking. We have to. Our soldiers could have their hands full with the big front. We're protecting them. I'm too scared, his friend cried. So am I. Just watch my back, B. I need you. Can you do that? Can you just come up enough to make sure I don't get shot from behind? She sobbed, sucking in some air. Mo, you're my last friend. Please don't die. He took her tiny hand into his big one, though their gloves made it feel foreign, reinforcing the horrible dream state. You can do this, Jordan. She sniffled a bit. I didn't have a great home life, she said. Neither of the college students had heard of Foxhole Confessions, but now they were living one. You're the only one who's ever been fair to me. Tell me all about it when this is over, he said, squeezing her hand. Morris took a big breath in and blew it out. Ready? She pulled her hand out of his and wrapped both palms under her rifle, pulling the charging handle and positioning her thumb near the safety. For America, she stammered. For America, he repeated. Morris slid one of the end pieces of plywood over just enough to get a head out, while she did the same thing on the other side. The partners were lying cramped in the hole. Repositioning was awkward and time-consuming. He looked west toward the troops they were sure had crawled past under the cover of the mortar and missile exchange happening overhead. Being more petite, Jordan was the first to get a rifle muzzle up and pointed east at the enemy soldiers who had not yet passed them. The unbelievable sight of a fully clad Chinese soldier on his belly just 2 feet away made her screech. Before the foe even comprehended the tiny hole and face in front of him, she had clicked off the safety. The air exploded with the loud, quick snap of her AR-15. She screeched again as the man's sinus cavity spewed blood in the same instant his head fell from the brainstem shot. The game was up. Morris shoved the board out of the way forcefully. Don't forget the sandbags, he screamed, tossing one up on each cardinal side of their hole. He resisted the urge to look backward, trusting his battle buddy to do her job. He was up. The fires of 2 burning strikers provided the backlighting. The silhouettes in the 2-foot-high grass were easy to find because the path they'd crawled was beaten and bent, leading to them like a contrail. Morris opened up, firing. After 4 shots, he realized he hadn't hit one enemy, though he'd certainly seen a few turning their heads around to find out who was shooting. Slow, controlled shots, he yelled to himself, not even meaning to coach Jordan. He was parroting the A-team instructors from training back at Ada's family's private airport. Aim small, miss small. He started to connect with Chinese paratroopers in their butts and backs. When they turned their heads, they would present skull profiles, and he would shoot there too. He wasn't wasting shots on the back of helmets. Morris and B's brass were hitting each other and bouncing into the spider hole some of the time. He pulled the trigger and felt nothing, freezing for a second. Reloading, he yelled without even realizing it. Reload, B shouted back, also on autopilot. Morris went to the front of his chest rig and grabbed a rifle magazine, performing a clumsy reload. He heard a crack next to his ear and dropped into the hole, realizing a bullet had missed his head by blind luck or a guardian angel. I'm out, B screamed. Duck, Morris bellowed. He went back up with a charged weapon, this time shooting at the troopers to their rear, who were confused and only had a wide-open field in any direction to flee or look for cover. He hadn't had the mental power to look, but it hit him. Are we the only ones? He scanned in both directions. Rifles were barking 100 feet away all around. Morris and B had been the catalyst to get the scared militia shooting. A bullet skipped the ground just to his right, breaking a clod of dirt which hit him in the bandana over his lower face. B had followed his lead and reversed her position when she popped back up. Reverse again, she yelled, pulling herself down after only 5 rounds shot toward the west. Morris followed suit, each of them turning to engage in the other direction once more. To the enemy, it meant the muzzle flash they were aiming at seemed to be moving from left to right very rapidly. The battle raged. The Chinese were shooting back to dismal effect at small pips behind sandbags and largely hiding in holes. Men were screaming and yelling in Mandarin. All along the space between the spider holes and the soldier foxholes near the tanks, airburst artillery rounds exploded, turning into sun-like white phosphorus flares drifting on parachutes. The battlefield became eerily illuminated. Belt-fed machine guns sprayed heavy rates of fire east, ripping into the panicked Chinese like a turkey shoot. Down! Morris screamed. The two friends cowered into the hole. He saw her pointing her rifle to cover the west, so he covered the east. 5 seconds later, each of them shot a soldier just above the hole. The one Morris shot fell onto the grass, but Bees fell inside, still groaning and moving, yelling in his language. Morris pulled his legs under him in the tight space and got onto his knees. He pulled out his pistol and shot the man through the cheek, where he knew the bullet would go into his helmet or the dirt wall instead of Jordan. He shoved the man back out, trying to stay low. "They're looking for cover." "No kidding, Detective Dugan," she shouted back. Morris smiled. His friend wasn't just a killer he could trust. The smartass in her had returned, and there seemed to be a very long night ahead of them. Over central China. Lou slid back into the pilot seat, the dawn breaking over the eastern horizon. Both men saw the light turn on to tell them the ramp was open. Lou scanned the gauges as he cinched into the seat. "Ever hear of the underground Great Wall of China?" "Can't say I have," Cornetto said. "There's two, actually," Lou said. "The original one was a complex system of man-made caves and tunnels, over 3,000 miles long, from the 60s, I believe. It was a bomb-proof underground storage and transit system for their nuclear weapons. But over the decades, word leaked out about it. China eventually replaced it and opened parts of the original to the public as a tourist attraction." "And the newer one?" Cornetto asked. "Is that what this Moab is for?" "I heard it's even bigger," Lou said. "It would be impossible to collapse even a fraction of it. But what is undisputed is that most of the most important parts of it are under this river valley." The shades of red, blue, and purple sunrise were reflecting off the winding Yangtze River as if it was a beautiful snake sidewinding through the green hills. "See that big power plant? The main hub is under that, and this Moab will airburst at 1,000 feet AGL and collapse the entire facility into the caves below." "So that's it, then," Hugh Greenbaum said. It was more a statement than a question. "I know you've been wrestling with this, Hugh," Lou said. "Your conscience does you credit, but we built this op for minimal civilian deaths. It was the best we could hope for." His co-pilot nodded. The cockpit was dark, minus a few dim lights from instruments and small LED screens, and the growing dawn outside. He could barely see Cornetto's eyes between the helmet and air mask. I'm 100%, Colonel." "Good." Lou checked that their running lights were off for probably the 20th time on the flight, then scanned the horizon. To the east and north and everything in between, he could see running lights on what he thought were probably military planes reacting to the false attack to the west. 1 minute out," Cornetto said into the intercom. Lou reached over and turned their fake transponder back off. "After the drop, our bearing will be 140. We have 2 hours to make it over the coast just west of Hong Kong." "What happens in 2 hours?" Cornetto asked. "The micro-nukes. Despite being a hornet's nest of naval activity, we're supposed to have a tanker waiting for us." "And then?" "Then we have a choice, depending on what we're seeing. Japan or back to Diego Garcia." 30 seconds, Cornetto said. The two-piece ramp was open, the first piece angled down. On leisure training runs, crews would strap into harnesses with restraints and ramp surf for the thrill of it. The rear piece of the hull retracted into the overhead, which was how items like Humvees or helicopters could fit inside the Globemaster. The sled was untethered. The plane's metal plates on the hold floor flipped over to expose the rollers. Cornetto flipped a switch, turning the drop light green. Izzy pulled the toggle on the drogue parachute that was secured to the bottom of the ramp. The olive-drab bag popped open, and the cell filled with air, sending it sailing out the back of the plane. It unfolded and applied massive pressure to the sled under the heavy bomb. A heavy-duty nylon and rubber cord tightened and pulled the sled along the rollers, a blown double agent screaming as if her hands had just been cut off, going with it out into the gray Chinese dawn. On it was the GBU-43. Not technically the largest non-nuclear gravity bomb ever built, it still bore the title based on the overall ratio of the agents in the vessel. The explosive was 18,730 pounds of composition H6, which was almost half made up of RDX, the remainder being a mix of TNT and aluminum shavings. The aluminum helped the agent with a higher heat point, allowing the 9 tons of explosive to have the same force as 11. Manufactured in Oklahoma, only a few dozen had been made, all of them staged at the remote Indian Ocean base for collapsing caverns full of terrorists in Afghanistan. Within moments, the Moab fell, free of the cradle. The fuse was triggered by inertia and wind, set to a timer of 30 seconds, which would allow it to detonate a few thousand feet above the ground. Izzy raised the ramp, tempted to watch the detonation, but afraid to feel the shockwave. The pilots made their turn and hit the maximum throttle. "Lord help us," Hugh Greenbaum said, seeing the orange fireball fill the small curved rearview mirror mounted on his right side window frame. Stone walls shook as the concussion caught up to them. "Every building for a square kilometer or more just collapsed into the caverns below," Lou said. In the intercom, he warned everyone to hang on for another speed dive. I've never killed anyone before," Cornetto said solemnly. "The first one's just a formality," Lou said. He pushed the nose down and used the reverse thrusters. "Sorry, that was a bit cynical, I guess." Cornetto prepped to turn the terrain radar back on. "I'll set it to follow at 300 AGL. "Make it 200, Lou said. "The little hairs on the back of my neck are standing up." 200, his partner replied. "I remember you saying you flew warthogs in Afghanistan." Lou nodded, keeping an eye on the altimeter in their steep descent. "That was the first time I killed, for sure, but I've had to do it up close and personal a couple of times in this war." He began to pull them out of the dive. "Whoa." Lou watched the dawn sky flash several times off their left. With the low altitude, their visibility had been reduced to several miles. It looked like a strobe going off in a few locations. It snapped him out of the small talk and back into the moment. "Looks like maybe the cruise missiles are finally showing up to play." Chapter 23. Okefenokee Swamp. Hope scrambled into the tall grass as low as she could while staying on her feet, the fire in her quads and glutes a distant memory under the duress of the situation. She followed what she thought was probably Rusty's beaten path. Shouting and more gunshots rang out ahead. Suddenly, the little yellow flowers of some weeds ripped apart and 2 men duck-walked face to face with her. Hope lost her breath as she tried to scream, terror and panic racing through her blood. All she could see was the giant hole at the end of the pistol barrel a foot from her face. Behind the pistol was one of the 2 leaders of the crew who had raided the food line at the church. Her heart pounded in her ears, her head swirled from the stress, and time slowed down. "You're gonna pay for sending in that damn dog, bitch." The man went silent, letting out a loud, pained exhale when the rock hit him in the side of the head. Hope's eyes were still locked onto the man, now on both knees and palms, dazed, his pistol lost in the weeds. She started to hyperventilate, just short of screaming. The other man rushed her, grabbing her shoulders. "Hope, it's me," Junior kept repeating, shaking his sister until slowly recognition crossed her stare. "Call your dogs. We need to get out of here." Junior? "Let's go," her brother yelled, shoving her around toward the trees. "These guys won't hesitate to kill us." They had run about 100 feet, nearly to the tree line, though not in the direction Hope had come from. The woods were thicker, more damp. Shouting, dogs barking, and sporadic gunshots added to the mayhem. Junior suddenly cried out in pain as a closer gunshot rang out. Hope slid in the mud under the trees and turned back. She ran to him, seeing he'd fallen face first, writhing in agony. "That sumbitch shot me in the butt cheeks," he yelled. She stood up and the man was limping toward them through the grass, bleeding from the side of his head. He looked straight at her, and the split second in which he and Hope made eye contact felt like an eternity. "Oh no," she thought in near panic. The man smiled an evil beam and started running straight at her. "I have to lead him away from Junior," she thought. Hope darted into the woods, not seeing the meadow they'd come through. Her hunch, based on the rising sun, was that she was running south toward the creek and the train tracks. "Rusty!" she screamed as she ran. She dodged and ducked around oaks and maples, not noticing they were shifting back to the mire and swamp-loving cypress trees. The mud grew thicker, pulling off one of her rubber boots. She hopped over a giant knurled root and found herself on the edge of a wide finger of black water filled with peat and lily pads. She heard the man running through the muck behind her. "You're dead, whore! You hear me?" Southwest of Ensign, Kansas. Morris peered back out of the hole a minute or so after the machine gun tracer rounds quit streaking east and the noise stopped. The light from the parachute flares had disappeared, but the fires from burning vehicles had intensified. Bee followed her partner up and looked at her own shadow dancing on the helmet of the first soldier she killed. He was completely still, and it scared her. She looked around past him, seeing an occasional movement from a badly wounded crawling soldier. Miles away, Chinese vehicles were engulfed in flames of their own. Morris looked at the spider holes down the line. It was too dark, the dancing light too unpredictable. The moans of a wounded enemy here or there drifted in over the bodies of the dead ones. He worried for his brother, but knew his obligation was to his team. "Let's go check on everyone." The next dreaded task after would be to approach their soldier comrades without being mistaken for the enemy. He only hoped there were enough of them still alive who remembered they were out there. Morris hopped out. "Hold up," he told his buddy. "Grab our bags. Don't forget the empty mags." Bee keyed up a small pen light and found 5 empty rifle magazines. She tossed them out with their gear bags after dumping spent brass off them. Morris went north and found Coach, dead in the bottom of his hole, a dying Chinese soldier on top of him. "Oh, Coach," he thought in deep sadness. He fingered his weapon-mounted light to take a better look at the enemy. The man was much more lucid than Morris had expected, trying to whip his battle rifle around. A gunshot to his right spewed before Morris could manipulate his safety. The barrel of Bee's rifle pushed smoke toward the small grave. They looked at each other as best they could in the dark, and then she bent down and picked up their bags, handing Morris his. She started walking toward Ada and Edgar's hole, Morris hot on her heels. Another rifle shot a couple of 100 feet farther away startled both of them. Morris saw it was some other militia team member shooting a wounded Chinese soldier. They reached the next hole, finding both teammates in the bottom, scared but unhurt. "Get up and grab your gear," Bee ordered, offering her hand down to Ada to pull her up. Morris watched his friend closely, hoping the newfound confidence wasn't something more tragic brewing under the surface. "We gotta go slay the wounded so they can't shoot us in the back." "Is that true?" Ada asked Morris, her voice still shaking from the fight. "You're damn right it's true," Bee said sternly. "It'll show the army we're one of the good guys," Morris reasoned. He wasn't going to push the issue. Not everyone was so practical about the moral grayness of shooting an unarmed enemy. They carried forth, eliminating threats on the march toward the front line. The war ahead was still raging, though their vision was obscured by the fires. When they passed the bodies of the enemy closest to the foxholes, Morris figured the soldiers had been using night vision to identify them. Between that and the fact that they were cleaning up out in the field, he was hoping their identity was solid, but he wasn't going to trust hope. "Kansas militia!" he yelled ahead, repeating it a few times until they were in the last yards of the walk. Some teams were still behind, but others had already made it to the rearguard infantry behind the tank line. "You are recognized!" an irritated voice called from a foxhole. They strode up to find soldiers moving out of the foxholes, taking their machine guns and grenade launchers with them. "Finally! About time you guys got here," a different voice chirped. "Shut up, Carter," yet another soldier yelled. The man behind that voice moved over to the 4 members of Chinook 3. "Just 4 of you?" "Now," Bee answered with a certain tone. Morris shook his head at his friend. "We had 3 holes covering every 200 feet. He pointed down south where he hoped his twin brother was still alive. "There are others." "Yous guys will take these positions," the corporal said, a New York accent reminding the Kansans that this was still a total America fight. "We're headed to that front." He turned and saw most of his squad already headed to their rally point by a striker behind a berm. He stopped and turned around from 5 meters away. "By the way, good job. Perfect timing." With that he moved west, becoming one of the hundreds of human silhouettes preparing for the coming fight in the giant trench. Over South China.
"Colonel,"
Honker's voice chirped from the stairs in the rears of the cockpit.
"I know you're busy. I just thought you'd want to know that our critical ranger is no longer critical."
The air went still, the hums of the power supplies and computers filling the space. Finally, "Sorry to hear that, Sergeant Major," Cornetto answered. Lou sat boiling, thinking of the men who had lost their lives on a mole hunt, of how everyone could have died because of her. Honker turned and descended 2 steps with heavy feet. "Hold up," Lou said. The man came back up but said nothing. I hope you get why I had you hiding in here. I had no idea that attack was minutes away when I asked you." The old Delta operator sighed. "Yes, sir," he finally spat out. "If I hadn't been here, she'd have gotten you all killed trying to sell the weapons she thought we had. That's the sum of it. But I gotta tell you, Colonel," he paused to search for the right words, "if you hadn't been so positive she was turned, I wouldn't have been able to stay put. It killed me to be sitting in that bunk while our rangers were out there buying us time. Until you've been in an up-close firefight with buddies on each side, you'll never know exactly what I mean." That said, he went down the stairs. Lou silently ate his reply. There was too much at stake for a longer conversation. "I have been," he thought. "I do know. How long until feet wet, Cornetto?" As he had been doing diligently for the entire night, Hugh Greenbaum consulted his clipboard map, the terrain software, the compass, even out the windows. Finally, looking at his wristwatch and the speed gauge, 15 minutes, maybe less, coming out between Hong Kong and Macau. They were still flying at 200 feet above the ground. The sea was visible, but the scale of how far away it was remained a bit difficult to ascertain. "Do me a favor," Lou said. "Go back into my bag on my bunk and bring me the satellite phone." "Excuse me?" Cornetto asked in dismay. "We have a sat phone, Colonel? If we turn that on, won't they know it's us?" "Trust me," Lou said. Cornetto did as he was asked, taking an opportunity to stretch and quickly hit the latrine. He was strapped back in his chair in 2 minutes, looking for a place to set it down where it wouldn't wind up on the floor and under a pedal. "All right, Superbird, not to be cheeky, but I'm gobsmacked you have this thing. What gives?" Lou laughed. "And you see Americans have colloquialisms. It's a Saudi sat phone running through an Israeli satellite. There's one number programmed into it, and we're the only ones who will be calling her identical phone. So, do you want to take the stick, or do you want to make the call?" "Oh, I wouldn't pass a chance to talk to whatever sultry minx you have on the other end of this thing," Cornetto laughed. The fact that they were almost out of China unscathed and with minutes to spare was making them both giddy. "Okay," Lou said. "This is the phrase you'll need to pass when she answers. The stone wall is standing strong. Got it?" "In university, I once had to memorize the entire first act of Hamlet. I think I can handle it, sir." "Good Lord, Hugh," Lou laughed. "All I had to do in ROTC was wash everyone's jockstraps. Make the call." Cornetto powered the device, watching as the soft orange LED screen lit up. He pushed the button, found the only phone number in the menu, and made the call. He cleared his voice, preparing to speak. "Stonewall," Navy Captain Millie Goldberg answered urgently. "This is Ladybird. You have 2 bogies about 5 miles out on your 6 o'clock doing Mach 1.4 and coming straight at you." Chapter 24. Okefenokee Swamp.
"Oh," the greasy, thin, lanky gang member cooed. "You a cute little thing, ain't ya?"
Hope had moved down the bank of the water line, losing her second boot in the process. The mud made it hard to move. She'd sunk to her calves once, learning she had to keep moving and avoid going into the water at all costs. "Rusty!" she yelled once more, nearly crying. She thought of her children and her husband Brandon, training for his part in the war, glad none of them were in the monster's path. The gang leader eyed her like a hungry wolf, licking his lips in a way that made Hope shudder. He stuffed his revolver into the back of his black skinny jeans and hopped over the big root, landing in the mud where she had earlier. There were about 10 feet between them. "Oh, snap!" He leaned back and grabbed the nearest cypress root, pulling himself out of the muck. Hope couldn't tell whether or not his white sneakers had stayed in the bog due to the mud all over his legs. It was a concerted effort to pull himself back over the root. When he did, he stood and glared at the woman. She, too, was trying to clamber toward drier land. He pulled out the pistol. "Looks like it'll be a quick one for you, lady." He raised it to just under his eyesight. "I wanted me a taste of the goods first, but you ain't worth all this work. But I'll be sure and make your brother hurt a good and long time." A chilling sound streamed from the air about 4 feet behind him, freezing the man. Rusty's vicious growl grew in intensity, the gravelly snarl wavering in pitch. The gangster's eyes got wide. He slowly turned, and Rusty added a ferocious bark, then another. The man tried to rapidly spin, but the German shepherd sprang at him, clamping sharp teeth and pissed-off drool onto his arm. The gun and Rusty's feet both hit the ground about the same time, the canine shaking vigorously on the limb. The man's shrieks curdled Hope's blood, his agony bouncing off the many trees. Rusty tore flesh, fueled to bite harder by the man's howling. The man started to hit the bouncing dog's head with his free hand, but Rusty was moving so much that he nearly pulled the man off balance. Rusty unclamped for a better bite, and the man pushed off the dog, falling back over the big root. He landed on his back in the muck. Rusty's barking was intense, the dog jumping on the root, hovering directly over the man. He tried to bite at the would-be killer's muddy shoes. The thug rolled over, face first in the muck. He pushed his torso up, and Rusty got a piece of his shoulder. "Call your dog off! Call him off!" he kept yelling while he got one of his feet under himself. He stepped one step out into the water and suddenly sank to his waist. The peat under the surface, thousands of years of dead and decaying organic matter, grabbed his foot with the same suction as a dozen Dyson vacuum cleaners. Help me!" he bellowed in terror. The muck pulled him down, and the twist on his body trapped his other leg behind him in the shallower water and slime. "Help!" He began to cough and gag, dark brown swamp water invading his mouth and throat as the mud continued to suck a new piece of organic matter into its eternal quagmire. Rusty's barking slowed, and his ears moved from flat to up. The dog looked at Hope and ran over to her as close as he dared. Rusty could smell the peat, the smell of decay and death. Hope lunged and got a hand on his collar. Rusty whimpered and began to pull back, helping his protected charge work her way out to the solid ground. She was panting and crying. She wrapped her arms around his neck and shoulders. Rusty licked her face once, then went back to paying attention to the drowning man. "Thank you, Rusty," she bellowed with emotion, squeezing him tightly. "Thank you, Jesus, for sending him to me." Rusty woofed softly, calling her attention back to the moment. The man was hacking, choking, barely able to keep his mouth and nose out of the water as he continued to get sucked into the nasty peat. A sickening liquid frothy sound accompanied his cries for help. "Please!" His last scream was cut off, muffled, turning to the sounds of bubbles. Hope slowly stood. She watched her would-be murderer slide fully into the water, and as the water became still, the ripples faded to nothing. Another shot off in the distance snapped her to attention. "Stephanie!" Barefoot, she and her savior ran back toward the fray. Roger Mills County, Oklahoma. "Well, Marine, you picked a fine day to leave your med kit across the prairie," Granger joked with a cough. The striker he crawled past was on its right side, if one could still call it that. It had been hit by 3 40mm grenades, which disabled the drivetrain, but allowed the soldiers to bail out before a tank sabot round ripped through it and tore it in two like a beer can. Granger leaned against the roof of the rear half, using his gloved hand to hold the front of his shin together. He figured the fact that he'd been hit and some other pressing assignment were the only reasons the gyrocopter soldiers never came back to finish him. He had the other hand on the back of his shin, trying to decide if the blood flow was worth using a tourniquet, worth dying with one additional place in agony. The concussions and pressure waves of the battle just over the small knoll rattled his bones. It sounded like the Chinese were getting their butts handed to them. There were so many columns of black smoke filling the eastern sky that the entire sunrise had been blocked out. His chest was getting tight. The shot to his back exited the front, he was fairly certain. He thought back to his Arizona EMT training, thinking it may have gone through the area of the spleen. But the building pressure was nagging him. Did he get the lung? I don't want to die of tension pneumothorax. He pleaded with God or Odin or whoever was in charge. My girls, he worried. He knew one thing: if Karen survived her trek, she would make it her mission to go find them and help them. The thought brought peace and just a tinge of anger that it had taken war in America for him to finally meet the right woman for his fractured soul. He saw a Chinese soldier come over the small crust. Must be a hallucination, he concluded. Then another. Soon that one area immediately in front of his line of sight had a dozen Chinese soldiers, each lying prone and facing the war, firing their rifles. Another 4 showed up and ran past about halfway to where he was practicing for his future as a cadaver. They hastily went to work setting up a mortar. Hallucinations don't shoot mortars, Granger mumbled through hazy vision. Bastards are on the run. He pulled the rifle off the ground, grunting and wincing as he tried to jostle his seated position and mount the weapon to his shoulder. It felt much heavier than he was used to it being. He flipped the safety and acquired his red dot sight. Calmly, he shot the first one through the neck. The man flopped, though he was still alive, crying in anguish. The others looked confused. Granger aimed at the one who was flipping the man over, trying to figure out how the entry wound was on the side opposite the battle. His helmet covered his temple and ear canal, so Granger shot him low in the shoulder from the side, knowing it would get to the chest in one way or another. He shifted fire to the next, who was looking all over in his direction but failing to see him. He had a pistol raised and was looking for a place to run. The 4th had already started running for the squad back up the slight slope. Granger aimed for him and saw too much gear on the man's back. His battle rifle was sighted in at 50 meters, since the ammo he used could also be considered roughly sighted in at 200 meters on the downside of the flight trajectory. Bah, he's about 80 out, he thought serenely. He shot right at the butthole, knowing the round would still be rising. It hit the man in the lower spine, paralyzing and dropping him. Looking back at the mortar tube, he noticed the man running straight for him, screaming a war cry. You're just a kid, he thought at the exact moment he shot the man twice in the chest. Will I get into Valhalla fighting kids? It was then that he took a wider scan of the hilltop, leaning, despite the chest pain, to see past the end of the wreck he was propped against. There was an engaged effort by the Chinese to move and cover. Squads had taken up prone positions like the one ahead of him. Others were running past them at full speed. This isn't good, he thought. That ain't good, a female voice said about 5 feet away, just out of sight to his left. Hell's bells and shotgun shells, Granger yelled, looking at the stunned, somewhat insane woman to whom he'd given Petunia. Where the hell did you come from? He also mentioned he no longer needed to evacuate his bowels. Come on, Jeff, she said. I've been looking all over the bloody place for you. You know what, lady? Granger said, holding his hand out to her. Today you can call me Jeff. You don't look so good, she said. Granger stifled a laugh as the pain of moving seared through him like a cattle prod. Some guy gave me a horse, but I don't know its name. She shoved herself under Granger's right arm, forcing him to move his rifle to his left arm, which he was trying not to move too much. And you've been leaking quite a bit of life juice on your left side. Well, darling, I haven't seen something look as good as you in a long time. And the horse's name is Petunia. Petunia, the crazy woman laughed, rushing him west in the valley full of dead tanks and soldiers. I was going to guess that. The pair reached the horse. She was tied to the track of a destroyed Abrams tank, looking nervous. Uh-huh, Granger placated her, not caring how crazy she was. He rubbed Petunia's nose as he moved around to the right. There's no way I can mount on the left, he thought. Sorry, he apologized to the horse. The woman helped him onto the main saddle. You'd better stay in front, Jeff. You look like you might fall off it if you ride in the number 2 spot. Them stirrups is too low for me anywho. She used Granger's right hand to pull herself up. Give me your weapon.
Granger held the reins with his left hand and passed the rifle back to her. He clicked with his mouth and kicked with both heels, which made his fractured shin jolt with lightning. Petunia was all too happy to gallop away from the noises of war, forcing the two to hang on tightly. "As soon as we get over the next rise," he coughed weakly, "we need to head north a few miles, then east again until we run into Americans. You know, just in case I pass out."
"Whatever you say, Jeff."
Crooked River, Oregon. Nick took rapid shots at the soldiers on the flatbed. His first shot connected with a ballistic plate in the man's gear. All three jumped back over the side rail to the far side. The only thing he'd managed to do was piss them off. The gyrocopter that had just waxed Drake and Luis was rotating and slowly flying back to the park. The passenger started taking shots, sending Nick back around the far side of the tracks with 3 gyros parked on them. The tiny craft provided horrible concealment. He low-crawled back up to the 3 men farther south that he had killed after disabling them with leg shots. What? No way! Nick couldn't believe his luck. Instead of a battle rifle, one of the enemy's primary weapons was a QLU-11 grenade launcher. It looked like a sniper rifle and fed 7 rounds from a drum magazine in a semi-auto fashion. The long barrel and stock allowed it to be shot prone for a very effective range. He'd only ever seen them in military tactics articles, and he wasn't too proud to beg. He slid the Essie knife out of its Kydex sheath on his belt and sliced the carry strap with a quick pull. He resheathed his knife and took 1 spare drum from the dead man, dropping it into his dump pouch. The copter caught up to the gap he was in. He looked up, frantically trying to get his rifle back into action when the small craft started taking gunfire from the park. It accelerated and took off, turning to fly up the river to safety. Nick grabbed the Chinese weapon and went prone with it. He looked north and could see the enemy coming back over the truck. He just couldn't bring himself to blast it on the off chance one of them was still down there alive. Damn it! He held himself up and ran down the center of the trucks, hoping the 3 intact coppers would suffice for cover and concealment. Then he had a thought. He picked up speed until he was back over the canyon, past the lip and the bridge, over to the earthen run-up and ready to run down the slope to the park. But something caught his eye. The last 2 copters were parked where he had expected full helicopters to show up. But there were no soldiers and no sign of Zach and Gina. The sound of an intense firefight broke out under the bridge portion of the trestle nearby, where the sidewalk along the canyon rim passed into the train tracks. Before he could even react, a round from the north shattered the night vision on top of his helmet. Nick dropped down and rolled himself over, maneuvering the acquired grenade launcher into position. After finding the charging handle in safety, he jacked a round in, aimed, and squeezed. The recoil wasn't bad. The 35mm projectile launched at an impressive 1,000 feet per second, the centrifugal force spinning the interior fuse. The high-explosive fragmentation grenade slammed into the sloped carbon fiber cowling on the copter and harmlessly slid off into the gorge. "What the hell?" Nick screamed. The weapon had cycled for him. He shot the next round directly at one of the soldiers, aiming for a chest plate but catching the man in the groin. The grenade exploded, nearly cutting him in half. But he'd taken the brunt of the force. Nick started to get pissed as the others went scrambling back behind the copters. "Third time's the charm, Williams," he thought. He was starting to learn the amount of ballistic drop for the 70-plus meter shot. He aimed just over the copter's drive shaft. It was probably a bit too much, as the round passed over the first bird but caught the second one in the passenger seat with a direct hit. It ripped the copter apart and hit the fuel tank. The first craft blew up the other 2, catching the Chinese soldiers on fire. The sound of the gunfight under the trestle snapped him out of the glory moment. Nick brought the weapon down the slope to the park with him, setting it on the ground and grabbing the AR dangling from his gear. He carefully peeked around the corner where the berm ended and the rim sidewalk headed west under the tracks. He could see Luis writhing in a pool of her blood. Zach was up on the end of the berm under the trestle deck, shooting like a madman. Suddenly, the incoming fire stopped. "They're getting ready to come over the tracks." He didn't bother telling Zach he was behind him. He simply turned and raised his rifle a bit. The first 2 soldiers were about 20 meters down the tracks and foolishly presented themselves. They were concentrating on sliding down the berm,
Not only did Nick open fire on them, but so did a few of the survivors of the campsite attack. Both soldiers slid down the grass, gravely wounded. Nick popped them with insurance rounds, then turned back toward the gorge sidewalk. "Zach, it's me. Don't shoot." He slowly took the corner, his rifle aimed past the wounded Luis. He darted a glance at Zach, seeing him slide down from under the tracks, bleeding from his arm. "You need a tourniquet?" "I got 2 on me," Zach said, his voice full of pain. "Treat yourself first, then Luis," Nick said. He ran west under the full track deck and squatted, half expecting to come face to face with what he hoped were the last 2 soldiers. What he saw dropped the bottom out of his stomach. They were darting across the access road and big fields belonging to the nearby homes. But the worst part wasn't that. It was the sight of 4 Harbin Z-20 helicopters, the Chinese version of a Black Hawk. He knew that meant at least 32 more troops and far superior air power. He was tired and dying of thirst. He ran back to see Zach still tightening down the tourniquet on his arm, his face pale and sweaty. "I've always heard this was a real pain in the butt," he said. "Start running to the far end of the park," Nick yelled, "toward the other bridges. This place will be swarming in 2 minutes. "What about her?" Luis was crying in intense agony from a wound to the right chest area. "I got her." Nick pulled on the water bladder hose that ran over his shoulder and sucked on the water for 10 seconds. All the running had him sweating electrolytes badly. "I'm getting too damn old for ranger roles," he thought. "Hang tight, Luis. This is gonna suck." "It already sucks," she gasped. Nick bent over near her feet. He grabbed her right pants leg at the ankle with his left hand. As he dropped his body toward hers, he pushed his right hand between her legs, pulling on the one he'd first grabbed as he fell. He rolled over quickly, pulling her lower half off the ground. He wound up back on his knees, his 2 arms and hands clasped around her right leg on his right shoulder and her torso on his left shoulder. He was able to grab her right arm with his, trapping her leg against his shoulder. "Ong!" The exhausted retired soldier grunted as he stood and started running with her. The whole evolution took about 4 seconds. Its discomfort for each party was only exceeded by dying on the battlefield, but it was effective for quickly picking up a comrade. His quads were burning and his hamstrings were toast. He kept driving his legs, hoping he would have a chance to come back for the grenade rifle at some point. He was blowing exhales like a racehorse and just dead tired, so he didn't see or hear anything for a long time. But when he did, it gave him fresh wind. After he passed the part of the park still burning from the missile strike, he angled away from the canyon to use the fire and smoke as concealment. Dozens of trucks, led by Nazis, were screeching to a halt on the highway just 100 meters ahead, patriots piling out to kill some commies for mommy. Chapter 25. Okefenokee Swamp. Hope stopped at her wounded brother, who had removed his T-shirt. He ripped it in half, choosing to apply pressure to the cheek side entry wound by laying on it in the tall grass. He was holding the wadded second half of his shirt on a wound near the front of his hip bone. "Oh, Junior," Hope called out, getting to her knees next to him. "It only hurts when I sit on it," he joked in pain. Barking in the far distance caught their attention. She was holding Rusty's leash once more. He was panting heavily from all the intense action, but appeared to be ready for more, alerted to the north, well past the criminals' camp. "What are we going to do?" "How'd you get away from Reggie?" He seemed quite worried. "He won't be coming back," Hope said, her eyebrows furrowed into one long one. Junior shifted his glance a bit, absorbing that news. "I saw Chad get shot. That leaves Sherrod and Isaac," he said. "You had at least 2 black dudes with you. Anyone else?" He winced, trying to shake off the intense aching in his hip. "Stephanie," Hope said worriedly. That announcement distressed Junior. "You need to go find her, before they do. These aren't good people, sis." Hope stood and peered over the grass, seeing the back of the still idling SUV a stone's throw away. "I know." She gave the leash a shake, running toward the currently still camp with Rusty right on her leg. She went around the truck foolishly, realizing afterward she'd been plain lucky. "Lee!" she cried out. Both he and Mike were wounded, their father trying desperately to apply pressure to a severely bleeding gut wound on his son. "Oh, Lord, no!" she called out as she reached them between a tent and the pop-up canopy. 2 of the crew lay dead. "You've been shot too," she said to the distraught father. "My backpack," he cried out through distressed tears. "There's some first aid stuff in it, and a flare gun." She knelt next to the man, grimacing from small stones in the dirt around the camp cutting her feet. "Buckles," she called out, only to herself, trying to stay focused. She unbuckled the pack's straps at the bottom, which released them over his shoulders, allowing it to fall to the ground. Lee was bleeding from his right bicep area, which didn't stop him from using his loose gloves as a makeshift bandage on his gasping son's wound. "Shoot the flare!" Lee yelled. Hope first found the small first aid kit. She unzipped it, but it was meant for home scrapes, not a traumatic gunshot wound. She found the orange flare gun meant for boaters. There was a clip on the back of the grip which housed 4 shells by their bottoms. She removed one and figured out how to click the plastic device's brake action, which revealed the chamber. "Shoot 2 of them," Lee said in desperation. Hope went through the process of shooting 2 flares made of burning white magnesium. "Have you seen my sister?" she asked, fearing the answer. "They ran off that way," Lee said. "I'm so sorry, Miss Hope. I couldn't get 'em all. I think it was only one." Tologa, Oklahoma. "There's a town about a mile or 2 ahead," Hooch said, "on the south side. We should take care when we cross under a bridge." They'd only passed under 3 highway bridges and well over 100 miles of river travel. The first 2 had been before the quickly moving, swollen duct the river had become since the deluge of rain. The third crossing, earlier in the day, didn't have pilings or footings, but there had been a large boulder pile to avoid. The same storm that had kicked them off the river and stolen their raft was now running downstream at nearly 3 times the speed. They'd traveled several dozen miles since crafting the new pontoon, which was working like a champ. The echoes of war were now to the southwest, much less audible. They were coming off a potty break to the river's north side. Both had something wrong with their gut, which forced unpleasantness in a squatting position. Karen was hoping it wasn't a sign that their small hiker's water filter had lost efficacy. They were barely eating as it was and couldn't afford to waste minerals on diarrhea. To avoid losing the vessel they'd constructed, they took turns holding it on the bank while the other took care of business. "I guess I didn't catch that," she said. She held the makeshift boat steady, and Hoach resumed his position along the back, favoring the left corner. She shoved the boat out and jumped on, sitting down on the right front. Each had one of the paddles, though rowing wasn't necessary. Their float was a hair over 4 feet wide, and Hooch had the reach to rudder off either corner to keep them from spinning. "I think this is the town of the supply stop," Karen said. "My concern is that the cairns have been wrecked by the storm." They had been briefed about a small town on the right side, well into Oklahoma, that had a stop on the Underground Railroad. A series of stacked stone piles on the riverbank, common with hikers to mark trails, would tell them they were at the right place. "It's getting late," her partner said. "We can always just pass through it and find a spot to camp, scout the town before we decide." Karen thought a minute longer. "Sounds good." Minutes later, they cruised through a sharp bend to the right. The river ran roughly straight for a few hundred yards, and they could see the highway bridge ahead with the small town on the right. Karen reached for the binoculars tethered to the outside of her bag. "Uh-oh." "What?" "A group on the bridge." Her tone grew concerned. "Armed and looking right back at us through lenses." "Look," Hooch said excitedly. "To the right end." Karen twisted her trunk, spying past the end of the bridge toward the town. 2 quads were zipping down a trail toward the bank of the river. A bullet skipped off the water to the right, less than 2 seconds before the report of a rifle shot reached their ears. She spun back to see the bridge and could see smoke coming out of a barrel. "That was a warning shot," Hooch proclaimed. "They're waving us over to the bank," Karen yelled back. Hooch looked to his right, implementing an emergency plan he'd thought about several times on the trip. He silently cursed himself for not preparing it earlier. "You steer us. I have an idea." There was a 10-foot piece of paracord neatly wound and hanging on the shoulder strap of his pack. He used it to hang the pack from a tree trunk, and it had a bowline knot tied at one end. He took it off and girth-hitched the thin line around the manufactured hole in his AR's buttstock. Next, he took the MRE they'd been working through that day and dumped it out. The top brown plastic pouch had some glue left on the main seal. Working under his legs, he pulled his magazine out of the rifle and stuffed it into the pouch, squeezing the air out and wrapping it onto the stock with 7 or so feet of the cord. Finally, he dropped his rifle into the water behind him. With the small tail of paracord he had left, he did a quick slip knot to his pack strap, which kept the rifle from falling into the riverbed. He grabbed his oar and helped paddle across the rushing body. "What were you doing back there?" Karen asked. They were hugging the right side of the river. The men from the quads were on the bank about 100 yards up. 2 were pointing rifles at them. The third wore a menacing sneer on his face. He had a coiled rope he was about to toss to Karen. "Plan B," Hooch whispered. As subtly as he could, he raised his left hand but kept his right low, yanking on the paracord slipknot. Karen caught the rope, and the filthy man that resembled a cowboy pulled them to shore under the protection of his buddies. A few feet off the bank, Hooch let go of the tether. Northwest of Hong Kong, China. Lu banked left, moving the throttles the maximum bit they would travel. "Lu," Cornetto said frantically, "we're already on vapors." "Tell everyone to hang on," Lu said. After Cornetto gave the cargo bay crew the warning, he asked, "What's your plan, Colonel? To head into Hong Kong? We're going to run out of fuel before we get to international water and find that tanker." "Still beats getting shot down, Corn," Lu hollered back. "Do you still have Ladybird on the phone?" Cornetto had forgotten all about the device in his hand. "Ladybird, this is Stonewall. Do you have additional?" "Affirmative, Stonewall," a different female voice said. Captain Goldberg's hands were full with other problems, and she had handed the sat phone over to a chief operations specialist. "Your bogies are 2 JH-7s and have an intercept on your current vector. Estimated range 3 miles. "They want to force us down," Lou said when Hugh repeated that to him. "They think we have the MFMs or the location of the balloon or something." He killed the terrain radar. The hills of Qingyan gave way to a thick population center, one that only became denser the closer they got to the Hong Kong metropolis. "They must have a KJ-600 out there guiding them in," Cornetto said. "It's the only way those old fighter bombers could have picked us up so low." He was referring to the Chinese Naval Aviation Airborne Controller, a knockoff of the American E-2 Hawkeye. "That may mean a carrier out there somewhere," Lou said. He was barely passing over 15 to 20-story buildings, aiming for the skyscrapers in the coastal port city. Their windows rattled as 2 older model jets rocketed over them, maybe 20 meters higher. "Study the pylons," Lou said, concentrating on the flying. "They're loaded. Looks like air-to-air." The jets kept a tight formation, slowing and banking east. "But they may use guns. They'll avoid the wings if they want us to land." In a way, a nearly empty fuel tank was more volatile than a full one, as it was full of vapors that could ignite. Cornetto keyed the intercom. "Everyone, lock down in line with the wings. They may strafe us, but we think they want to force us down." Lou was turning his head, but the planes had maintained level. He'd lost them in the sea of the city in the background. "I can't tell if they're coming on a side. Wait, got 'em." He keyed the mic. "Coming in from the east." A few seconds later, the 2 jets let off a short burst of cannon fire, hitting Stonewall in the rear fuselage. "Not again," Lou thought. They were crossing the Zhuxiang River estuary, seconds from Hong Kong at their very light speed of nearly 500 miles per hour. He banked hard due east and leveled, lowering to just barely above the hills and trees. Then he banked hard right, directly over the Kowloon side of the city. He pushed the nose down. "Colonel," Cornetto called in a tense voice. They were aimed directly at the concrete and glass jungle across the bay. "Hit the flares," Lou ordered. "They may decide to throw some rockets at us before we get there." On his joystick, Cornetto powered and pressed the button to shoot a rapid stream of flares out both sides of Stonewall. They were meant to be the red-hot item to catch the attention of a heat-seeking missile. He was staring west out his window. "I don't see them." Lou banked west, plying the space between the two tallest towers on the HK side of the bay. "Got them!" Cornetto yelled. He keyed the mic. "Missile inbound!" He sent another string of flares out, and Lou banked hard left, pulling the nose up into a hard climb, aimed directly at Victoria Park, a scenic mountain with an elevation of over 1,800 feet. "It went for the flares, but the bogies are coming around behind us." Stonewall crested the peak, and Lou dove the craft. He banked hard right, heading northwest back toward the merchant anchorage. "They think we'll turn south. It might buy us a minute." "Fuel, fuel, fuel," the robotic female computer began repeating. Without being asked, Cornetto cleared the warning so they wouldn't have to listen to it. They passed over a couple of hundred merchant vessels at anchorage. With the war happening, business had slowed. Lou banked hard left, the plane's arc bringing it directly over the Hong Kong Disneyland. He looked left. "Tally-ho, they figured it out. About 6 miles out and coming toward us. Check with Ladybird." Cornetto retrieved the phone from the clinch he was performing with his inner thighs. "Ladybird?" he said, tone practically begging out of desperation. "We got you, Stonewall," the lady said, trying to remain calm. 2 sparrows in the air, ETA 2 minutes. "They have 2 sea sparrows on the way," Cornetto relayed. His voice was strained to the limit. The RAM-162 ESSMs were the latest generation. They quickly gained altitude well above that of any fighters, enabling them to use gravity to maintain nearly Mach 5 in their hunt, while also broadening their range. In testing, they had outperformed the wildest expectations for being able to turn and intercept targets, even if the targets slowed in the last moments. "We got to get to sea," Lou screamed. "Tell everyone to get ready to swim." He kept his head cranked left and began a moderate ascent. They needed altitude. The fuel-burning canyon twists were always fun, but they hadn't shaken the enemy, and now that they'd made it to water, the JH-7s were probably going to get orders to forget the capture, to simply kill them. "They're nearly behind us," Lou said. Out of the blue, the 2 Sea Sparrow missiles dived out of the sky like hawks on mice. The 86-pound warheads exploded, sending out expanding rings of steel. The shrapnel ripped the wing off of one jet and the rear end off of the other. "Bingo!" Lou yelled jubilantly. They went 4 more minutes and had attained 9,000 feet of altitude when indicator lights flashed and alarms started to shriek at the pilots. Lou pulled the throttles back and keyed the intercom. "Izzy, you got those rafts out of the ceiling?" "Roger that, sir." "Prep to toss them out a personnel hatch." To Cornetto, "Tell Ladybird that we're going to land in the same place in Mexico I was telling her about." Chapter 26. Southwest of Ensign, Kansas. The ground shook continuously. Chinese artillery was landing all around the tank emplacements. Sometimes they were hitting directly on top of the M1 Abrams, but usually they were simply creating holes in the earth, eroding the dirt berm covers. Over time, more and more of the M1s were becoming exposed, which forced them to back up and move. A sitting tank was a dead tank. Morris and B had both dived to the bottom of the Army foxhole of which they'd taken custody. To stick one's head above the edge was to wish for death. They were huddled, gripping each other tightly, listening to it all on an overwhelming scale. Tanks were firing their main 120mm cannons. Artillery rounds were landing with enormous explosions and shockwaves, as were shorter-range infantry mortars. Both armored armies had infantry all around them, a literal necessity. Foot soldiers protected tanks from enemy foot soldiers. Rifles, machine guns, grenades, everything was being brought to the game. In some moments, the fighting immediately outside their foxhole lulled, which only revealed that it was heavier south near Marvin's team or north near the highway. The Army had pulled their mobile bridges the evening before, but China had brought their own, and with superior numbers of tanks, they had nearly made it to the trench. The huge trough had worked decently for several hours, forcing the enemy tanks into a non-stop cycle of movement simply to not be destroyed. It was a stall tactic, waiting on the artillery to remove the berms. As more of the American tanks were destroyed by their longer-ranged enemies, the closer those enemies crept. The two friends were still wearing their filthy bandanas over their faces. Morris used his gloved hand to wipe his eyelids because, like Bee, he'd been keeping them squeezed shut. Blinking away the last of the dirt, he looked at her grimy face. "Bee, clean your eyes off now and then," he yelled. Their heads were inches apart, but he barely heard himself. She didn't move a muscle, so he touched her jawline lightly to communicate he was doing something, then moved his hand to her eyes to clear them. He put his mouth next to her ear and yelled into it, "Keep your eyes clean, in case they show up." The rumbling and the sound of a diesel engine overcame all other noise for a moment. The smoke and dirt in the air above the hole parted for a split second, revealing stars before it all disappeared. The tread of a tank backing over them came into view, as did the armored underbelly. Mud and dirt fell in on them, making Bee scream with intense horror because they were about to get crushed. The tank was far too large. It simply rolled over the hole as if it wasn't there, catching the other edge of the prairie to continue its move east. Firing the cannon caused a head-splitting concussion. The barrel still hadn't passed over the foxhole. Morris wondered if the muzzle had been directly over their hole when it fired. Would they have perished simply from deflected waves of energy? The two civilians moved their hands to their ears, but it mattered not. That kind of pressure simply attacks the inner ear by rattling energy through the bones and muscles. Not a cell in their bodies was spared the pain, tension, or raw power of World War III. The barrel passed over and the turret turned off toward the north, releasing another round and blowing loose dirt and grass in on top of them. Despite the valiant effort of their bandanas, their noses and lungs were caked with debris. Both were hacking and coughing. "We need to get out of this hole," Morris yelled at her. "No," she screamed back, frozen. The tank's engine noise continued to decrease as it moved away. The artillery shelling had been replaced with incoming tank rounds. Morris pulled his hands off of his ears and thought the heavier, deafening sounds were morphing into that of infantry weapons. He put his hands down and pushed himself up, but he felt his buddy pulling on him, trying to keep him down. "Let go!" he yelled. He saw her scream back, but he didn't hear it at all. Morris pulled his arm free and found his rifle. He flipped over onto his knees and moved his face up the west wall of the foxhole. Fires and parachute flares like those earlier provided the light he needed when he dared to look over the edge. The destruction was overpowering. Military rigs of every shape and size were burning or broken down as far as he could see. Red tracer rounds shot east to west and west to east. He saw dead soldiers, but he also saw live ones taking cover behind the once mighty tank berms, reduced to piles not much bigger than a pitcher's mound. "Stay here!" With no idea whether or not she heard him, Morris pulled himself out of the hole and sprinted to 4 soldiers who were on their bellies firing their rifles across the trench from inside a crater. He dove down to join them, not even garnering a look. Everyone was in survival reflex mode. Incoming bullets snapped as they passed over their heads. Just a bit left as they looked at the trench, a Chinese mobile bridge had reached the gap's west side downslope. Its hydraulic rams were lowering the bridge down from an upright position so it would reach the vertical wall of the trench's east side. A thunderous boom roared from behind. The tank which had run over his hole minutes earlier had turned to the turret. It shot the mobile device twice, blowing it into a mass of crumpled steel, fire, and burned enemy soldiers. Morris saw invaders coming over the trench lip on ladders. He joined his soldier peers in shooting them like it was the world's deadliest version of a carnival duck hunting game. There wasn't a doubt in his mind that he was about to die, but the thought that his parents in East Kansas just might live was enough to keep him pulling the trigger, living his war 1 second at a time. Okefenokee Swamp. Hope took off out of the camp to the north, cutting her feet on dried twigs and rocks as she ran around the canopy and into the meadow with Rusty barking at her side. He knew the sense of urgency. They both heard Samson going crazy a couple of 100 yards away. They made it out of the meadow, the sun now fully up and to their right. Hope stopped, gasping for breath. She took Rusty's leash off of him. "Go find them, Rusty," she called. He took off at a sprint, diving around trees and branches like a Heisman Trophy winner escaping tackles. In desperation, she contained the pain of fresh cuts to her feet and ankles to just a grunt and a wince. She lost sight of Rusty, but his barking was making it easy to follow him. The rays of the sun filtered through the oak and maple canopies. As earlier, those trees started disappearing, replaced by the cypress trees. Water nearby, she thought. In a minute, she could see Rusty doing circles, barking like mad. He came back to her, barked at her to hurry, then took off the last 20 yards. She heard Samson, too, but then she finally made her way around a massive oak stump and saw him. Samson started wagging his rump and tail, shaking with anticipation and whining when he saw her. He'd been pinned into a big clump of old oak root balls, washed up into a pile during the winter and spring flooding. There should be only one guy left, she thought, thinking through Junior's count. He must have trapped Samson in this natural cage. She heard Stephanie scream somewhere not too far away. "Hold on, Samson." She pressed her bloody feet into the dirt, rolling one of the giant root balls away from the pile. Once she'd created the necessary gap, the massive burball charged past her. She let it roll back into place, once more sprinting tiredly to keep up with the dogs, who were both barking like they were going to tear a man apart. She ran up the trail a bit, seeing a rifle. It was lying in the mud, the action locked open with 2 rounds trying to jam into the chamber at the same time. Maybe he doesn't have a gun. That would explain why I haven't heard any shots. She was close enough to hear Stephanie yelling and cussing, which prompted her to push through the torment and keep going. The dog's barking intensified. 30 seconds later, Hope saw more shoreline, black swamp waters, and one of the main canals just yards away. She moved around a pair of cypress trees and right up to the back of the dogs. "Steph!" she screamed, seeing her sister on the ground, bleeding from her scalp and mostly naked. "Kill him!" she was screaming at the dogs over and over. The last of Junior's crew was standing there in his boxers, his saggy pants dropped down around his ankles. He had a large broken branch between him and the canines. It had just enough smaller arms, leaves, and moss on it to be a decent shield. He was waving it wildly back and forth. Samson was to the left, barking loudly enough to shake seismographs. Rusty was to the right, between the man and Stephanie. He kept swinging the large branch from one dog to the other. "Get your damn dogs under control," he yelled nervously. Hope was at her sister in a flash. "Did he?" "No," Stephanie cut her off. "The dogs got here in the nick of time. Kill him, Samson," she screamed in rage once more. Slowly, the 2 infuriated guardians were backing the man into the pungent stream. His jeans began to soak in nasty swamp water, getting heavier and burdensome. "I said to call off the dogs!" Samson lunged. The thug swung the heavy branch to that side. Then Rusty lunged. He had to swing back. Each time he wound up a little farther out into the dark water. Both dogs were insanely crazy, growling and barking. Nobody saw the tiny V-shaped wake of water cutting across the stream, straight for the man. "Keep going, Rusty," Hope yelled. "Good boy." "Kill him, Samson," Stephanie said, her voice hoarse, tears streaming down red-hot cheeks. "I'm going to kill your dogs," the man screamed back. "Then I'm going to rape the innocents right out of both." He let out a piercing shriek. An alligator clamped down with thousands of pounds of force above his knee joint, splashing the water wildly. The murderous scream from the man was something the sisters would never forget. The gator pulled him down, his arms flailing as his torso hit the water. A second gator clamped an arm. The 2 powerful beasts pulled him down into the water in a wild thrash. "Samson, Rusty," Hope called out. "Heel." Both dogs ran away from the water's edge, staring wide-eyed at the still shaking water. "Come on, Steph." Hope helped her sister up and picked her torn clothing up off the ground, wobbling on her cut feet. "We have wounded men to go save." Roger Mills County, Oklahoma. Granger woke with a start to fresh water splashing his face and someone rubbing his sternum. He instantly felt cold and stiff. He was confused, trying to crack open his eyelids. His left side hurt. His leg felt like it had been eaten by an angry honey badger, and now there were 2 new pinpoint pains, too. One was high in his left chest, the other lower and to the side near his armpit. Hey, an unknown voice said. "Stick around, bro." He suddenly felt a wave of nausea, triggered by uncontrolled motion. He was being flipped like a doll, first rolled to a side, then put on a hard board, then hauled around with no say or notion of where he was going. It was enough to make a guy want to puke. "What the hell's happening?" he barely mumbled through mostly still lips. "Hey, man," the voice returned. "Welcome back. We need to get you to a surgeon pronto, so we're being a bit rough." Granger smelled diesel. He tried to listen, too, but there was too much commotion. "Where is she?" he asked. "I'm right here, Jeff," he heard a somewhat familiar voice say. "I went and got a medic for you." Which was probably the only true thing she'd ever said to Granger Madison. He'd kept the horse on track. Just as stressed and dehydrated as Granger, Petunia had made the north by east loop around the end of the front line, traveling several miles before her heart gave out. She fell over, spilling the odd couple off and prompting the crazy lady to go find anyone from the army. She had promptly led a striker ambulance fresh out of patients back to him. Granger had been shot in the spleen, and in the process of crawling out of danger, a broken rib punctured his lung. The gas leaking into his chest was slowly pressurizing the sac around his heart, squeezing it to a stop. The medics installed not 1 but 2 decompression needles to get the air and carbon dioxide back out of the thoracic cavity. But walking around with a ruptured spleen was still a decent consolation prize that needed to be fixed. The medics had just moved him into their striker. "Sorry, miss, you can't come with us," Granger heard the voice say. He picked his head up and forced his eyes open. "Hey," he called out to his savior about as weakly as he'd ever yelled. "You know I ain't Jeff, right?" The woman made a face, a sort of Captain Obvious smirk. "Duh." Chapter 27. Crooked River, Oregon. The Prineville Patriots used the big fire in the park's center area to their advantage, maneuvering on both sides of it. Several dozen had run past the south side of the parking area, establishing a line of fire directly down onto the helicopter landing zone right from the train tracks. Others had moved toward the unburned park running along the gorge rim and had begun an organized advance toward the trestle. The Chinese had pinned down their advance, and a growing collection of casualties had forced the Patriots to take good positions and retreat where they could. Nick had taken Luis to the travel trailer being used as a mobile aid station. After finding some water and taking a couple of minutes to breathe and rest his tired muscles, he joined the group closer to the canyon. He went out to the old highway bridge, careful not to present too much of himself in the event that the Chinese had a decent marksman. He scanned his watch. If they'd gotten the C4 timer set, it would have blown already, he realized. Once again, a failed mission. He sprinted back off the bridge into the concealment of the campground blaze, where he was approached by a younger volunteer. He couldn't remember the teen's name, but when he saw what the kid was holding, the unique details came flooding back. "You're the kid with the racing drone, right?" The lad had a VR headset in one hand and a radio controller in the other. "Yes. I showed something to my dad, and he told me to find you." "What's up, man?" Nick asked. "There's a train coming." The kid put his headset back on and manipulated his controls a bit. "We have 2, maybe 3 minutes before it gets here." Nick felt a surge of panic. "Got it. Go tell him and everyone else to begin retreating. Cover and move. Cover and move. Remember." He ran toward the canyon rim, where some of the teams were covering behind trees and decorative boulders. No more needless deaths. Sometimes one just needed to accept the defeat and live to fight another day. He repeated the desperate evac order, too tired for more running, knowing he had to trust others to take some of the responsibility. He looked at the trestle. The Chinese had managed to clear the damaged copters and the truck, most of it falling into the gorge in mangled heaps. He watched as the Patriots provided covering fire while others peeled back in retreat, proud that even in failure at least something was going right. Nick saw the first of 6 engines rolling up the run-up slope to the trestle, then start to cross the gorge. The one good thing about it was that it created a lull in the firefight. He picked up his tired feet and began spreading a new message. "We need to go. Those helos are about to get airborne." Dozens of Oregon citizens continued to flee, helping their wounded and grabbing their gear. Pickups began to turn around on the high desert highway. He took one last look at the train, the engines now fully crossed to the north. It wasn't moving fast, but he recalled his team saying it might be up to 4 miles long. He jumped into the bed of the closest truck, whose driver was already doing the multi-point turn. The Patriot convoy was beating feet, trying to get south before they tempted the Chinese helicopters to come after them. They'd made it about a third of a mile when Nick spotted something in the sky. "Who's got binocs?" he screamed to the others jammed into the truck bed. "A spotting scope! Anything!" Here," a man said, stunned. He handed Nick his hunting rifle with a decent scope. "Have them stop the truck," Nick said. As it was coming down to a crawl, he was already on his sore knees, aiming the rifle at the 5 specks in the eastern sky. "Is that a—" It dawned on him that 4 jets were guarding one older C-130 at high altitude, about to cross over the gorge. He handed the rifle back. "Drive!" he screamed, repeating it until the truck began to move. "Faster! Get us the hell out of here!" The man was aiming his rifle up. "Some sort of parachute just pulled out of it." Several seconds later, a massive fireball erupted in the gorge, filling the sky and sending a wave of pressure outward which shook the trucks, even though they were around a hill and almost a mile away. It grew like a bright, fiery pumpkin. When the sound reached them, everyone gasped and covered their ears. Men and women stared in pure shock at the ghastly sight. "There's not a damn chance in hell those bridges survived that," one woman said. "Neither did those helicopters," the man said next to her with a great deal more relief. "Or half that train." South China Sea. "Are you sure, Chief?" Millie stressed. She had a carrier group bearing down on them from the Taiwan Strait, and the MFMs were due to trigger in just a few minutes. Mexico? They'd lost their phone call, and Stonewall wasn't answering. The chief read her notes. "His exact quote, Captain. We're going to land in the same place in Mexico I was telling her about." "What's that mean to you, Skipper?" Lieutenant Commander Dennis Bates asked. They were in the Combat Information Center. "You were at that meeting, Dennis. Help me out." The ops boss shrugged. "Well, y'all talked about his last visit to LBJ. He told you about his mission after that, being in El Paso during the cartel attack." "Mexico, Ops. What exactly did he say about Mexico?" His eyes opened a bit. He mentioned being on that rescue mission that started the whole brouhaha, Mexico claiming we attacked them and all that. "That's it, Ops," Millie exclaimed. "He got shot rescuing that undercover cop. Them and a couple of dozen Rangers in a ditch, saved when some A-10s..." She trailed off. "In a ditch! Of course! They're going to ditch! Chief, do we have a last known position for them?" "We have a trajectory and a rate of decay on their descent, ma'am. If they stayed the course, we should have a good place to start." "I'll have the nav mark it and start looking at the currents," Dennis said. "Very well, Ops. Chief, call off the refueling tanker." She had another idea, one that would require a special single sideband transducer and a not too far range to the intended message recipient, and LBJ had both. "And see if we can raise Florida on the Gertrude." Tologa, Oklahoma. Hooch came to with a start, his swollen lips and cheekbones throbbing, his bruised ab muscles stabbing him with each breath. Dried blood from his nose had crusted on its path down his face and onto the tile floor. He and Karen had been nearly dragged to the town, jogging behind the squads they were tied to so that it didn't happen. "I'll remember the piñata thing," he recalled.
flashes of getting used as a punching bag by multiple men and even a couple of women coming back to him. Was it a school? Kind of reminded me of my elementary school. He peeled open his puffy eyelids, blinking them despite the pain to wash the blood and pus out with tears. Moonlight pierced the many windows in the room, reminding him of where his knockout blow had occurred. Yes, he thought, looking at student desks illuminated by beams. A school. It was then that he realized his left arm trailed behind him. An immovable pressure formed around the wrist when he tried to move it. He slowly shifted his body, muscles spasming, to find it handcuffed to the stout water trap under the classroom's art sink. His mind suddenly panicked. Karen? He couldn't see her, despite a second set of handcuffs dangling from the same pipe. He blinked again, trying to focus his eyes. The wall, the pipe, the bottom of the sink, they were all covered in scratch marks and traces of blood. Karen! He yelled, coughing on his spit, then spitting out a mouthful of blood that had built around his gums and loose teeth. He hacked and choked for several seconds. Through his slitted eyelids and the moon's radiance, he deduced he might be the only one in the room. Doors closed, he saw. Can't hear nothing through the fire door and cinder walls. He was able to stretch his tall body and long legs along the floor. Hooch used his toes to hook the leg on one of the small individual desks. It was the kind that had a cubbyhole under the surface for stuffing books and folders inside. He dragged it and maneuvered his feet, one pushing away on the bottom of the near leg, the other pulling at the top of the far leg. It tipped with a loud clatter, spilling textbooks, loose paper, blunt children's scissors, and other items. He grabbed a plastic pencil box and worked the lid open. Pencils, pens. He felt a protractor and compass set, staring at it, wondering if the point would work. Then it spilled out. A Swiss Army knife! His mind raced with jubilation. He immediately thought of a YouTube video he had seen once. Please be there. In the dark, he used a thumbnail to feel the end. His heart beat wildly when he pulled the little gray tab and out came the small tweezers. Thank you, Lord. He bent the two tweezer legs apart without breaking them entirely. He pulled himself around to find the best access to his wrist. Carefully, he pushed on the locking bar of the cuffs. It moved in one click tighter, which told him that somebody hadn't engaged the small pinhole lock to prevent that. One less step to worry about. Next, Pooch worked the thin, skinny tweezer leg into the little gap where the toothed locking bar went into the cuff body. It took jostling and finagling, but he did feel it slide in past the initial point of resistance. He applied pressure on the geared bar, pushing it toward his wrist, which allowed him to slide the tweezer leg in enough to separate the cogs on the bar from those inside the cuff. Please, God. He pulled on the curved bar, and it slid completely free. Hooch's hand fell, an instant sense of relief to his wrist and mind alike. He slowly sat up, the stinging aches feeling just a bit less intense with his newly found hope. He had but one thought, and that was to free Karen. But even hillbillies knew not to blow the element of surprise. Going to hunt for her would require a great deal of luck. She might not even be in the same building. But he knew where he could find a weapon. He got to his shaky feet. The room had no exit directly to the outside. The old-style windows only opened at the top, leaning out a few inches. He didn't dare break one. He carefully limped over to the door, feeling out his body. He decided the limp was more reactive and mental than true injury. He looked out the slender wire-reinforced window above the doorknob. The hall was dark, still. Can't see a guard. His pulse sped up at the harrowing act, knowing he didn't have a choice. He opened the door as quietly as he could. After taking a few seconds of caution, he went out into the hall. Lockers and the doors to other rooms lined the walls, and another slice of the moon's light came in through an exit at the end. Then he heard her. Karen was screaming and cussing somewhere across the building. Hooch froze with doubt and second-guessing. No, he chastised himself. She's tough, and you have one shot at this. He shook his head in self-disgust. A cautious minute later, he had cleared the north exit and was running toward a secondary building and the ball fields, despite the pounding headache. He remembered seeing it all on the forced march,
It confirmed he was running back toward the river. In clearing the buildings, the light from a few small fires reminded him the town was all to the east, as was the road running to the bridge. He passed what seemed to be the long-dead fields of a farm, which led him to the undeveloped prairie land. At one point, Hooch went to the ground when he saw a spotlight on the bridge shining down on the water. It reminded him that he would need to keep stealth and silence a priority. They had been dragged out of the water less than 100 yards from it. He finally reached the bank and realized there might be only 2 guards on the bridge. At random intervals, they spotted the beam onto the river to look for more people fleeing east. "I think we were closer than this," he thought. He slowly moved through the bushes in the dead of night, his eyes now fully adjusted to the quarter moon. He came to a pile of boats. It wasn't just their handcrafted barrel boat. There were 2 canoes and 2 wider short aluminum boats, too. Those scratch marks. He thought of the sink with a shudder. It finally landed on him that this town, or those running it, had grabbed others before them. Hooch slipped into the water, not quite as rapid and full as earlier, but still flowing at a decent clip. He submerged himself to his neck, figuring he was in about 4 feet of depth. He used the rocks to plant his boots and try to keep from being pushed toward the bridge. After 2 minutes of searching with his feet, he kicked metal. Hooch quietly dunked his head and felt around. "Yes," he thought jubilantly, addressing his rifle in his thoughts. "From now on, your name is Plan B." Ryan Hoochmeyer quietly slipped back out of the Canadian River, carrying the rifle he'd used in the Albuquerque battle, the plastic pouch still wrapped onto the stock with paracord. Chapter 28. South China Sea. Stonewall, like all C-17s, had 3 46-person rafts stored in the overhead as part of the complement. Pull handles released their plastic cases to gravity's pull. The crew worked together to drag the heavy boxes over to the right side personnel hatch. Once the large plane stopped on the rolling 4-foot ocean swells, the death clock was ticking. Izzy opened the hatch and supervised the Rangers sending the boxes into the ocean. The yellow octagonal rafts would detect the seawater and automatically inflate, popping themselves out of their containers as a bottle of carbon dioxide inflated them. Honker ordered his least wounded Rangers out to take control of the life rafts, but the ocean laughed at such folly. One of the emergency floats was blown almost 200 feet away in less than a minute. Up in the flight deck, Cornetto stuffed his maps and last known position notes into his bag. They didn't dare send up a Mayday alert less than 50 miles from China after just dropping a bomb on it and playing decoy for the real event. Lou triggered the onboard computer to open the cargo hatch with a 2-minute delay and grabbed his gym bag simply because it had his reading glasses and a toothbrush in it. The soldiers in the 2 rafts held onto the struts of the hatch steps to keep from drifting off while the wounded and deceased were evacuated, along with the soldiers' weapons and gear bags. Honker went to work lashing the 2 remaining rafts together while the remaining crew exited the doomed plane. They spread themselves out among the 2 vessels to distribute weight and hopefully keep the wind from grabbing an edge and flipping them. They'd drifted a few dozen yards away when the cargo ramp lowered and salty brine rushed into the hold. They watched silently for a few minutes as the plane that had served them so well slipped below the surface without a sound. "Do you think they'll take this out of your paycheck, Colonel?" Wing Commander Hugh Greenbaum called from his raft to Lou's. "I already owe my government for 2 planes," Lou yelled back. "Maybe you can give our friend on the phone another call." Cornetto grabbed his backpack, eyes freezing in terror when its contents spilled out. Feverishly, he tore through the bag, his clothing, and his toiletries, all getting soaked in a puddle of seawater on the raft's floor. I think I left it on Stonewall," he shrieked in disappointment. "Look," Izzy yelled suddenly, pointing southwest. The top of a mushroom cloud was seen building over the horizon, roiling upward as it grabbed the innocent sky and replaced it with the sins of war. It was far away, yet tall enough for a raft of people to see it from the sea's surface. "There!" one of the wounded Rangers yelled, pointing northeast. Another loomed overhead, much closer, thicker, grayer. The wind filled the ears of everyone, all of whom were as quiet as their dead comrade while they watched the foreboding scene unfold. "There's another," Lou said, this time pointing southeast. It was barely perceptible, several hundred miles away. "Colonel?" Flight Sergeant Isabella Jones called to Lou, her voice cracking. "Trade places with me, Izzy," he suggested from the seaward edge of their raft, "so that everyone can hear this." The two swapped so that Lou was now on the side that was lashed to the other raft, placing him in the middle. All eyes were on Lou. The raft had some emergency supplies, so there was fresh water available for his dry throat somewhere, but he didn't waste time to find it. He cleared his throat so that he could speak loudly and in both directions. "I was told the names of the targets," Lou said. "Honker and Cornetto were given instructions to kill me in the event we were about to be captured." The wet, salty faces stared back at him with ghostly expressions, which I believe is what Commander Greenbaum was having such a hard time processing emotionally. "You knew?" Cornetto yelled in disbelief. Lou nodded quietly, letting the man absorb it for a long minute. "But it seems like China knows now," he quipped. "The 7 microfusion munitions were spread out along 7 coastal targets by 32 Navy SEALs in the last 6 hours. They're in the process of being extracted by the 2 subs from Diego as we speak. Those 2 subs sent over 200 Tomahawk cruise missiles up to 600 miles inland, attacking key airplane manufacturers and other critical pieces of the technology and supply centers." "But that way?" Izzy asked, pointing toward the tiny cloud to the southeast. "There are several bases in the Spratly Reefs, islands created by China to control the Philippines and that side of the corridor through which 80% of the world's trade sails. Fiery Cross Reef had a runway big enough to launch bombers at Australia." "Talk about a poetic name," Honker laughed. Lou pointed southwest. "That used to be China's newest submarine base on Hainan. The 3rd one they built into an island hillside, so the satellites couldn't look in. Farther south there are the Paracel Islands. We probably won't see that one, but Woody Island was their main runway and pier base for controlling the flow of traffic through the sea." "What about the mainland, Colonel?" Honker asked. "That one to the northeast is one of 4, all targeting naval bases and shipyards from here to Beijing." "That'll hurt them," Honker said. "But they still have their newest aircraft carrier, even after their losses in the initial invasion. Oh, you'll like this. There's a short red-headed Jew who is destined to be one of the greatest admirals our nation has ever seen who's handling that right now," Lou said. "Assuming she lives to see the promotion. She's who sent the Sea Sparrows and saved our butts. I'm guessing they're about 200 miles toward Taiwan about now." "What about the Russians?" Cornetto called from across his raft. "I know they were out for payback," Lou said. "I choose to believe they kept up their end of the deal and have laid waste to the northern air bases and AI hacking centers with their Cold War aeroplanes and bombs." "And our bomb?" Izzy asked, eyes still sad from seeing it all. Her emotions were torn with doing what they had to do, with killing so many people, with her part in sending the turned spy out to an unimaginable death. "We collapsed the main entry into China's biggest underground cache of nuclear weapons. And its power plant," Cornetto added. Lou pointed at him. "And that, too." "Did we have to hit them with 7 of them?" Izzy cried, no longer able to contain her tears. "They've killed millions of my countrymen," Lou said compassionately. "Maybe 100 million by now, if not with war, then with starvation and turmoil. Even after they're gone, my country will continue to rip itself apart." The raft went silent again, everyone processing it. Cornetto broke the somberness. "And the Lord said unto him, Therefore whosoever slayeth Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him 7-fold. From Genesis, I believe. "I hate to be the bearer of bad news," one of the MI techs said angrily. "But now what? What are we supposed to do now?" "Tologa, Oklahoma." "Let's go," the husky man said angrily to Karen. While she'd kill them all given a chance, this one had at least earned a quick death. He was the one all the others deferred to even if they were upset. He called the shots, and the one she'd named Graybeard in her head was the one who had knocked the other 2 off of her when he caught them ripping her panties off. He was motivated simply by not being the one to face their boss's wrath, and he stated that quite clearly. Otherwise, rape would have been on last night's menu. Still, in her mind and all things considered, he would die quickly. The others, slowly. Graybeard held the office closet door open, and Karen stood shakily. She hadn't been beaten like Hooch at the start, but having once been sexually assaulted earlier in life, she honored a 2-decade vow to never go down without a fight again. She'd gotten in 2 solid hits before a punch knocked her woozy. They would have had to earn it had Graybeard not stopped them altogether. She knew little, except that they all answered to someone named Big Papa, and if he could kick Graybeard's butt, he might just be a man who could live up to his nickname. She was ushered outside, along with 3 women, 3 children, and 2 men whose faces looked like they'd been put through a meat grinder. "Where's Hooch?" she thought in alarm. "Oh, Hooch, what happened?" She felt her eyes get wet. They were held under the watch of 2 other armed rednecks. The sound of a diesel engine idling crept over the tiny town like the sunrise was doing. A couple of minutes later, a Ram truck followed by an old box truck with a weathered realtor's advertisement on the side pulled into the school parking lot. The bed of the Ram was stuffed with things. "My pack," she thought. "The flour jug." She figured it must be the bounty they'd hauled off of everyone who had been kidnapped. "Huddle up," Graybeard yelled to his team, leaving only the 2 to guard the prisoners. They converged on him near the gap between the pickup and the box truck. Karen watched one of the women looking past the huddle, positioning herself to see better. She'd just turned her head to look in the same direction when she heard the woman yell, "Hey!" at the top of her lungs. Karen felt her belly do flip-flops. "Y'all ought to be keeping real still," Hooch yelled, rifle up, and pointed at the group as he walked past the end of the building and stopped. In a rapid motion, he pivoted and shot one of the 2 guards by the prisoners, still clustered by the school's covered entry. The woman gasped and shrieked in shock, falling onto her knees and clutching the bright red pool growing on her shirt. Just as quickly, Hooch had swung back at the gang. "You're not going to be able to get all us, boy," Graybeard growled. "We'll just see about that," Hooch yelled back. He adjusted his aim just a smidge to the left and shot the belongings in the bed. Karen's eyes grew like giant beacons with realization. "Duck!" she screamed at her fellow captives while she dove for the solid wall in the entry area. Hooch connected on the second shot at the flour bucket. 1 jug of the tannerite explosive blew up, activating the rest. The flour caught fire simply from being so small and porous and dispersing so rapidly. The fireball blew up the rest of the tannerite jugs. The blast spread out and hit the gang closest to the truck. The fire extinguished rapidly, and a cloud of smoke moved over the entire area, and the truck's safety glass in the rear window turned into 1,000 tiny projectiles. While only 2 of the gang had been hit with mangling injuries, every one of them had been dazed and tossed onto the ground, as had the captives and remaining guard. Hooch pivoted and shot that guard first, then went to work on the entire crew, who were shaking cobwebs under his gunfire. Karen picked herself up and sprinted to the female guard, taking the shotgun from her. She blasted the uninjured male guard in the face. She moved towards the trucks, marching in near her battle buddy, shooting them like they were trying to win a carnival prize. Southwest of Ensign, Kansas. Morris could barely speak. Like the other soldiers and civilians along the front line, he was covered head to toe. Dirt, burned prairie grass, smoke, diesel exhaust. It all coated everyone, everywhere. His voice raw and hoarse, he looked at the man next to him. "I need some water," he croaked. The fighting lulled just before dawn, though not a person dared mention it and jinx the situation. Small slivers of blue sky and a light orange sunrise could be spotted between the pillars of black smoke reaching up as far as the eye could see. If there was a mobile Chinese tank still out in the fields west of the trench, it couldn't be seen. Incoming artillery and tank rounds had stopped 90 minutes earlier, and infantry fighting a bit after that. Morris clawed at the soil of the artillery crater he was in and did a weak push-up, remaining on his knees. He wobbled a second or two, feeling dizzy from everything. No water, no sleep, no food, and an unlimited supply of stress. He looked down and pulled at the bottom hem of his t-shirt, stuck to his pants with dried blood. He bent his head and surveyed the pants, remembering at some point in the night feeling like he'd been stung by a hornet in the front of the hip. The bloodstain on the pants was tacky. I think I was shot at some point." he muttered to the soldiers in his crater.
Everybody got shot at some point, one of them threw back.
Morris slowly stood, carrying his rifle back to the hole in which he'd left Bee. She wasn't in it. His first reaction was surprise, quickly replaced with worry. There weren't so many bodies east of them to look through. Some for sure, mostly soldiers who'd been thrown from their Strikers or Humvees or were shot running back for ammunition. But the bulk of the dead were Chinese, filling the trench with their bodies and the drifting black smoke with their souls.
"Bee!"
Morris tried to yell, though it sounded like nails on a chalkboard. He hopped into his hole and sifted through dirt and grass until he found their backpacks. He pulled out a green plastic GI canteen and guzzled the cup or so of water still in it. It wasn't nearly enough, but it did wash some of the dirt off of his voice box.
"Bee!"
he called a bit louder. He zipped his bag and unzipped hers, taking her canteen. He crawled back to ground level and decided to walk north. 15 meters away, Edgar Geist cradled the body of his sometimes girlfriend, Ada Barlow, in the last remnants of what had been the next foxhole over. It merged with a large artillery crater. He was pale, ashy, and damp. Morris locked eyes with the man, then looked over their friend who had taken shrapnel in her neck and bled out.
"Let me help you get to a medic,"
he said, his voice still far from fully functional.
"I'm good,"
Edgar said, barely shaking his head, his voice just a shadow of a whisper.
"Took a piece of metal just below the right ribs, but it don't hurt anymore. Think I'll just hold Ada for a bit."
Despite the dehydration, Morris had tears building. His eyes turned red. He simply smiled softly and nodded.
"Dugan,"
he thought he heard. Morris turned and looked. A seriously filthy figure was waving at him from a half-intact tank berm closer to the highway. He shuffled over to it, which was all anyone was doing as they went about their after-battle business.
"I tried looking for you,"
Bee said. Morris tossed her the canteen from her bag, which she unscrewed and guzzled. He noticed that, like his crater, there was no shortage of brass or machine gun linkages, blood, or plastic garbage left over from treating wounded soldiers. Like him, she bore blood in a few spots and was covered in grime. He just smiled a bit and sat down with a grimace, his legs dangling in a smaller scorched earthen potchmark.
"You gonna say anything?"
she asked, small rivulets of clean skin in her chin where she'd spilled water.
"Not really,"
he shrugged.
"You should go get that looked at,"
she suggested with a nod toward his hip. Before he could reply, the slow buildup of noise in the eastern sky became prominent. Soon, almost everyone was stopping what they were doing, their hands on their helmets to block the sunrise, trying to see through the smoke. The pencil-thin, white contrails of high-altitude jets and propellers rushing west were soon joined by the trailing noise. Organized chevrons of planes were passing over Dodge City.
"There's more to the north,"
a soldier with binoculars near them yelled.
"I thought we were all out of jets,"
a different, tired, cranky soldier said.
"Let me see your binocs, Dashner,"
a passing officer ordered. The soldier took the strap off her neck and reluctantly handed them over.
"I'd appreciate getting those back, LT,"
she said. The young officer scanned the planes, moving from group to group, studying.
"That delta shape, those fins by the cockpit, I think those are typhoons."
"What is a typhoon?"
Bee called out. "They're from the UK," the officer said. "Looks like they're escorting C-130s.
He handed the binoculars back to the soldier.
"I never thought I'd be happy to say this, but the British are coming."
Chapter 29. Fargo, Georgia. Hope sat on her parents' front porch, opting for the swing instead of the rocker to nurse Thomas Terrence.
"You have Daddy's nose,"
she cooed at the infant,
"and his feet."
Both Rusty and Samson were snoring mightily on the porch deck. The screen door squeaked when it opened.
"How can you possibly know if he has his father's feet yet?"
Stephanie asked. She walked out and plopped onto one of the folding patio chairs.
"He's just an infant." "I see you're feeling normal,"
Hope said. Her sister made her promise not to tell the family what had nearly happened. This was about as bold as she dared to discuss it. They explained away Stephanie's torn clothes and Hope's banged-up feet as just being naive about the harshness of the swamp. "Whatever normal is,"
Stephanie said. "We're having pancakes for supper again." "That's still better than most people have it," Hope said. After a still minute, Stephanie broke the ice again. "Mom's doting over Junior and his $1,000,000 wound. She's been putting honey on it." She looked at her sister with a deadpan look. "Steph," Hope said, sensing what was coming. "No. Now the girls in town think he has a sweet—" "Steph!" Hope repeated. "What?" Stephanie said back with a tinge of annoyance. "If we don't have humor, what do we have?" Hope changed the topic. "Dad said the shortwave radio at church has reported a lot of action in the Midwest. That we turned them around across the Plains states. There are even rumors that we attacked them in China. I guess the Texas front is their one last stronghold." Biting her tongue with another round of her trademark cynicism, Stephanie decided to play into her sister's hint. "What's that mean for Brandon?" "I don't know," Hope said. She was trying not to let her worry transfer to her children. "But he's a Marine, and Marines invade from the sea, and Texas has a lot of coasts." El Reno, Oklahoma. After Karen and Hooch rolled through the main core group of criminals like a modern lethal plague, some of the townsfolk reacted quickly. Seizing weapons, they killed 4 more at the bridge, plus a few local collaborators. Karen, Hooch, and their companion prisoners sifted through their captured belongings. Most of their packs, tents, and such had been damaged, and a bit was completely unusable, and silty flour coated all of it, adding insult to injury. But they plied through it anyhow, salvaging anything of use from the last things on Earth that they owned. A retired orthodontist and his wife volunteered to drive the captives to the refugee camp west of Oklahoma City, as long as they could have a fair share of the fuel and food the small body of scumbags had accumulated. The town itself wasn't wasting second chances. Camargo had been on the route of a much larger crime enterprise out of the city of Woodward in the northwest part of the state. They were busy preparing for what would assuredly be retaliation. When Hooch asked about the cops, one lady pointed out that they had simply vanished months earlier. Some were drafted into their old military units, others had been killed or maimed as civility decayed, while still others had simply been paid in food to join the gang. And what wouldn't one do to feed their children? East of El Reno and north of Interstate Highway 40, a grid of 8 farms had been rented by the state to house out-of-state refugees before they reached Oklahoma City. Karen and Hooch were dropped off at the Ford dealer near the interstate, where FEMA had set up tents, a check-in station, a place for medical checks that Karen suspected was just to keep a lice outbreak from happening, and a bus service to the main camp. They were promised meager meals, cots, and a choice of clothing. They were also told they had to turn in their firearms to an armorer, but would get them back when they arranged to travel east. "I don't know about this," Hooch mumbled close behind his friend's ear. They were in one of several single-file lines, the rules neatly printed on a vinyl banner that had been prepared years before the worldwide disaster. "Granger wouldn't be checking into no FEMA camp." "I know, but what are our options?" She was stressed. "We don't have one decent set of survival gear between the two of us. I have a total body rash from filthy clothes. I feel drained from literally no nutrition. I'm dehydrated. My rifle was cracked by the explosion. All I have is this lousy shotgun anyway. What am I missing?" "I could stand to hear a little bit more about that rash," he cracked. "Hooch." "One more day, darling. That's all I ask. We'll go find a greenbelt to camp in and check out this camp from the outside first." "I bet they have plenty of volunteers beating the bush to keep people from doing that," Karen argued. "And how else are we supposed to find Granger?" "If that man lives," Hooch said, "they'll owe him. Big time. He'll find us." "Only if we're in the system," Karen debated. Hooch sighed heavily, looking at the sling on his shoulder that held the rifle behind him. "I swore I'd stick with you." He gave in. "I'll meet you halfway on this. Let's go bury him in the woods somewhere before we turn ourselves over to him." USS Florida, SSGN 728. Luke Caldwell strolled into one of the 6-person bunk spaces, outboard of missile tubes 19 and 21, on the second deck of the special submarine. "So much for self-promises," he quipped in his thoughts. "But I guess it beats being dead."
When the first 4 Ohio-class SSBNs had been converted to their tactical mission 2 decades earlier, the ability to house several dozen SEALs on one boat had been accommodated by converting spaces that used to house machinery for ballistic missiles. The Stonewall crew had been given 2 of the spaces to call home after their rescue. They were plucked from the South China Sea not long after dark to be told that the USS Florida had added their rescue to the tasks of recovering their special warfare operators from their target packages nearby. The sub had been under the rafts for nearly an hour, waiting until dark to make the quick surfacing needed to bring them on board. After all recoveries, the sub made a speed run back to Diego Garcia. "They said we'll be back to Diego in about 3 hours," Lou announced. The team had been offered the use of a couple of different small offices and lounges, but after the countless days jetting around the world and the frightening thought of being drowned in the ocean, most were more than happy to catch many hours of shut-eye. "But I wasn't going to bother the Navy with trying to find out how we get back to England." "How about home?" Honker asked. "I guess the big trench worked," Lou said, "and our British friends came through with some air support. Laid waste to the enemy supply centers in Denver and several places along the west coast. It sounds like we may have them on the ropes." "Any update on your friend, Colonel?" Izzy asked. They'd learned that the USS Lyndon B. Johnson had sunk the last Chinese aircraft carrier and several other ships, but had taken damage and was limping back to Sydney. "The other sub from our op is guarding her. It sounded hopeful they would make it back." "I meant to ask earlier, Colonel," Cornetto said. "Did I hear the ship is named Lyndon B. Johnson?" "Yes," Lou said. "Why?" "Oh, you know," the polite Englishman said. "No reason. Just a couple of anecdotes." "Do tell, Commander," Honker said. Cornetto swung himself out of his bunk and looked around, really wanting to get everyone's reaction. "For one, I now understand why their call sign was Ladybird." The comment drew nearly nothing from most and a mild guffaw from Lou. "Ladybird Johnson? LBJ's First Lady?" "Think you're losing the crowd, Hugh," Lou said. "Secondly," Cornetto said, smiling broadly, "I did an essay on the early years of Vietnam and the politics behind it while at the Royal College of Defense Studies. Do any of you know where LBJ was born?" "Texas," Lou said. "Just like where this war will finally end." "That's right, sir," Hugh Greenbaum beamed. "He was born in Stonewall, Texas." Epilogue. USS Bataan, LHD-5. Marine Captain Brandon McDonald had been there in Mexico at the beginning. He was hoping and praying it wasn't where he was returning to die. Every morning and every night he prayed for many things: the safety of his Marines, the wisdom to be an effective and smart leader, and the protection of his wife and children. Perhaps more than anything, he prayed to God to remember his humanity. What he wanted more than to live was to do so honorably through the horrors to come. Expeditionary Strike Group 2 had been training in Puerto Rico for weeks, and now it was but a few miles from the coasts of Texas and Mexico. The Chinese had done a pretty good job at securing the beaches of Texas, from South Padre Island to Galveston. Obstacles lined the shore, while jets armed with anti-ship missiles patrolled the sky. But in pushing their right flank to the Houston area, they had spread themselves thin. The Mexican and Venezuelan units maintaining security in the occupied territories had their hands full battling guerrillas and resistance fighters all over the Lone Star State. They just couldn't afford to keep hundreds of miles of coast defended, so they concentrated their resources north of Corpus Christi. The Super AV Brandon was riding in fired up its diesel power plant. 2 minutes, a crewman yelled. The armored amphibious assault vehicle had 4 tires and 1 propeller on each side. It held a squad of Marines, just like its predecessor, the AAV, which had been broken out of mothball retirement to have enough for this invasion. The main deck of the heavy ship was filled with the noise of business, Marines and gear being loaded into a variety of equipment, tie-down chains and chocks being removed, and horns warning that the well deck was flooding and launching craft. A deck above, the hangar was moving helicopters and Harrier jets up to the flight deck, the former to land Marine raiders for reconnaissance, the latter to protect the ships from aerial attack. Across the Gulf, similar actions were taking place in 2 more LHDs, 3 LPDs, and 3 LSDs. Super AVs like the one Brandon was in were driving down the ramps into the well decks and straight out into the salt water for a harrowing 6-mile-per-hour drive to the shore. In some, Humvees and other equipment and weapons were being loaded onto LCACs, giant air-cushion hovercraft capable of carrying up to 75 tons of needed goods by driving right over the water and up onto the beach. Brandon felt the assault vehicle roll and make a turn. The driver was being guided by the ship's crew waving lighted wands. He felt the acid in his gut roil a bit. It was one thing to do this in training. It was another thing entirely to invade your own country, looking to kill a large foreign army. Except Brandon wasn't invading Texas. He and the rest of the Marines of the 26th Marine Expeditionary Unit, 1/3 of the amphibious force, were making a run south of the border. China had a supply line that started in Mexico's third-largest industrial port in Ensenada, at the north end of the Gulf of California. That supply line ran uninhibited to the southeast where it funneled into Texas at Laredo. The 26th MEU was going to roll through the Mexican army like they'd drunk dirty water. The mission was to choke off the ammo and goods before they reached the border. The Super AV turned and went down the well deck ramp slowly, waiting for the one ahead to clear. "Here we go," the driver yelled, his head sticking out of a small gopher hole in the front end of the vessel. The rig lurched forward and rolled downhill quickly, needing as much momentum as possible. The craft's angled bow slapped the water, slowing it enough to strain everyone in their seats. The vehicle's weight helped carry it out a bit until the small enclosed propellers pulled water and started thrusting the car-turned boat. The strike group had 2 destroyers attached, though shore bombardment wasn't necessary. They were facing zero resistance this far south from where China expected them to land, and the Mexican army hadn't expected a thing. Over a few hours on a Monday in June, 24,000 Marines and sailors sailed or flew ashore in Texas and Mexico, glad to finally be in the fight. "The states are fractured, Lord, no longer united," Brendan prayed with his head bowed. "Give us your providence to stop this war and begin the healing." The end. This has been Eye for an Eye, Blades of Grass, Book 5, written by Austin Chambers, narrated by Stephen Floyd. Copyright 2025 by Patrick O'Dell. Production copyright by Patrick O'Dell.